It being 11:03, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business. Beginning of a debate at second reading of Bill C-457, an act to repeal the Clarity Act, standing in the name of Mr. Bellavance. Mr. Bellavance, seconded by Mr. Fortin, moves that Bill C-457, an act to repeal the Clarity Act, be now read a second time and referred to a legislative committee. Debate. The Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You will allow me at this beginning of this year and beginning of a new parliamentary session to wish all my colleagues and everyone who works here in the House of Commons an excellent 2013 and good debates, as democratic debates as possible. Without further ado, I will speak to my Bill C-457 over each member, Mr. Speaker. It is very important to table a private member's bill, to debate and to ensure that the issues are clearly understood by the public. And in that regard, it is all of democracy that is at stake here in this House when we represent the public and when we want to demand what we want in a given bill and what the public wants. So all bills are equally important, but in my case, this bill is particularly important to me since I got into politics for the advent of sovereignty in Quebec, and obviously with the Clarity Act in 2000. There was a sort of Damocles hanging over our head, and that still stands with regard to Quebec self-determination. So it is important for me that to say that this bill is very simple, and it only contains one article. Whereas the Québécois form a nation, whereas that nation has been formally recognized by the House of Commons, whereas the decision on its future within Canada lies within the Québécois nation, not the federal government, and whereas the Québécois nation has laws that give its government both the right to consult the people of Quebec by means of a referendum on the subjects of its choice and the right to determine the wording of the referendum question. Therefore, the Clarity Act is repealed. So you're going to hear me talk about the Clarity Act instead of the Act to give effect to the requirement for clarity, because that is what we call it in Quebec since it was adopted. So many people asked us when we tabled this bill, why now? Well, and sometimes as a joke I say, well, it's because it's my turn. But obviously it started well before that. You will understand that we depend on the members of the Bloc Québécois. And as a sovereigntist party, well, obviously the Bloc Québécois members have always asked us to focus on Quebec's sovereignty here in the House of Commons and on defending Quebec's interests as well. So at the last General Council of the Bloc Québécois, we had this request again. And the preparation of this bill, obviously, was assisted by my colleague, the member for Haute-Gaspésie, Métis, Matane, Matapédia, and since the adoption of the motion recognizing the Québécois as a nation, well, that was 6 years ago in November 2012, and or rather November 2006, and obviously, the Parti Québécois is now in power. She is the first Quebec premier, the first woman Quebec premier. And so in the council, during the Council General, the members of the Bloc Québécois gave us the mandate to put more accent on the question of Quebec sovereignty. So it was thus essential for us to table such a bill seeking to repeal the Clarity Act, because the Clarity Act is an outright negation of the right to self-interpretation for the Quebec nation, especially since the House of Commons recognized the existence of a Quebec nation in November 2006, after having recognized a distinct nation, a distinct society in 1995. Now, many people here are federalists, but I would say that these are simply empty shells, these recognitions, because an element inherent to all nation is self-determination. I think that would be the opinion of anyone who is a Democrat. Bloc Québécois, like all parties in the National Assembly, has never accepted the precedence of the Clarity Act over Quebec laws. The National Assembly is sovereign in its duties and must be able to consult the public on the topics of its choice in the way that it wants to. And we must now think of the impact of the Clarity Act. Through this act, the House of Commons gave itself a power of disavowal of any recognition of the sovereignty of Quebec. The House of Commons wants to determine retroactively whether there is a clear majority and whether there is a clear question by taking into account of governments and legislative assemblies of other provinces. Therefore, the Clarity Act shows requirements of the validity of Quebec independence, and it prevents the Quebec people from deciding on its own future, and that is why it is important to repeal it. Obviously, there were reactions when this bill was adopted. It was presented by the current member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville. He was the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs at the time. A renowned constitutional expert, Mr. Henri Brun, told us that the Supreme Court decision would oblige the federal government to negotiate further to a referendum that was favorable for Quebec, whereas the Clarity Act imposes obligations on the government of Quebec. He stated that the Clarity Act is an act of intimidation on the part of the federal government against the Quebec people. The federal government must be able to negotiate. And he says that there is a contradiction between the Supreme Court decision and the Clarity Act, and therefore it is unconstitutional. Joseph Facal, who was the Quebec Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs at the time, said, let us remember that the Supreme Court decision does not give the federal government a right to oversight over Quebec affairs by authorizing it to judge its clarity even before the National Assembly has adopted it. Nowhere else in its legislative brief did the Supreme Court impose a simplistic question that must exclude any reference to a political partnership. Nowhere in its legislative brief did the Supreme Court reserve the federal government the right to fix as an afterthought the threshold for a majority. Neither in its brief did the Supreme Court allow the federal government to dictate the content of post-referendum negotiations. Now, if we look at the federalist framework in Quebec, as someone who is highly respected by everyone in Quebec, whether they are federalists or sovereigntists, or whether they, even if they're neither, if they're undecided, is Mr. Claude Ryan, who is the leader of the Liberal Party in Quebec, a recognized journalist as well, who said that the bill indicates a certain number of criteria, including two in particular, that Parliament should use to hand down its judgment on the clarity of the question. By writing out these criteria in a law, the federal government would interfere, at least indirectly, in the very drafting of the question. And so once again, this is not true federalism, but rather a regime of trusteeship, and that's no small thing coming from Mr. Claude Ryan. Jean Charest, who up until recently was the Premier of Quebec, the leader of the Liberal Party of Quebec, and he was at the time of when this bill was adopted. He held a press conference right after the press conference given by the member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville, who at the time was the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs and father of the Clarity Act, which was C-20 at the time. And Mr. Charest reacted very, very quickly. He was accompanied by his critic for intergovernmental affairs, and he was accompanied by his parliamentary leader as well, and the deputy leader, who today is the member for Outremont and the leader of the New Democratic Party. So what Jean Charest told us at the time is that, in fact, I'm going to quote him, this is a bill that is entitled the Clarity Act, but after having read this bill, after having heard comments, I have concluded that we are a very long way from any clarity at all. He continued further by saying, we must remind people that the conditions surrounding the holding of any referendum must be determined by the National Assembly of Quebec. I am saying that we, the Quebec parliamentarians, will not let any other parliament or government reduce our powers, our authority, our sovereignty, or the legitimacy of the National Assembly. Now, in what he said, Mr. Charest and Mr. Ryan both made federalist professions of faith. They would prefer not to have a referendum. They would prefer that Quebec choose to remain within Canada, which is legitimate and democratic. However, on that particular point, it is clear that even federalists in Quebec were not happy at all with the Clarity Act as it was drafted at the time by the Liberal government. And at that same press conference, a journalist asked a question because it was asked in Quebec, but they asked this person asked the deputy leader at the time, the person who is the current leader of the New Democratic Party. So they asked him concerning about the partition of Quebec, and this question came from the journalist Robert Mackenzie. I would like to know what the current deputy leader, or rather the deputy leader, which about the paragraph that would subject the frontiers of the borders of Quebec to a referendum question. The response of the member.
I can only repeat what we have always said. As far as we are concerned, the current boundaries, the current borders of Quebec are what they are and shall remain thus. And the best way to ensure that is to stay within the current constitutional framework. But as far as we're concerned, it's something that we have always fought for and that we will continue to fight for. Ça, c'était parmi les...
That was one of the people who was in the Federalist camp and someone who spoke out concerning Bill C-20. And I'd like to continue with someone else who is well known, a former Prime Minister of Canada, former leader of the Progressive Conservative Party, Mr. Joe Clark, who came here before a committee when we were discussing Bill C-20, and he said even the government is not clear on its own Clarity Act. In Toronto on January 25th, the minister declared that the majority should not be determined currently within a peaceful Canada, but it would be preferable to wait for a crisis to occur to ensure that the members would be able to evaluate the question according to the circumstances. The very logic of the Clarity Act consists in establishing the rules in advance to ensure so that everyone has a position before a crisis. But the minister stated that the simple majority question would not be known in advance. It would be decided once the moment arose in a situation of crisis. Now, that is sabotage clarity. That gives me the certainty that the rules will be subjective and drafted in order to discredit any outcome of the referendum. And we certainly can't accuse Mr. Clark to be a separatist or a sovereigntist, and yet he is a great Democrat, as we have heard from what he said here. And often there is a parallel drawn. I heard it recently on the television again this morning concerning what is going on in Scotland. But there's a big difference between the Clarity Act and the situation in Scotland right now concerning the referendum on Scottish devolution, because the Scottish government agreed with Westminster, with the UK government, concerning the terms and references of such a referendum before any such referendum is held. So once both levels of government have reached such agreement, well, it would be ill-advised for anyone to come along and not respect the outcome of any referendum that would be held in Scotland, whereas here the Clarity Act it's the very opposite. It says hold any kind of referendum you want, ask any question you want, regardless of the outcome. What is sure is that we reserve the right and the possibility to quash and overturn any democratic result, regardless of that result, because we're talking about they refuse to say what a simple majority is, a clear majority for the purposes of this bill. So for a Federalist Party here in this House, well, the majority is clear. Was it 55, 60%? We don't know because it's not written. So the government's decision by invoking Bill C-20, the Clarity Act, after a referendum, whether it is a referendum in Quebec or elsewhere, I don't think that any other provinces right now want to hold a referendum, but the Clarity Act would apply there as well. So they would say afterwards is that the question is not clear and that they would reserve the right to overturn the results and say that the result was not clear. And yet, before the referendum of 95, the member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville, when he was the minister at the time, he said the referendum that Premier Parizeau is calling us to is clarifying the issue. Will Quebec be a part of Canada or not? So like all our other federalists, this minister knowingly participated in the referendum. They even spent more than the allowed limit during that time. And afterwards, those people came along with the bill and said, we participate, we'll do everything to win, but regardless of what happens, we're going to overturn the results because we now have this sword of Damocles that is hanging over the Quebec people. So you're telling me that my time is fast running out, Mr. Speaker. I will be happy to answer my colleagues' questions, but I would call on my colleagues, especially my Quebec colleagues, I would call on them to vote for this bill to recognize Quebec's right to its own self-determination and especially its right to decide for itself what it wants to do and how it wants to do according to the rules of the National Assembly of Quebec. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask my colleague the following question. He talked about a sword of Damocles on many occasions. Now, he says that this was hanging over its head, hanging over the Quebec people because of Premier Parizeau, but Quebec did vote to remain in Canada. The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabasca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we should respect the Quebecers. Quebecers participated in this referendum. 95% of them participated. And if the question had been so unclear, would they have come out to vote knowingly with all the facts at their disposal during the months when there was a federal campaign? Even Jean Chrétien, all the federal members of Parliament of Quebec, everyone across Canada, they even held 11. Everyone said how much came together to say how much they love Quebec. They all participated in the referendum, and they tried to explain to us as if we didn't understand what was happening, what the question of 1995 was. So in any democracy, all parties in the National Assembly, whether they were federalists or not, decreed that there was a question that it needed to be respected, and that they needed to respect the choices of Quebecers, and so I find that the question was very clear. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to add a little bit of clarity at what exactly this bill is intended to do and what it means. It means to ignore the Supreme Court of Canada and their ruling on this issue. It means to allow the proposal of yet another ambiguous, misleading question. It means to deny the people of Quebec to have a clear expression of the will of their population to determine their future and direction. It also means to risk a minority decision that could tragically partition and break up Quebec itself. Then they also mean to propose this to be sent to the Queen for a decision. I think that this bill has to be voted down by every Canadian in this House.
The Richmond-Arthabasca.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabasca. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and that was a comment, of course, but I don't agree with the reasons that he outlined. There are certain aspects of it that literally deny us our democracy. The Federalist parties knowingly participated in the referendum in 1980, then one in 1995 as well. There was a referendum in Charlottetown in 1992 as well, with the legislation that had been adopted by everyone in 1977 on referenda and public consultations. That was adopted under René Lévesque in the province. I'd also like to talk about Newfoundland. It decided with a majority of 52% to join Canada. I don't think anyone would have challenged the future of Newfoundland within the Canadian Constitution, and so we're not going to be challenging this here today. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Matapédia. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabasca for his excellent presentation his very important speech, especially in light of the fact that the House of Commons recognized Quebec as a nation, and it must now recognize all of the attributes of a nation. I'd like the honourable member to go back to the fundamental reasons why Federalist parties sitting in the National Assembly refused categorically to support the legislation, and I'd like him to comment on that. The honourable member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Well, I thank my honourable colleague, Mr. Speaker. Most likely because the Federalist parties in Quebec are Democrats, and they've always decided that it's up, and always known, in fact, that it's up to the Quebec National Assembly to determine what would happen with respect to decisions over the people of Quebec. They won't be influenced by any other parliament, be it Canada, Great Britain, or another parliament throughout the world. Quebec, its National Assembly, will democratically determine what affects the provinces. We need to refer back to what Robert Bourassa stated, Mr. Speaker, who stated in June 1990 that regardless of what's done, Quebec is and always will be a distinct society, a free society, one that can take care of its development and destiny. Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Works and Government Services.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start by wishing all members of the House a Happy New Year. And I'm very happy to have this opportunity to speak to Bill C-457, an act to amend, or to rather repeal the Clarity Act, introduced by the member for Richmond-Arthabaska. The member is proposing to repeal legislation that was designed to provide greater clarity during a referendum dealing with the secession of a province from Canada. Mr. Speaker, allow me to mention that I find it unfortunate that the member for Richmond-Arthabaska is using all attempts to try to bring back outdated debates. When Bill C-457 was introduced, my bloc colleague stated that his act was designed to remedy a historical error for the Quebec nation because this parliament had put in place conditions to impose on a Quebec nation the way that it would self-determine its future. As a member for Quebec, I understand that this has always been a touchy subject for Quebecers. However, it's not by trying to revive old debates like this one that we will move forward, especially in the current economic climate. Bill C-457 takes us back to the constitutional debates of the past, whereas the government is focusing on the future, namely what is most important to all Canadians: job creation, growth, and economic prosperity. The opposition's priorities are not what Canadians are concerned with. Canadians, from sea to sea, have been clear. They want a government that focuses on the economy, and that's what we're doing. Thanks to our government, Canada's debt burden is lower, and our record in terms of job creation is the most robust in the G7, with more than 900,000 net new jobs created since July 2009. In Quebec alone, the government has created more than 200,000 net jobs since July 2009. Mr. Speaker, the principle of federalism recognizes the diverse nature of the part to advance and to prosper, provided that the federal and provincial governments respect the constitutional division of powers and understand the responsibilities of each level of government. Our government knows full well that a strong federal government will respect these fundamental responsibilities and take them seriously. This is what we've been doing since 2006, and this is what we will continue to do. Since we took power, our government has practiced an open federalism, which respects areas of constitutional jurisdiction, limits federal spending power, and encourages cooperation among all levels of government. Canadians, including Quebecers, have benefited from our views of open federalism. We have, for example, obtained the adoption of a motion in this House recognizing Quebec as a nation within a united Canada. Quebec has also been included in the Canadian delegation to UNESCO, and we've seen a great deal of cooperation with all our federal partners in the Economic Action Plan. In addition, Quebec will be receiving more than $17 billion in federal transfers this year, which represents an increase of 44% since the previous Liberal government was in power. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-457 is taking us into the past at a time when we are strongly focusing on the future. Let's be clear. The objective of the member for Richmond Athabasca in introducing this bill is to attempt to reopen old debates. Our government does not believe that Quebecers and other Canadians want the past constitutional debates to be reopened. Like all Canadians, Quebecers have shown the desire to advance and want other issues to be emphasized. That is what our government is resolved to do by focusing its action on what is most important to Canadians: job creation, economic growth, and economic prosperity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, I would have liked to stand today to talk about the economy, jobs or poverty, issues of real concern to Canadians. But that's not what the Bloc wants to talk about. Instead, it wants to stir up old debates. Now, why didn't the Bloc hear the message that was sent to it in the last election? The NDP has received record support and a historic mandate in Ottawa. On May 2nd, 2011, 4.5 million Canadians voted for the unifying vision put forth by my friend Jack Layton, a vision of a more inclusive, greener, more prosperous Canada that respects Quebec. As a result, more than 100 new Democratic MPDP members were in fact elected to the House of Commons to form the largest official opposition in over 40 years.
The Democratic Party has succeeded where the Liberals and Conservatives have both failed again and again. For the first time since 1988, the people of Quebec have elected a federalist majority in the House of Commons, thanks to the NDP. That was one of the winning conditions for Canada in Quebec that Jack Layton and our team fought so hard for. Les Québécois ont rejeté en masse les partis qui les avaient déçus dans le passé.
Now, Quebecers massively rejected the parties that had disappointed them in the past and took them for granted from one election to the next. People wanted to unite around an optimistic and progressive union, and that's what the NDP did. By restoring the hope of seeing Ottawa respect Quebecers, and by working together to build a better Canada for everyone. Quebecers don't want to move backwards. They've had enough of old divisive debates that were the trademarks of the Liberal Party and the Bloc Québécois. We must put an end to those pointless old debates and move forward. That's what the NDP is committed to doing. Our team succeeded in restoring hope among Quebecers, hope that they will be heard, understood, and respected within their country, hope that their values are shared by other Canadians, and that they will be heard by our government. Unfortunately, some people are ready to smother that hope just to score political points. Because that is exactly what the Liberal Party and the Bloc Québécois are trying to do by stirring up old quarrels. Quebecers deserve better than the Bloc's desperate maneuvers. And they certainly deserve better than to pay for the irresponsible political games of the Liberal Party, which wants to create a national unity crisis where there isn't one. That lack of respect for Quebec was evident under Pierre Trudeau. It continued under Jean Chrétien, and it led Canada to the edge of a cliff during the 1995 referendum.
Which brought Canada to the brink. What did the Liberals do? They tried to buy Quebecers with their disastrous, corrupt sponsorship scandal. In the process, they managed to renew the sovereignist movement and gave a boost to the Bloc Québécois. In 2011, Quebecers said loud and clear that they're tired of the politics of division. They said it's time to do better, and that's why they chose the NDP. Yet today, in Ottawa, we face a Prime Minister who hasn't gotten the message. Under his government, old debates have resumed once again. Le bilan des conservateurs au Québec a donné toutes les raisons.
The Conservative record in Quebec gives Quebecers every reason to see the federal government as an adversary rather than an ally. There's a reason why the Parti québécois led a campaign against the Conservative Party and the Prime Minister. But there is still time to change things, to show Quebecers that we belong to the same great family and that regardless of political stripes, we share the same fundamental values. All we have to do is look at the
with examples of what's possible when we work together, when we stay true to our values. Universal public health care for the sick, retirement security for our seniors. These are the institutions that define us and unite us. Au NPD, nous connaissons bien les...
New Democrats know too well what we are capable of when we work together. That's why we oppose the Bloc's attempt to plunge people back into old debates.
There's more in our country to unite us than what there is to divide us. That's why we're proposing practical solutions to improve the lives of all Canadians, Mr. Speaker. That's why we're fighting for a balanced 21st century economy based on the principles of sustainable development, an economy that creates wealth not only for a handful of industries and regions, but for communities from coast to coast to coast. Au-delà de notre...
Beyond our economic vision, our leadership style also allows us to build a long-lasting relationship of trust with Canadians, including Quebecers. I remember when the Conservatives were preaching open federalism. What did Quebecers get instead? Nothing but a tightly closed door. Let's compare this closed door to the openness of the Sherbrooke Declaration, to the New Democratic version of a Canada where Quebec is respected. The Sherbrooke Declaration was adopted at the first NDP Congress I attended in 2006, and I was truly inspired by it. And it inspired many people in Quebec. It expressed the confidence and optimism that we can work together. And since the adoption of this declaration, the NDP has committed itself to the principles of asymmetrical federalism, principles that recognize Quebec's right to opt out with compensation, that apply to all federal programs that infringe on the constitutional jurisdictions of the Quebec government. The Sherbrooke Declaration represents the will to establish federalism based on good faith, federalism that recognizes Quebecers' right to democratically decide their own future. Federalism that recognizes that in the event of a referendum in Quebec, 50% plus one is a clear majority, a rule that has strong consensus in Quebec.
Was the ground rule in both the 1980 and the 1995 referendums when I was fighting to keep Quebec in Canada. While the current Prime Minister was proposing the construction of, quote, firewalls between provinces, I was working to build bridges. Ironically, it was the same Prime Minister who tabled a private member's bill in 1996, C-341, the Quebec Contingency Act, recognizing the majority threshold for a Quebec referendum.
One of the greatest federalists in the history of Quebec, Robert Bourassa, once said, no matter what anyone says and no matter what anyone does, Quebec is today and forever a distinct society, free and capable of assuming its destiny and development. And when they had to vote on it, Quebecers chose Canada twice. The NDP will continue to make every effort to prove to Quebecers that their future is here within Canada. Because we will never be able to build our country with threats. We can only do so with mutual understanding and respect. New Democrats have already shown what we are capable of as official opposition. For example, on the issue of French language, my colleague, the member for Trois-Rivières, proposed legislation to guarantee linguistic rights of employees working under a federal jurisdiction. Another colleague, the member for Louis Saint-Laurent, proposed a bill to recognize the bilingual nature of federal institutions by making the appointment of bilingual judges and officers of Parliament mandatory.
Years ago, the NDP has taken a positive and constructive approach to politics, an approach based on good faith, which is the very culture of our party. This is the approach that will define a future New Democratic government. It is also in good faith that my colleague from Toronto, Danforth, has put a bill on the order paper, a Unity Act, to implement both the Sherbrooke Declaration and the Supreme Court secession reference.
Because anyone who reads the Clarity Act immediately realizes one thing. The Clarity Act is not clear and it settles nothing. Because good faith
obtained by a majority of the votes. That's why former NDP House Leader Bill Blakey tabled an amendment to put this concept in the Clarity Act. The Liberals rejected that amendment, and instead the Liberals decided to abandon the political fight for Canada in favour of a purely legalistic approach, a losing approach. I fought from the trenches in both the 1980 and 1995 referendums. I'm proud of the active role I played in convincing my fellow Quebecers to choose Canada.
New Democrats believe in Canada. We also believe that a vast majority of Quebecers want to remain within Canada. We believe in the political maturity of Quebecers. We trust Quebecers. And Quebecers trust us in return. We will continue to work together. Together we will continue to build a more inclusive and a fairer Canada, one that respects Quebec and respects Quebecers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville. Mr. Speaker, I've already said that Bill 101 was a great piece of Canadian legislation, and today I'll say the same of the Clarity Act. It's a great piece of Quebec legislation. This was passed in 2000 under Jean Chrétien to give the Supreme Court guidance on the reference resuccession. The Act spelled out Quebecers' rights within Canada's. We Quebecers are as Canadian as those of other provinces and territories. We have the right to fully enjoy every advantage of Canadian citizenship, everything that we're entitled to under the Canadian Constitution and the Charter of Rights. We have the right to fully enjoy the protections of Canadian legislation and to see to it that governments all across Canada respect their obligations toward us. We have the right to fully participate in the building of this country, just as any other Canadian. These full rights can be taken away by no one, no Prime Minister, no government, no politician, nobody, unless we Quebecers decide for ourselves to waive those rights clearly.
Clearly gave up on Canada with a clear majority in a response to a clear question on secession. Governments would have the obligation to enter into negotiation on secession. These negotiations would have to be held within Canada's constitutional framework in order to conclude a separation agreement that is fair for all. If there is clear support for secession, negotiation. If there is no clear support, no negotiation. And without negotiation, no secession. That was the case the government of Canada pleaded before the Supreme Court. That was also the Court's 1998 opinion, to which the Clarity Act gave effect in 2000. And that is also the stance all members of this House should take in 2013 by voting against Bill C-457, a bill to repeal the Clarity Act.
The Clarity Act prevents the Government of Canada from entering into negotiations on secession before the House has found that there's clear support for secession. Who can oppose this fundamental principle? Who can claim that the Government of Canada could proceed to take Canada away from Quebec without being sure that that's indeed what Quebecers want. We are, whether you're for unity or for Quebec's independence, you have to agree on a fundamental principle of clear consent. Quebec's secession from Canada can only be attempted once Quebecers have clearly supported it, and that is why we all have to support the Clarity Act. There is no democracy in the world where a government can proceed to something as serious as breaking up the country and abdicating its constitutional responsibilities toward a quarter of its population without having the assurance that that is indeed what those people want. And yet that is what my Bloc colleagues are calling for when they call for the repeal of the Clarity Act. They want the Government of Canada to contemplate helping a secessionist government to secede in the absence of clear Quebec support. The Bloc says that the Clarity Act is obsolete because this House recognized in 2006 that Quebecers constitute a nation within a united Canada. But in no way does that recognition do away with the rights and responsibilities that governments have to their people. Governments cannot agree to negotiate this kind of thing against the will of the population. This would weaken the protection of our rights under the Constitution. The Supreme Court has clearly held that whatever the definition of people in this context, the right to self-determination cannot, under the existing circumstances, provide a unilateral right of secession. So a secessionist government does not have the right to withdraw Canada from Quebecers unilaterally. They cannot claim that because Quebecers are a people or a nation that they can do this. They don't have this right, whether it's in international law or Canadian law. The only way that secession can occur is spelled out in the Clarity Act. That's a simple procedure. First of all, the referendum question has to deal clearly with secession. The government of Quebec can ask whatever question it wants, but only questions on secession can lead to secession. Imagine what that question might be. Do you want Quebec to separate from Canada? Do you want Quebec to stop being a part of Canada and to become an independent country? Secondly, there has to be a clear majority on a clear question on secession. The Supreme Court does not encourage us to set the percentage in advance of what would constitute a clear majority. It's up to politicians, according to the Supreme Court, to determine what's a clear majority. There has to be a clear question, and that it's up to the government to determine that. So there's a qualitative dimension to these issues, but it depends on the circumstances and a full appreciation of the circumstances.
The New Democratic Party professes that it would establish a majority threshold in advance of a referendum. In its 2005 Sherbrooke Declaration, the NDP set the threshold at 50% plus one vote. Yet, in its opinion, the court insists, often and strongly, that the clear majority vote for secession is a must for this option to be considered. If 50% plus one is a clear majority, what constitutes an unclear majority? The NDP requires a two-thirds majority to modify the party's own constitution. Yet it does not hesitate to consider breaking up Canada on the basis of a judicial recount. The NDP says it is open to Quebecers, yet it wants to impose on Quebecers such a radical upheaval as secession on the basis of a majority that would be so flimsy that it could easily turn into a minority as soon as the first implementation problem arises. The NDP has no qualms about imposing on Quebecers, their children and future generations, such a serious and irreversible decision as secession on the basis of a majority so uncertain that the referendum result could have been the opposite should the vote have been held one day before or one day after. Like my colleagues from the other parties, the NDP MPs would be well advised to vote against Bill C-457. They would thus confirm the support given the Clarity Act by such great New Democrats as Ed Broadbent, Alexa McDonough, Roy Romano, Terry Dewar, and Bill Blakey. Along with my NDP and Bloc colleagues, We should all encourage Premier Pauline Marois, Bloc leader Daniel Payet, and other separatist leaders to adopt the only position that is fair and responsible, that they will hold a referendum on secession only when they have a reasonable assurance on a clear win.
A referendum of this gravity must not depend on a roll of the dice. It should not divide political Quebecers' opinions. It has to be clear, official, unambiguous that Quebecers want to leave Canada and make Quebec an independent country. Third, secession can only be done after a separation agreement has been clearly negotiated in keeping with the constitutional principles identified by the Supreme Court, because this would have such serious consequences and it would be so complex. Given the inherent difficulties in negotiating such an agreement, there would have to be, obviously, a clear support for it at root. And all the rights of all, including Quebecers, would have to be respected. That is why Bloc members themselves have to support the Clarity Act. We Quebecers will never leave Canada, in my view, but the Supreme Court decision is neutral, and the Act is neutral. It doesn't say that it's recommended to secede. It doesn't promote that option. It just sets out what the conditions would have to be. This would be what the Bloc is attempting to do is very difficult. They're trying to convince us that we would be happier not being part of Canada, that we'd be happier outside of Canada. Canada is a country that is the envy of the entire world. It's obviously going to be very hard to convince people, and especially in the absence of clarity. Clarity has virtues for all, and as proud Quebecers, we should always defend in all places, especially here in the House, the rights of Quebecers. I would encourage all my colleagues to vote against Bill C-457 and to, at the same time, repeat the House's support for the Clarity Act.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Saanich.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to all my colleagues for their speeches, particularly my colleague, the member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville, who's done a lot of work on this issue. He was the architect of the Clarity Bill, and today this is once again the topic of debate. I'd like to point out at the outset that I have a lot of respect for my colleague, too, the member for Richmond-Arthabasca, and all my colleagues from the Bloc Québécois. We work here as members of Parliament. We're all equals, but on this issue, obviously, we are of different views, and I don't think it's possible to support this, for the Green Party to support this bill, C-457, and I'll explain why. It's clear that the Green Party of Canada and the Green Party of Quebec are fully in agreement with the principle that the people of Quebec have the right and the power to make decisions on their own future. It is, in fact, only up to them. But how? What's the clearest way and the most equal way in a democracy like Canada, an incredible country like Canada? What's the best way to make this type of decision? These are difficult questions, the sovereignty of Quebec and the rights of Quebecers, men and women. There are issues that are of vital importance to Canada and Quebec. Now, this bill, put forward by the member for Richmond-Arthabasca, is the result of a motion here in the House of the Commons, and the term used was nation, that Quebecers constitute a nation.
When it came out that the Prime Minister had decided to put forward a motion that Quebecers are a nation, there were a lot of questions as to what this would mean. At the time, and certainly it may be a bit in our history, but we recall that the current Member of Parliament for Wellington Halton Hills, who was himself the minister responsible for intergovernmental affairs, couldn't agree with the position and hadn't been consulted by the Prime Minister. It's unfortunate in this particular administration that the Prime Minister presumes to run all portfolios, and I think it was to the great how do I put this? The minister at the time, Minister for Intergovernmental Affairs, did something quite extraordinary and with great integrity chose to leave cabinet and sit in backbenches voluntarily because he couldn't agree with that position. And I agree with that member of Wellington Halton Hills that you either put forward a motion that means something or it doesn't mean something. And this particular private member's bill rests on the reality that that motion didn't mean anything. If it meant what it said, then this Bloc Québécois private member's bill would have to pass. If all the members of Parliament in this House who voted for that motion, that Quebecers are a nation, really meant it, then this motion, this private member's bill, would have to pass. But we all recognize, and I think there's very little support in this House for the current private member's bill, because we want the Clarity Act. We want to make sure that this House and that the process of coming up with a question on the issue as important as another referendum, and I think we all hope it will never occur, but if there should be another referendum on the question of Quebec leaving Canada, we'd want to make sure the Clarity Act was followed. But as a political ploy, as a convenient motion that in effect meant nothing, every other party in this House, other than the Green Party, supported a motion that Quebecers are a nation. And today, you're all hoist with your own petard. Because the reality is, if that motion meant anything, you'd have to vote for this private member's bill being put forward by the Member of Parliament for Richmond-Athabasca. I think it's a shame to vote on anything as important as touching on the sovereignty of Quebecers and Quebec as a nation, to turn it into a political ploy that meant nothing. Mais maintenant, c'est clair.
But now it's clear that the motion that Quebecers constitute in principle a nation, that was a meaningless motion. It was of no force and effect. Because if it was, the member for Richmond-Athabasca would be right today that it's unreasonable to have a Clarity Act with a clear question and with a role for the Parliament of Canada. It's clear that we need the Clarity Act. It's essential for the people of Quebec to have a clear question. For everyone in Canada who respects the rights of Quebecers, and it's clear that everyone does respect that. I hope so, at least. For the people of Quebec, on important issues for their future, it's essential to have a clear question. And that's why I will give the Green Party support for the Clarity Act, but unfortunately, we have the motion that says that Quebecers are a nation, but that motion has no effect. With that, I will say that the Green Party will be voting against this, will be voting no on Bill C-457. But at the same time, I'd like to thank the member for Richmond-Athabasca for showing quite clearly that the motion that all the other parties endorsed in the past was a motion of no force or effect. That's unfortunate because I think that's unfortunate for the people of Quebec.
That the motion that Quebecers were a nation was, as I always suspected, a bit of political theatre without effect. And I thank the Member of Parliament for Richmond-Athabasca for pointing it out so clearly. Merci.
Thank you.
Resuming debate.
The Honourable Member for Haute-Gaspésie, Métis, Matane, Matapédia. I'm going to have to explain to the member that there's only 3 minutes left for this debate. 6 minutes, rather, excuse me, for his speech. So, the Honourable Member for Haute-Gaspésie, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, allow me to thank the House for giving me this opportunity to speak to my colleague's bill, the member for Richmond-Arthabaska. This is a very important bill. To start, I'd like to pick up where the previous member left off and to mention that she's right on a fundamental point. When the House passes a motion, in this case recognizing the Quebec nation, logically, there has to be something that flows from that. When you recognize a nation, there have to be logical consequences. And this act, the Clarity Act, violates the rights of a nation. So Quebecers constitute a nation, and that nation was officially recognized by the House of Commons on November 27, 2006. It's high time now that all the attributes and features of a nation be recognized, including the right to self-determination, a right that cannot be taken away. In 2000, the federal government unilaterally took the power to interfere in a democratic process. At the time, the Federalists in Quebec, as was previously mentioned, when my colleague from Richmond-Arthabaska was making his speech, all the Federalist parties at the National Assembly in Quebec rose up against this bill, which was a violation of democratic rights. So what's worse, the federal government back then held itself up as the judge of what a clear majority was on a clear question. They felt that they had full leeway to disregard a decision of the Quebec nation if it felt that it didn't meet its standards. The National Assembly had wanted to recognize the right of the Quebec people to choose its own political destiny and to have a referendum question, if it wished, offering some sort of partnership with the rest of Canada, some sort of sovereignty association. It set the threshold at 50% plus one. That would be a majority. And the fundamental rule of equality of votes, and that's something that's recognized in international law, Mr. Speaker. The Bloc Québécois, like all parties at the National Assembly, has never accepted the idea that the Clarity Act should take precedence over any Quebec legislation. I'd like to come back to the universal rule of 50% plus one. The Clarity Act is undemocratic, both in terms of Canadian law and international law when it comes to determining what's a majority, 50% plus one. All Canadian referendums have been held under this principle, this important principle. Newfoundland entered Canada with only 52% of valid votes in favor. So this bill has only one provision. It calls for the recognition of the right of the Quebec nation to decide for itself. You can't recognize a nation or recognize that a people constitutes a nation without giving them all the rights that flow inherently from that recognition. The National Assembly, in our view, has full power to create its own laws and make its own decisions, and those are legitimate. The Bloc proposes that this act, be repealed. It's an affront to Quebec, and it's a demonstration of the federal government's bad faith. And it goes against the Supreme Court's decision. In 1995, the House of Commons recognized Quebec as a distinct society. That was yet another empty recognition when it came to implementing or applying the recognition. As the member for Saanich Gulf Island said, when you recognize a nation, you have to recognize all of its rights that flow from that recognition. The Supreme Court did not take this into account in the Quebec secession reference. back then. In 2006, the House of Commons recognized the existence of the Quebec nation, and that recognition was accompanied by no concrete measures. That this would be the first opportunity. There have been other opportunities, but this is the first concrete opportunity for the House to do something. Is Quebec a nation or not? Quebecers and members should support the bill put forward by the member for Richmond Arthabaska. You cannot recognize a nation and at the same time refuse to recognize the consequences of that recognition, including the right of self-determination. That is an inherent feature of any nation, and that right cannot be taken away. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My time is up.
The honourable member for HoC will have 4 minutes for the rest of his speech when the House resumes the debate on this motion. The period provided for the study of a private member's business has now expired, and therefore it is dropped to the bottom of the order of priority on the order paper. Orders of the day, government orders, government bills, commons.
Second reading of Bill C-48, Technical Tax Amendments Act 2012, second reading.
Ms. Shea for Mr. Flaherty, seconded by Ms. Finlay Haldeman Norfolk, moves that Bill C-48, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, the Excise Tax Act, the Federal Provincial Fiscal Arrangements Act, the First Nations Goods and Services Tax Act, and related legislation be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Debates. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's nice to be back here in this wonderful House of Commons, and I'm very pleased to kick off debate on this very important piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker, both for taxpayers and for tax professionals, because it represents a major advancement in the simplification of Canada's tax system. While admittedly technical, I should remind members of the many Canadians who helped craft its development over the years through numerous open and public consultations. In fact, the Technical Tax Amendments Act represents over a decade of miscellaneous tax announcements which have already been made public but have yet to be formally enacted, causing a significant backlog in our tax system. This backlog can be traced back to the fact that Parliament has not passed technical tax legislation in over a decade, something the Auditor General identified as a matter of legitimate concern. In fact, let me read directly from the Auditor General's fall 2009 report to provide members with further background on this issue. And I'm going to quote, Mr. Speaker. The last technical bill on income tax law received royal assent in 2001. Each year, more deficiencies are identified, contributing to an ever-growing backlog of needed technical amendments. The Department of Finance Canada alone cannot correct this situation, but it can do more to bring attention to the urgency of the problem." End quote. The Auditor General also articulated powerful reasoning to explain why clearing this backlog should be a priority for Parliament, so I will quote again from the report. Canada's tax system relies on taxpayers to self-assess and pay the income taxes they owe. Most taxpayers will meet their tax obligations if given the proper tools and information. Taxpayers' ability to comply with tax legislation depends on their understanding of how the rules apply to their own circumstances. Uncertainty about how the law should be applied can also add to the time taken and costs incurred by tax audits and tax administration." End quote. I strongly encourage all parliamentarians and Canadians watching at home who want to learn more about this issue to read the very comprehensive work of the Auditor General, available online at www.oag-bvg.gc.ca. Specifically, I would suggest they take a look at Chapter 3 of the Fall 2009 report, which shows that the government agreed wholeheartedly with its findings and recommendations. Indeed, we indicated in a formal response included in the report that we recognized these concerns and would once again introduce technical tax legislation in Parliament. Pour faciliter l'adoption
To facilitate the adoption of the bill, we carried out vast consultations with Canadians over the past few years in order to obtain as many comments as possible before introducing it, and also to be able to examine proactively all the concerns expressed. We are now at the most important stage of the process, that is, detailed scrutiny of this bill by Parliament. Many years ago, when under other governments, a tax bill attempted to be adopted, Parliament never managed to complete its study. In my opinion, all members will agree that it is time to make up for this 10-year delay, and that taxpayers should not have to live with the uncertainty of other delay.
In its 2010 study of the Auditor General's report, the committee issued the following statement, and I quote, "The Public Accounts Committee believes that the integrity of Canada's income tax system depends on taxpayers and tax auditors having a clear understanding of the requirements of the Income Tax Act and its associated regulations. A lack of clarity can lead to increased costs for taxpayers who may need to seek out professional advice. As a result, it is of particular concern to the committee that no income tax technical amendment bill has been passed since 2001. End quote. I'd also note that the All-Party Finance Committee, of which I'm an honoured member, has heard from diverse witnesses about the importance of addressing the technical tax backlog. Groups like the Real Property Association of Canada, the Canadian Institute of Chartered Accountants, the Tax Executives Institute, the Canadian Tax Foundation, and many, many more, Mr. Speaker. However, perhaps the most vocal of these groups has been the Certified General Accountants Association of Canada, sometimes known as CGA Canada. While I know that all members would likely support the general principles of tax simplification, as well as ending uncertainty for taxpayers, we must nevertheless conduct a thorough study of this legislation, especially at the Finance Committee. In fact, I've already consulted with my committee colleagues about holding multiple meetings on this legislation, and I'm pleased to report that members are in broad agreement. As some of the amendments included in today's Act date as far back as the late 1990s, predating both our government and the majority of sitting MPs, I think we can all appreciate the need to examine them closely in a non-partisan manner.
I will briefly review the content of the bill for those who are not familiar with this voluminous piece of legislation. As I already said, the bill seeks to further simplify the Canadian tax system by making various amendments to the Income Tax Act and other related acts.
Represents over 75,000 tax professionals, and they have appeared before various committees over the years to stress the need for Parliament to act to clear this backlog. As such, I'd like to read at length part of the statement made by CGA Canada following the release of this legislation in November. And again, I quote, Mr. Speaker, "By tabling this legislation, the government is taking concrete action to deal with the backlog of unlegislated tax proposals. The new bill will provide more certainty to Canadian taxpayers and lessen the burden of compliance. Some of the measures contained in today's bill were initially proposed as early as 1999. What's more, since 1999, these draft rules have been re-released a number of times and revised by the government, making taxpayers uncertain. With unlegislated tax measures, taxpayers and professional accountants must maintain their records and forms, sometimes for years, to be in a position to comply even without knowing when and if these measures will be approved by Parliament and enacted. This uncertainty and predictability places an enormous compliance burden on taxpayers, businesses, professionals, and their clients." Mr. Speaker, I will now walk through this legislation piece by piece to highlight key measures and their intended purpose. Although the legislation is highly technical, I will be brief in my remarks. Let's start with Part 1 of the bill. Our government proposes enhancements to the Income Tax Act to better target and simplify the rules relating to non-resident trusts, taking into account comments received during extensive public consultations. Part 2 and 3 relate to the taxation of Canadian multinational corporations with foreign affiliates. Again, our government consulted extensively with stakeholders and the public on these proposals, some of which date all the way back to 2004. The result will be a simplified, fair, and equitable tax system that will be easier to comply with and more straightforward to administer. Part 4 of the bill will help ensure that its amendments will function under both common and civil laws. More specifically, those amendments ensure that provisions that rely on certain private law concepts are bijural, such as right and interest, real and personal property, life, estate, and remainder interest, tangible and intangible property, and joint and several liability. In other words, that they reflect both the common law and the civil law in both linguistic versions. Part 5 of the bill will close certain tax loopholes and ensure greater fairness for taxpayers, measures on which we consulted extensively. These measures include closing tax loopholes related to specified leasing property, ensuring that conversion of specified investment flow-through trusts and partnerships into corporations are subject to the same rules as transactions between corporations, preventing schemes designed to shelter tax by artificially increasing foreign tax credits, and finally, implementing a regime for reporting tax avoidance. Taken all together, Mr. Speaker, these measures will help crack down on the problem of tax avoidance and ensure that everyone pays their fair share.
Mr. Speaker, since we have come to power, tax fairness has been a basic principle of our government, and we have always tried to respect it. We are proud of our commitment to strengthen the integrity and fairness of the tax system and of our consistent efforts to end tax loopholes. Since 2006, we have put in place over 50 measures seeking to eliminate these loopholes to guarantee that tax is collected fairly and in compliance with the sought-after political objectives. Thus, thanks to our actions, we have recovered close to $2 billion on behalf of taxpayers. Canadians can rest assured that in future, our government will continue to take the measures required to ensure tax integrity, because the elimination of tax loopholes helps maintain everyone's tax level very low.
Mr. Speaker, I should also note that Part 5 includes a number of technical changes designed to ensure that the income tax system functions in the way that it was intended. Many of these changes are relieving measures and will address issues previously identified by taxpayers. Part 5 also implements an amendment relating to the enactment of the Fairness for the Self-Employed Act. It extends the personal income tax credit in respect of employment insurance premiums to apply to premiums paid by self-employed individuals. Part 6 of the bill implements technical improvements to the GST and HST, including relieving the GST or HST on the administrative service of collecting and distributing the levy on blank media, which is imposed by the Copyright Act. And the final portion of the bill, Part 7, makes administrative changes to the Federal Provincial Fiscal Arrangements Act. As all of these parts will be examined in greater detail by the Finance Committee, and I will simply say that the underlying intent of each of these measures is to simplify the tax system, thereby ensuring fairness and equity for all Canadian taxpayers. In closing, let me quote from an op-ed originally published in the Globe and Mail by Tim Walk, a respected tax professional with the firm Gowling, Lafleur, Henderson, which speaks again to the importance of passing today's legislation. And I quote, "There are only two certainties in life, death and taxes. While one cannot take issue with the first part of that statement, the second is increasingly coming into question. The fact that we have to pay tax is no less certain, but certainty in the detail of Canada's tax laws arguably has been decreasing. This results from the increasing legislative backlog, the gap between the announcement of changes to the tax system and the legislative enactment of those changes. This gap is making it increasingly difficult for Canadians to plan their affairs with confidence and certainty and to comply with their tax obligations. When taxpayers are uncertain about their obligations, their trust and faith in the system diminishes. Parliamentarians can bring a higher degree of uncertainty to our tax laws by moving forward swiftly in a nonpartisan, non-politicized manner to enact outstanding changes. And let's hope they do just that." And I end that quote, Mr. Speaker. Pour conclure, j'encourage tous les députés.
In closing, I would urge all members to listen to the opinion of the Governor-General and calls by tax experts represented by CGA Canada, as well as taxpayers, who told us on many occasions that they want to know where they stand with regard to the tax system.
It's a historic opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to move forward in a non-partisan manner to give this legislation the careful consideration and passage that it deserves. Thank you very much, and I look forward to the questions.
That was exciting.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the Honourable Member for her comments and look forward to continuing to work with her on the Finance Committee. And she is quite right that there is a huge backlog of changes, tax changes that have been announced but not implemented in law. In fact, well over a decade's worth of changes, and it creates uncertainty and unpredictability around our tax legislation. So we acknowledge that this bill is important to get these changes coded into law. But my question to the Honourable Member is this. Given that there are still hundreds of outstanding changes that have been made, they are addressed in comfort level letters or in other ways, will they wait another decade or more before bringing in additional technical changes, or will they agree with recommendations that have been made to bring in technical changes on an annual basis to create greater certainty and predictability and transparency in our tax system?
Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, too, want to welcome my colleague, the finance critic from the NDP, back to this wonderful House, and I want to thank her for that question. It leads me to believe that the NDP is really excited about this bill and that they want to see it move forward quickly, because they, in fact, have asked a question about how we will progress in the future. And this government has indicated clearly that we intend to bring forward legislation in a timely fashion so that we don't have this backlog repeat itself. It is, in fact, this government that put forward an attempt to solve all of this backlog back in 2008, and we continue to push forward in that way. And I might add that Part 8 has been added to the technical tax bill, which actually deals with some very recent tax changes. So once again, I want to reassure my colleague and all colleagues here in the House that this government is set to continue to pursue tax legislation in a timely and considerate manner. Thank you.
Question and commentaire.
Questions and comments?
For Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the tone of the speech that was provided from the member. And I think most Canadians, in fact, that would be listening in, and when they think of tax reform, what they really want to do is they want to see tax reform that is fair, that will make a difference, but they also want it to be oriented to being consumer friendly. There's this sense that our tax laws are very complicated, and more we have people having to go to accounting services, whether it's the H&Rs, the private accountants, and so forth. But there's a certain percentage of the population, and these are the ones like, yesterday I had a wonderful meeting inside my constituency, had a special event, well over 130, 40 people that showed up, and you look at their annual T4s. I would suggest it's probably less than $40,000 a year. And for them, they want consumer-friendly tax legislation that's going to enable them to get their tax rebate, or if they have to pay some money in, that's going to be done in a relatively simple fashion. My question to the member is, to what degree does she believe the legislation that she's bringing forward is going to serve the desire from many that just want to see a simpler taxation system?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you again. I want to welcome my colleague from the Liberal Party back to the House as well, and I thank him for that question. I find it a bit odd to be standing here answering the question of the Liberal Party, and although I have tremendous respect for my colleague also from Winnipeg, where I reside, it was in fact the Liberal Party that put forward a number of amendments through the Budget Implementation Act we just saw before the break, to actually go against any desire by this government and by the opposition, the official opposition party, to close tax loopholes. So I'm glad he's come on board. I'm glad the Liberal Party's come on board to try to make sure that tax loopholes are actually closed, because that is what consumers want to see. They want to see tax fairness. I can assure the member that consumers and tax professionals will be well served by getting through this backlog, because if they look at the Income Tax Act and all of the grey pages in that in the book that governs how to deal with income tax issues that many of the tax professionals he referred to use, it is just so complex that this technical tax bill will eliminate many of those grey pages and make it simpler. And so I thank my colleague for coming to the table, and I hope that he will in fact support this in a timely fashion.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I heard my honourable colleague just talk about the grey part in the technical, in the Income Tax Act. And I think it's really important to reflect on that a little bit further. Certainly in Budget Pre-Committee, we had many experts come, and they came with the Income Tax Act, and they showed us what was the grey sections. And those grey sections related pieces of budget that had not actually been turned into legislation. So I wonder if my colleague could talk a little bit further about the importance of turning that grey section of the income tax into legislation, and how visual that was in terms of really assuring us that we needed to move forward. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable parliamentary secretary, who sits in committee at times for hours and hours and hours, trying to ensure that she serves the people in her riding and all Canadians in an effective way. And this is just another example of how the parliamentary secretary has been very involved in trying to ensure that this technical tax bill moves forward. Her expertise on this issue has been very, very much appreciated. So I want to thank her publicly for all that she's done in this endeavour. Now, with regards to her description of the grey pages in the book that was presented in committee, let me just describe for Canadians at home how that looked to all of us from the Finance Committee as the CGA representatives explained the complexity of those grey pages. They produced a book, the Income Tax Act, which is about the size of a Bible. My family Bible is fairly large. And in it, they were very, very disturbed that almost every second page contained what was a grey page or a grey section. Now, the grey pages or sections are those parts that have been announced as measures that would be changing but were not enacted. So again, complexity, because the tax professionals had to keep track. Every budget for over a decade, every budget that announced a measure that was going to change went in as a grey section, and they had to keep track of them year after year to make sure that they followed comfort letters or followed the intent, even though legislation clarifying and detailing the measures was not enacted. So you can imagine the size of a Bible, almost every second page had a grey paragraph or a grey page. It's time we fix this. I'm glad to have the support of members opposite to make sure it's done quickly.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata-les-Basques. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I listened very carefully to the Parliamentary Secretary's remarks, and I welcome her back to the House as well. Throughout her speech, she mentioned some aspects like simplifying the system, the tax system. As we know, the Income Tax Act was adopted many years ago. It was very few pages. Now it has over 3,000 pages, and when we look at the legislation today, which covers off a number of issues, including tax fairness, it has more than 4,000 pages in it. It's huge. I don't think there's another piece of legislation in Canada that has as much content as this Act. And like the CGA and Canadian corporations and citizens who write into us to tell us that the system is much too complex for them to find their way through it, I'd like to, in that light, ask the Parliamentary Secretary two questions. First of all, how can she justify that even if they're closing loopholes, adding 33% more content to the Income Tax Act will simplify it? And secondly, does the government intend to eventually deal with a real simplifying of this legislation? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his questions. Welcome back. As I said earlier, the government has committed to simplifying the legislation, and it's because we listened to Canadians. We've listened to experts on this issue, and people want greater clarity. They are the ones who called on us to, first of all, put forth legislation that will put an end to the confusion between what was announced in past budgets and budgets that date back 10 years that weren't incorporated into the legislation. So I'd like to reassure my colleague that as a government, we are taking steps to engage experts and Canadians and to put in place a simplified system that will be fair, effective. So I hope that my colleague opposite will support us in this endeavour, and we'll see that shortly when it comes down to voting on the matter.
Resuming debate. For la prise de débat, the honourable member for Parkdale, High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to take this opportunity to welcome all my colleagues back to the House and trust that they had an enjoyable break over the holiday period and that we're all energized and looking forward to getting back to what I'm sure will be a very busy winter and spring session. So I'm pleased today, Mr. Speaker, to rise on Bill C-48. This bill it implements over a decade of highly technical changes to Canada's tax code. And Mr. Speaker, the way I feel about this is that one of the most, if not the most important work of ourselves as elected members of Parliament is to make decisions about taxation and about spending. It is about respecting how hard Canadians work to earn the money that they get, and we make decisions about taxing that money so that we can provide for public services and public infrastructure and democratic machinery. And I think most Canadians accept the principle of paying taxes as something that keeps a healthy society. They want us, though, to have a very careful eye on their tax dollars and on how that money is spent. And I think what most Canadians want, and I hear they don't feel they get enough of, is transparency, is integrity in our system of tax collection and spending and in our government. They want accountability, and they want respect for every dollar that they send here. And so when we have situations, for example, like the parliamentary budget officer who has to take the government to court to get information about how tax dollars are being spent or what cuts to services Canadians depend on are being made, that decreases confidence in our system, confidence in the accountability and transparency of government. So, too, does the complicated nature of our tax legislation. Individuals who may not have English or French as their first language, or seniors, young people, really struggle with the complicated nature of our tax legislation and certainly yearn for greater simplicity. And that brings me to the bill that we are dealing with today. Now, many of these changes seem like they make a lot of good sense. There are provisions in C-48 to ensure that all of an airline corporation's taxable income will be attributed to the provinces and territories in which the corporation has a permanent establishment. There are provisions to discourage tax avoidance in the taxation of foreign affiliates of Canadian multinational corporations. There are anti-avoidance measures for specific leasing property and limits on the use of foreign tax credit generators for international tax avoidance, as well as housekeeping changes to the Excise Tax Act, such as repealing of a provision that has not been in use since 1999. So we believe that these changes in total will be revenue positive and that they generally move to discourage tax avoidance and therefore ensure the integrity of our existing tax law. Furthermore, the vast majority of these measures have already been in practice for several years, since it's standard practice for tax measures to take effect upon their proposal. Once they've been announced, people accept them as adopted. For these reasons, the official opposition, New Democrats, will be supporting this bill. Monsieur le Président, le projet de loi.
Mr. Speaker, Bill C-48 implements highly technical changes to the tax code over the past decade. And we believe that these changes will have a positive income on revenue. They're also generally designed to discourage tax avoidance and ensure the integrity of the existing tax system. Furthermore, the vast majority of these measures have already been in practice for several years, since it is standard practice for tax measures to take effect upon their proposal. For these reasons, the official opposition New Democrats will be supporting this bill.
Down both on tax avoidance and tax evasion, while ensuring the integrity of our tax system. That's why we've pushed since the last election in 2011 to have the Finance Committee complete its study of tax evasion. It looks like, Mr. Speaker, that we'll finally be doing that this year, hopefully. But that's why we support the changes being made in this bill, especially those that aim to reduce tax avoidance. Mr. Speaker, I do want to raise some concerns relating to the size of the bill, which comes to us at close to 1,000 pages. First, the massive scale of the bill indicates that the government needs to be more responsible regarding its handling of the tax code. In particular, it must ensure that tax proposals are legislated on a regular basis. In fact, the last technical tax bill was passed in 2001. In her fall 2009 fall update, the former Auditor General, Sheila Fraser, raised concerns about the fact that there were at least 400 outstanding technical amendments to the tax code that had not yet been put into legislation. Et je cite,
and I quote, "No technical bill amending the Tax Act has been adopted since 2001. The government has indicated it would like to see a bill of that nature introduced on a yearly basis to bring about the routine changes to the Tax Act, but that has never happened. As a result, the Department of Finance has racked up some 400 technical amendments that remain on hold, including 250 letters of intent since 1998. They recommend legislative changes that have never been made.
200 of these outstanding changes are addressed in C-48, but that still leaves hundreds of outstanding amendments. Now, I spoke recently in Calgary to a group of more than 1,000 tax practitioners, general accountants, certified general accountants, tax lawyers, and they agree that the comfort letter process works, but they want the clarity of getting these laws fully in place. It will just make their job so much easier and create greater clarity for Canadians. The Auditor General's 2009 fall report also noted that they expressed a need for the legislative changes that the comfort letters identified to be enacted. Now, during this fall's pre-budget consultations, the Certified General Accountants Association of Canada told the Finance Committee, quote, "The government must introduce a technical tax amendment bill. The last time a technical tax bill was passed by Parliament was over 11 years ago. Literally, hundreds of unlegislated tax amendments to the Income Tax Act have been proposed but not yet enacted, which brings uncertainty and unpredictability to the process. Now, Mr. Speaker, these are the experts speaking, the tax practitioners who deal with this work every day of the week. I continue to quote them. We strongly feel that implementing a sunset provision would ensure that tax amendments are legislated, which ultimately will eliminate the ever-growing backlog of unlegislated tax measures once and for all. With this provision, if a tax policy change is announced and not incorporated into legislation within a reasonable amount of time, the measure would lapse. This would bring greater clarity and certainty to tax legislation, reduce the compliance and paperwork burden, and perhaps most importantly, prevent any future legislative backlogs." End of quote. So, Mr. Speaker, what they're asking for is a sunset clause that if the government announces tax changes in 1 year, by the end of that year, they should actually bring those changes into law. Makes perfect sense. We shouldn't be waiting 11 years to get clarity on announced tax changes the government has already made. So we strongly support that recommendation from the CGA. Mr. Speaker, the Income Tax Act is a living document, perhaps more so than any other piece of legislation. Feedback from the lived experience of taxpayers and tax practitioners can help us make amendments in order to ensure the integrity of our tax system. But responsible management of the tax code means that these changes must be made on an ongoing basis. Failing to do so can lead to uncertainty for business and for tax practitioners. And one thing I've heard, Mr. Speaker, going across this country, talking to businesses from east to west coast to many places in between, is that they find this government takes too much action on an ad hoc basis for political motivations and doesn't create enough certainty by laying out a plan and following that plan. So anything we can do to create greater certainty for business leads to a better investment climate, helps businesses make decisions about investing in machinery and equipment, creating more jobs, because they have greater certainty of what the future is going to look like. And clear tax legislation helps do just that. Failing to do so leads to uncertainty, and that's why we need the government to act so that we don't have decisions being made on an ad hoc basis. People and business want predictability and reliability in our tax system. Without these basic building blocks of predictability and reliability, businesses can't take effective fiscal planning. And the same certainty needs to be had for Canadian families. These ad hoc boutique tax credits undermine our tax base, take revenue out of our tax system, but also are unpredictable for Canadian families. Their introduction on an ad hoc basis means it's difficult for families to plan ahead of time for their tax obligations. As the former Auditor General noted, quote, "If proposed technical changes are not tabled regularly, the volume of amendments becomes difficult for taxpayers, tax practitioners, and parliamentarians to absorb when they are grouped into one large package." End quote. Amen. That's what we have today, a bill of about 1,000 pages bringing more than a decade of tax changes into one bill does not create a situation of the greatest transparency. And yet we need transparency and accountability for something that touches all Canadians and all businesses, which is our tax legislation. So it's become a pattern with this Parliament to create these massive omnibus budget bills with hundreds of pages of legislation and very, very little time to examine it. Furthermore, only a fraction of MPs, like the Canadian public in general, are tax specialists.
With respect to Bill C-48, Thomas McDonnell, a tax lawyer, said, and I quote, "Added to this, we have the tabling of a huge so-called Technical Tax Amendments Act. My printed version of the amendments and explanatory notes amount to over 900 pages. This bill will also be passed without hardly any debate, any in-depth debate at the House of Commons. Most MPs voting on this bill will admit that they haven't even read it and that they haven't attempted to fully grasp the consequences of their vote, whether it's for or against. This is not how Parliament is supposed to do one of its essential tasks, which involves generating income. It's sad to say, but I believe that the majority of MPs do not understand this aspect of Parliament's role, or they don't have the courage to stand up and defend it." Unquote.
So, while we do not support this government's serial use of omnibus legislation, we recognize that because C-48 makes technical changes to a smaller number of closely related laws, that does make a big difference. The vast majority of these measures have already been in practice for several years and have incorporated feedback from tax practitioners. This is a stark contrast to the Conservatives' Trojan horse budget bills, C-38 and C-45, which made sweeping changes to everything from environmental protection and government accountability to immigration and EI, all without thorough consultation, debate, or scrutiny. That being said, this bill still poses a definite challenge for parliamentarians, most of whom will not have the opportunity to thoroughly study this bill and won't be able to study it at committee. Transparency must be at the heart of our work as publicly elected representatives. We must do everything in our power to ensure that legislation receives full and informed debate in this House. I therefore urge my colleagues to ensure that this bill receives thorough debate and consideration at all stages, but I also think we need to go further. I think it's our responsibility as MPs to be continually examining how we can most effectively represent the interests of our constituents, including in the tax system. People lose confidence when they see government ineptitude, such as the financing of the F-35 procurement program or individual expenses like $16 orange juice. But in the tax system, when a dishonest few refuse to live up to their responsibilities, not only do the rest of us pay more to make up for it, but those who do seek to live up to their responsibilities are put at a competitive disadvantages. And I'm thinking of business here. This places enormous pressure on corporations and business owners. Too many businesses find themselves in a race to match the tax avoidance measures of their competitors. Public budgets provide so much that Canadians value most. Basic government services are the foundation of our economy, infrastructure, police, education, and our legal system itself. Now, in testimony to the Senate Banking Committee, Marlene Laguerre, the former chief of the Sales Tax Division in the Department of Finance Tax Policy Branch, explained, and I quote, "Until now, the choice has probably been more in favour of combining measures so as to put forward fewer bills. I think the lesson that we have learned from this experience is that it may be preferable to change that balance somewhat." And I'm speaking of the omnibus bills. That may mean putting forward smaller bills which would contain measures that would be enacted on a more timely basis. That is, let's make the changes going forward within a year after they're announced so that there is clarity for taxpayers and for tax practitioners, and so that we are fully recouping the tax dollars for changes that have been announced. It's inexcusable it's taken so long for the sitting government to take action on these changes made. Mr. Speaker, the official opposition stands firmly in support of focusing on compliance and creating clear tax structures in a timely manner to ensure the integrity of our tax system. That's why we're supporting Bill C-48. However, the massive size of this bill demonstrates that there is still a huge amount of work to do in getting such technical changes legislated in a timely fashion. Failing to do so hurts taxpayers and tax practitioners and makes it difficult for a proper evaluation by Parliament. Monsieur le Président, l'opposition officielle.
Mr. Speaker, the official opposition stands firmly in support of focusing on compliance and closing unexpected loopholes in a timely manner in order to ensure the integrity of our tax system. That's why we'll be supporting C-48. However, the massive size of this bill demonstrates that there's still work to be done in getting such technical changes legislated in a timely fashion. Failing to do so hurts taxpayers and tax practitioners and makes it difficult to allow for proper evaluation by Parliament.
I urge my colleagues on all sides of the House to work to ensure that this bill receives thorough examination and discussion in Parliament. We will continue to work to ensure the integrity of our tax system with a more effective process when it comes to technical tax legislation. We need to continually demonstrate our respect for the hard work of Canadians and the taxes they send to Ottawa, and reward that with transparency and predictability. And New Democrats, when we get the opportunity in 2015, will do just that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Honorable député de Rimouski.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Neches-Témiscouata Basque. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations to my colleague from Parkdale High Park, who's the official opposition critic on finance. Congratulations on a great speech. I worked with her on the Finance Committee, and this is a question that came up at committee, and rightly so. We have a bill here that is over 950 pages long, which will amend the Income Tax Act and other related acts, and the Income Tax Act. I asked the question earlier of the Parliamentary Secretary after her speech. I asked about simplifying the Act because the Act itself is already 3,000 pages long, and with this bill there will have to be further additions to the Income Tax Act because a number of loopholes will be closed to make the tax system fairer. But I'm a bit confused about the government's philosophy. How is it by adding more measures, more clauses, even if it's to close tax loopholes, how is that a simplification of the Income Tax Act? So I would ask my colleague what she thinks about the process followed by the Conservative government. How is this a simplification, and how are we to interpret the government's silence on these questions that are of concern both to the private sector and to ordinary Canadians? I'd like to thank my colleague for his very important question. Overly complicated legislation, it's a challenge even for tax experts to make heads or tails of these pieces of legislation. And that's their daily work. They have to negotiate these tax laws, but it's too complicated even for experts. So when it comes to ordinary people, to Canadian families, to small businesses, it's really too much of a challenge. The government thinks it's simplifying things, but they're saying that it's black when it's white. Basically, the legislation gets more and more complicated with each tax loophole. The Act becomes increasingly complicated, and that's why the Income Tax Act has to be simplified. Our taxes have to be fair and progressive, but simpler, more straightforward, so that people can understand, so that people can pay their taxes and do their tax returns, and make it simpler for companies, too, so that they can plan better plan their investments. It'll help with hiring more Canadians, create more jobs in this period with far too high levels of unemployment, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague from Parkdale High Park for her speech. I'm very pleased to be able to discuss this with her and my colleague from Témiscouata Basque on the Finance Committee. I hope I deserve the confidence that's been placed in me so far. I have a question about my colleague's speech, a question about the government's attempt to catch up with this bill. It's a massive bill. It's a monster bill. But the very serious problem is that it's so unwieldy. It really reflects a failure on the part of government, a failure to keep up. It's hardly surprising from this side of the House because we've been condemning the government's resorting in various areas to slipshod, reactionary work. Now, there are fewer than 3 years left in this government's term, and perhaps we can hope that more catching up is still to come. But my question for my colleague is, could the government do a better job of this to help taxpayers out more, given the huge tower, the huge challenge when we eventually take power? How would we clean up the tax system better? I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, and I'd like to welcome him as a new member on the Finance Committee. Precisely, this catching up, this upkeep of the tax legislation should be done annually. That was the practice. The former Auditor General recommended an annual approach to updating the Act. I asked the Parliamentary Secretary that question, and I didn't really get a clear answer. But I would say that in the interests of transparency, tax transparency, the government really should decide to make tax changes each and every year. In the interests of predictability and transparency and accountability, it would be better to make changes every year. And as we can see now, it took 11 years before this housekeeping was done. It should be done annually.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if the member could pick up on the point in terms of priorities. Here, the government's been in office for a number of years, but let's say we cut them a little bit of slack and we just say over the last year, why is it that the government has been so negligent in terms of bringing forward the legislation? This is amendments. We're talking about hundreds of pages of amendments that to the Tax Act, and as she has quite correctly pointed out, very important tax amendments that could have and should have been made quite a while ago. So if taxation as a policy is important to government, one would think that it would be a higher priority. My question to the member is, why does she believe it's taken the government so long in bringing forward this particular piece of legislation? I appreciate the fact that she sits on the Finance Committee.
Member for Parkdale High Park.
I thank my colleague for his question, and it is just a basic measure of good public administration and respect for the hard work of Canadians that we would want to clarify and keep current with our tax legislation. And so it is yet again a misallocation of priorities to let this kind of a bill sit for, and these changes accumulate for 11 years. Now, I will also note that the member's party, under his government also, under the Liberals, there were changes that had accumulated for many years and also were not enacted. So we have 11 years of changes that have been announced and that accountants and families and businesses have been living by, but have never been enacted into law. Now, one would say that is a failure in the realm of public administration. I would argue it is, and that what this government needs to do is not only capture all of these and outstanding changes in legislation, but needs to implement what has been recommended many times, Mr. Speaker, a Sunset Act, which says if you announce a change and you don't change the law as government within a year, that change falls by the wayside and is no longer applicable.
We have time for one short question. The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to first of all congratulate my colleague, the member for Parkdale High Park, on an excellent analysis of the bill, for which I'm grateful. I guess my question is for, in respect of your role on the Finance Committee, to ask if you have any actions to advise as to what the government is doing to ensure compliance by the public with the technical tax changes that are contemplated. Is the government being asked to change the way in which it seeks compliance with these admittedly very technical changes?
Honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Well, that's an interesting question because, of course, as part of the cuts by the federal government, there have been cuts, of course, to CRA, which is the body that oversees our tax compliance. And it would lead me to think that we will be less vigilant in making sure that our laws are complied with. We don't know exactly how these cuts are taking place because, of course, the Parliamentary Budget Officer has had such a difficult time getting this information. But we need to have, you know, the CRA staff are the ones who make sure that people do comply with the legislation. And once the rules are in place, we want to make sure that all Canadians and all businesses are paying their fair share.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kings Hants.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and welcome back, Mr. Speaker, to you and to all our colleagues in the House. I rise this afternoon, of course, to speak to Bill C-48, the Technical Tax Amendments Act 2012. C-48 is 955 pages in length, with 428 amendments. Now, I'm going to use my time in the House today to examine how we got to this point and where we are now examining such a mammoth bill. Looking at the recent history of technical tax bills, including the Auditor General's report from the November 2009 on income tax legislation, as well as the study by Public Accounts Committee on that report, and I'm going to try to, or I intend to talk about the need for Parliament to regularly adopt technical tax legislation in a timely manner, as well as the overwhelming need to thoroughly examine and, yes, simplify the Income Tax Act. Finally, I would like to use the remaining time to briefly discuss Bill C-48 itself. Recent history of technical tax bills, to start off, if C-48 receives royal assent, it will be the first technical tax bill to do so since Bill C-22, the Income Tax Amendments Act of 2000, which received royal assent in June 2001, almost 12 years ago. With such a massive bill before us now, it begs the question, why hasn't Parliament approved any technical tax bill since 2001? The previous Liberal government did publish technical amendments for public comment on 3 separate occasions, December 2002, February 2004, and July 2005. Those amendments were then introduced in Parliament in 2006 as Bill C-33, the Income Tax Amendments Act of 2006. Bill C-33 received third reading and made it to the other House, but it died on the order paper when the Prime Minister asked the Governor-General to prorogue Parliament in 2007. Later in 2007, an identical version of this legislation was tabled as Bill C-10. Once again, the legislation made it to the other House and died on the order paper when the Prime Minister once again asked the Governor-General to prorogue Parliament in 2008. And since then, nothing. For 4 years, the Conservatives failed to introduce a technical tax bill in Parliament. Now, clearing up the growing backlog of technical tax amendments was nowhere to be found on the list of priorities. Next week, the Conservatives will pass the 7th-year mark in government, but they have yet to pass a single technical tax bill. And it is a failure of public administration. It's not good public administration that it has taken this long, particularly when, in fact, when the Conservative government was elected, there was already legislation that died at the time of the 2006 election, but that could have been introduced after. And, of course, twice prorogation killed legislative attempts to deal with this. I wanted to speak to the Auditor General's report. In the fall of 2009, the Auditor General, Sheila Fraser, reported on the government's inability to take action on this. She emphasized the need for the government to introduce technical tax legislation in order to bring clarity to the Income Tax Act. When she released her report, she said, quote, "The Income Tax Act is one of the longest and most complex pieces of federal legislation. Taxpayers have the right to expect clear guidance on how to interpret the Act so they can determine how much income tax they owe." It makes sense, Mr. Speaker. In her report, she argued that by failing to provide clarity through technical tax amendments, the government was increasing the costs for everyone involved. From the report, quote, "For taxpayers, the negative effects of uncertainty may include higher costs of obtaining professional advice to comply with tax law, less efficiency in doing business transactions, inability of publicly traded companies to use proposed tax changes in their financial reportage because they have not been, quote, substantively enacted, greater cynicism about the fairness of the tax system, and increased willingness to use aggressive tax plans. For the tax administrator, the negative effects may include higher costs for providing additional guidance and interpretations to taxpayers and tax auditors, and higher administrative costs for reprocessing the tax returns after an outstanding legislative amendment is enacted and for obtaining waivers to extend the limitation period for reassessment. The result may be uncertainty in the amount of tax revenues to be collected by the government and the possible loss of tax revenue. So what the Auditor General is saying is that this is not some esoteric, arcane discussion as to whether or not the failure of the government to provide in a timely manner these technical tax amendments to the House and to pass them. It does result in higher transaction costs for companies. It does result in confusion for Canadian taxpayers, not knowing how these will affect them, and higher costs from professionals in terms of accountants, in terms of auditors in dealing with these. And again, and to quote the Auditor General's report, the result may be uncertainty in the amount of tax revenues to be collected by the government and the possible loss of tax revenues. So it actually affects the amount of revenue that the government is collecting or can collect. The Auditor General went on to warn parliamentarians that we must not wait to pass a technical tax bill. We must clear the backlog immediately and then regularly adopt technical tax amendments. From her report, she said, quote, "If proposed technical changes are not tabled regularly, the volume of amendments becomes difficult for taxpayers, tax practitioners, and parliamentarians to absorb when they are grouped into such a large package." Finally, she pleaded with the Department of Finance to fix the situation. La vérificatrice générale, Sheila Fraser.
The Auditor General, Sheila Fraser, said that the Finance Department must do more to alert the government and Parliament to the urgency of this problem. It should review its way of managing this process.
I'd like to also speak beyond the Auditor General's report. We also have a report from the Public Accounts Committee. In early 2010, the Public Accounts Committee, then chaired by my former colleague from Charlottetown, the Honourable Sean Murphy, studied the Auditor General's report. The committee shared her concerns about the waste and mismanagement that resulted from the Conservatives doing nothing to introduce these technical amendments. And quite naturally, the committee wanted to know when the problem would be fixed. So they called the Deputy Minister of Finance and the Commissioner of the National Revenue Agency before the committee. These officials assured the committee members that the problem was under control and the solution was forthcoming. From the committee's April 2010 report, and I quote, "Officials from the department told the committee that they are hoping to have a technical bill ready for the government's review within the next couple of months. They're also considering releasing smaller packages of technical amendments on a regular basis, although officials told the committee that they would not be in a position to propose annual technical bills until the end of 2011. Unquote. If senior officials were back in 2010 telling a parliamentary committee that a technical tax bill would be ready within a few months, you've got to ask yourself, as parliamentarians, we have to ask ourselves, what happened? What we really need, broadly, frankly, is tax reform and tax simplification. The fact is that the Income Tax Act, and this has happened over a long period of time, not just under this government, has grown too large and unwieldy. But it is notable that under this Conservative government, the Income Tax Act has actually grown by almost 1/6 in size. We have arrived at the point where even accountants, the very profession that bases their livelihood on interpreting on behalf of clients the complexity of tax laws, are now regularly lobbying Parliament, lobbying the Finance Committee for tax simplification. I mean, even the accountants are saying the tax code is too complex. The Canadian Institute of Chartered Accountants stated in their most recent pre-budget submission, and I quote, "Reducing complexity in Canada's domestic tax regime is crucial to easing the regulatory burden placed on Canadian businesses and attracting investment. Simplifying our tax system would make the country more competitive and allow both individuals and businesses to prosper." According to the Global Competitiveness Report of 2010 to 2011 issued by the World Economic Forum, tax regulations are among the top 4 most problematic factors cited by business executives for doing business in Canada. Many aspects of Canada's tax system have become too complex, and we recommend that the government establish a national consultation process to examine tax simplification measures. That was from the Canadian Institute of Chartered Accountants pre-budget submission to the House of Commons Finance Committee. And the most recent pre-budget submission from the Certified General Accountants Association of Canada includes the following recommendation. Quote, "To modernize Canada's tax system, make it simple, transparent, and more efficient. Introduce and pass a technical tax bill to deal with unlegislated tax proposals. Implement a sunset provision to prevent further legislative backlogs, and appoint an independent panel of experts to recommend steps to reform Canada's tax system." Mr. Speaker, it's important to realize that we have not had a comprehensive review of Canada's tax laws and our tax code since the Royal Commission on Taxation in the 1960s. The Carter Commission published its report in 1966, and the changes were implemented in 1972. Now, when you think of it, that's over 40 years ago. And if you asked us to sum up in one word what has changed in the Canadian and global economies since 1972, probably the word would be everything. The reality is that there have been so many fundamental changes, structural changes to the global economy and the Canadian economy since 1972 that we desperately need a thorough study of, review of, perhaps even a royal commission to deal with the tax changes that we need as a country, and with the objective of building a fairer, potentially more competitive in terms of economic growth and the capacity to attract investment, and yes, a simpler tax system. We have in this House talked about the issue of income inequality. Well, that has to be a consideration when you're talking about tax reform. We've talked about issues of competitiveness and what kinds of taxes render an economy less competitive. and we have to take a look at those. We have to study the fact that, to what extent can we use the tax system to incentivize greater investment in the research, development, and commercialization of technologies, potentially clean technologies, and to green our production of energy in Canada, including cleaner conventional energy, including the oil sands, and what are the kinds of tax incentives we can offer to make it more attractive to invest in and develop those technologies as we move forward. So the reality is that since 1972, when the Carter Commission came in, among other things, the Carter Commission got rid of inheritance tax in Canada and replaced it with a capital gains tax. I mean, that was a significant change at the time. Today, we may look at that differently and consider some of the advice being given by tax experts both within Canada and globally. And clearly, to not have any thorough study of our tax system since 1972 indicates how woefully out of date our current tax code is. And the reality is the Conservatives, as I mentioned, have increased it by 1/6 of its size as a government since the tax code under this Conservative government. And in fact, they've made it more complicated and less fair, because many of the tax changes they've brought in, and some people refer to them as boutique tax credits for children in hockey, tax credits for children studying music, tax credits for family caregivers, for volunteer firefighters. We all believe it's laudable to support volunteer firefighters, family caregivers, supporting families, putting their children in activities. We all support that. But the reality is it does complicate the tax code, number one. And number two, the fact that these tax credits have been non-refundable means that the lowest income Canadian families, the people who need the help the most, whether it's a family caregiver tax credit or families with children in activities, these low-income families actually don't qualify, Mr. Speaker. And so the Conservatives not only have complicated our tax system, but by making these tax credits non-refundable, they have actually rendered our tax system less fair and, in fact, have contributed to income inequality and income disparity in Canada by actually not helping the people who need the help the most, and those are low-income families who actually perversely do not qualify for these tax credits. Speaker, I'd like to speak a little bit about the Canada Revenue Agency, because when the tax code grows in size and complexity, so do the requests for CRA for clarification. Now, governments have the power to compel residents to pay taxes, and that's a huge power. But with that power comes the responsibility to provide taxpayers with clarity around the law, and to recognize that not every Canadian taxpayer, and in fact the vast majority, can't really afford professional help to deal with these complexities. One of the ways that government can provide clarity around tax law is with advanced income tax rulings. That's an area where the Governor General examined this in her 2009, or the Auditor General rather examined this in her 2009 report. It's also an area where the CRA is failing and the record is getting worse. The CRA has set a record for itself to issue advanced income tax rulings within 60 days. But in 2004, the CRA met this target. But 3 years ago, the average ruling took the CRA 98 days. 2 years ago, it was 102 days. Last year, it was 106 days, close to double the target CRA set for itself. These delays lead to increased costs both for the taxpayer and the government. And I should say that cuts to the public service under this government, including cuts to CRA, good public servants in CRA who are working in places like Charlottetown, PEI, those cuts to CRA or in Prince Edward Island, those cuts to CRA are actually perversely going to lead to the government ultimately not only contributing to ambiguity and confusion around interpretation of these tax changes, but also to actually collecting less money. One of the things that we discovered in our study around offshore accounts and the offshoring of personal wealth by many Canadians is that investments by the previous government, the Liberal government, to CRA to specifically target the offshore accounts led to a huge level of success in terms of return on investment, in terms of collecting this money. The Conservatives have actually cut back funding to CRA, which will actually, in time, I think, reduce governance and the capacity to target, identify, and collect from offshore accounts, among other and in other areas where we could collect more in terms of taxes. The Auditor General said in her report, now quote, if the agency's guidance is not timely or correct, and she's speaking about the CRA, taxpayers may inadvertently fail to comply with the law, or they may become frustrated because the information they need is not available. Either may lead to a loss of tax revenue or an overpayment that later must be adjusted. Elle a recommandé que
She recommended that, given the importance of the anticipated decisions in terms of income tax in the case of commercial transactions that were envisaged by taxpayers, the CRA should develop more concrete plans that would allow it to broaden the targets that it sets for the handing down of these decisions in a timely fashion.
So again, this is another report where the Auditor General is being extremely clear with some specific measures, corrective measures that the government could take. In 2009, the government said that they agreed with this recommendation, but their results suggest, or the dismal results suggest, that nothing is being done about it. Last week, the Canadian Federation of Independent Business issued a press release entitled CRA Call Center Business Helpline Gets a C grade from the CFIB. According to the CFIB, only 61% of callers receive full and accurate information, and service standards and agent professionalism has declined. Again, Mr. Speaker, we're not blaming the CRA employees, but the government is making it very difficult for them to do their jobs. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I would say that we are concerned. First of all, we do support the idea of C-48 being presented now, finally dealing with some of these issues, but we do not support the tax direction of this government, which is ultimately creating a less fair, less competitive, and more complicated Canadian tax system. And we do believe we need more than tax tinkering. We need real tax reform aimed at building a more competitive, fairer, and simpler Canadian tax code. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from King's Hands for his comments and welcome him back to the House and look forward to continuing to work with him on the Finance Committee. And I appreciated his comments on tax avoidance and tax havens, and certainly that is why, as New Democrats on the Finance Committee, we have been pushing hard to get the government to complete its study of tax havens that was begun under the previous government, and we believe that especially at a time of fiscal restraint, and which this government chooses to address through austerity measures, that if there is money that is being put in tax havens that ought to be collected by CRA and used for all of the services and programs that Canadians want and need, then we should have that money so that everyone is paying their fair share. But I do want to ask my colleague that, and he has emphasized the importance of making sure that these tax changes follow the announcements of the measures when they are announced by government, and that it has been over 11 years since the last changes were made. The last technical tax bill was passed in 2001. Now, Until 2006, it was a Liberal government dealing with this, a government that also let things slide for several years. And I'm wondering why, during the time that the Liberals were in power, why they too did not live up to their responsibility to make sure these technical changes were passed in a timely fashion for Canadians.
Member for Kings Hants.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yes, I appreciate the honourable member, first of all, her point that the previous Liberal government had set in place both funding and action to target offshore accounts. And with remarkable success, the investment in CRA capacity at the time led to a significant success in collecting money from offshore accounts. Further, the Liberal Senator Percy Down has done terrific work in the other place on this. In terms of her question about the technical amendments, in December 2002, February 2004, and July 2005, under the previous Liberal government, the government did publish these technical amendments for public comment on these 3 different occasions. Now, these amendments were actually introduced in Parliament in 2006 as Bill C-33, the Income Tax Amendments Act of 2006. And Bill C-33 received third reading and made it to the other House, but it died on the order paper when the Prime Minister asked the Governor-General to prorogue Parliament in 2007. So, and that was a case, where the Prime Minister, of course, did that more than once, and prorogation under this current Conservative government killed more than that legislation and others, but it actually set back the clock on a lot of these technical amendments.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Kings Hants for his remarks, and in particular his reference to my riding. Prince Edward Island is the only province in Canada where a taxpayer cannot get in-person assistance with income tax issues, but that's also the case for immigrants in Prince Edward Island, people looking to have their EI claims processed, veterans. All of those services have been removed. Prince Edward Island is also the only place where you can't get a passport, the only province. However, my question relates to his theme regarding income tax simplification, and I know my colleague has for some time spoken out against the piecemeal amendments to the Income Tax Act and the boutique tax credits. So my question for him is if he could elaborate a little bit more on what he sees as the process and the important elements of the clarification, large-scale clarification and simplification of our income tax system. Thank you.
Member for Kings Hants.
Sure. Well, first of all, again, we have the tax code, which was already bloated previously by, since the Carter Commission report and the tax changes 1972. There's been, every government has added complexity to the tax system, but no government has added as much complexity to the tax system as the current Conservative government that has increased the tax code by 1/6 since assuming power in 2006. I think we have to take a serious look at issues of fairness when we make these changes. Certainly the issue of gap between rich and poor and growing inequality of opportunity has to be a focus. We even have the World Economic Forum out of Geneva and Davos, Switzerland, coming out with a report 2 weeks ago saying one of the greatest or the greatest economic challenge facing the planet right now is that of income inequality. And actually recognizing that the government's tax credits, these tax credits for various activities, whether it's volunteer firefighters or for children and activities, family caregivers, we all supporting those laudable activities. But their tax credits, the Conservative tax credits, actually exclude low-income Canadians because they're non-refundable. So that actually makes the situation not only more complex in terms of our tax code, but actually makes it less equitable to low-income Canadians. But I would argue we should take a look at other examples of tax reform globally, because some countries have actually conducted massive study and reform of their tax systems to radically simplify their tax systems and to make to reduce the transaction costs of investment and business and to make their economies more competitive. So I think you can actually have a fairer tax system and a more competitive tax system at the same time, and a simpler tax system. And there are some great experts, some great expertise within Canada and globally. Finally, on the issue of fairness, it's interesting that on income inequality, that Warren Buffett, who's hardly some globophobic socialist Luddite, is actually saying that we have too much income inequality, the tax system should be reformed, and it's not fair that his assistant pays a higher percentage of her income in taxes than he does, as an example.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Honorable Député de Rimouski-Nejet.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet, Témiscouata-des-Basques. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for King's Hants for his remarks. The concerns, their concerns, in fact, are very similar to ones expressed on our side, and I put questions about simplifying, in fact, the tax system that's required. At present, the Income Tax Act is 3,000 pages long, and a bill like this one will add to it significantly. Now, when we talk about simplifying it, we refer to the length, of course, but also to the complex nature of the system itself. There are a few aspects that the Honourable Member mentioned in his speech, but I would like to say that what adds to the complexity of the tax system is not necessarily the tax rates, but two aspects. One, loopholes, and as the system becomes increasingly complex, there are even more loopholes that can be used by experts to put forth recommendations. And then there's also the speed at which the government can close the loopholes in putting forth a bill of this size. Secondly, there's also what we're talking about, boutique tax credits, which will be designed to please a certain group, but which will make the system even more complex. So I'd like the Honourable Member to comment on the latitude that the current government has with respect to the system. Would it perhaps not be a good idea to have a commission examine the situation, or would that help or hinder the system for Canadians and improve our competitiveness? The Honourable Member for King's Hants.
There's less than 1 minute left for his response. The Honourable Member.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I agree with the idea of a commission. It could perhaps take a look at our tax system to make some recommendations in order to make our system fairer, simpler, and perhaps at the same time more competitive in a global economy. That's a very important consideration. In the past, for example, a number of royal commissions were set up, but it's been a long time since we've had one to look at such an important issue as this one. In the past, commissions were perhaps overused. There were a number of commissions set up in order to avoid decision-making. But now, specifically for the tax policy issues, it might well be time to have a commission, a royal commission, consider the matter. Order. The time for question and comments has expired. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Témiscouata-Nejet-Les-Basques. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. This is Bill C-48 that we're discussing, and as you can see, it's very thick. It's got over 1,500 pages. And as my colleague, the member for Parkdale Hyde Park, has said, we'll be supporting this bill. It contains a number of measures to close loopholes. It deals with a number of issues that have come into play gradually through the CRA, and it's necessary. Now, what we need to acknowledge, however, as I said in a previous remark, Mr. Speaker, is that this bill, which will amend the Income Tax Act, it'll amend other acts such as the Excise Tax Act, the Federal Provincial Fiscal Arrangements Act, the Goods and Services Tax Act, and related legislation. And it will make the system more complex. It's already complex enough as it stands. Now let me go over the origins of this bill. The Department of Finance in October 2012 came forward with the Ways and Means motion. It was over 950 pages long, and it covered off and consolidated all outstanding fiscal measures. These measures date back to 2002, and some date back even farther. A number of decisions have been made, including the CRA, which receives notices from corporations, fiscal advisors to look at the interpretation of certain aspects of the Interpretation Act and to interpret in a certain way, and the agency realizes that that wasn't what the legislation covered and proposes a measure to change it. So the interpretation by the CRA over more than 450 aspects has built up over the time, and as a result today, 10 years after the last adoption of a technical tax act, well, we have another one. Now, of course, there were consultations with the private sector, and at the Finance Committee, which I'm a member of, we had an opportunity to hear from representatives from the private sector who talked about the various aspects relating to the tax system, on technical issues, but also on the current complex nature of the bill. And I will go back to that matter a little later in my speech. So since November 2012, we have Bill C-48. Out of 308 members in this House, there are perhaps 10 who will read it in total. And that's unfortunate because these are very important aspects. Yes, they are technical, but it also will, by not reading it, prevent people from explaining these aspects to their constituents, focusing on the Act. It's simply been tabled here in Parliament. It was tabled in November at first reading, and it will be discussed at the Finance Committee following second reading here. But for these crucial issues, such as the tax system, what we're seeing is this bill being tabled in the House quickly. We're being called upon to adopt the measures, and plenty of measures that won't have been examined completely by the members of this House. And because of its complex nature, it's so highly technical, it will be difficult to understand the scope of the measures contained within the bill. So we'll do as good a job as we can, our best at the Finance Committee, but it will be difficult. Now, Bill C-48 is an omnibus bill. We all agree on that. But contrary to Bill C-38 and C-45, which were the mammoth bills, this bill is a real omnibus bill. C-45 and C-48 contained a number of measures, disparate measures. More than 130 acts were either amended, repealed, or introduced in one vote. What we're looking at here is a bill that has one basic principle, which is to make legislation consistent. And I'd like to go back, in fact, to the definition of an omnibus bill, Mr. Speaker, according to the Library of Parliament. An omnibus bill, which is considered appropriate, is one that, while it seeks to create and amend a number of unrelated bills, has a basic principle or a fundamental objective which justifies the measures contained within it, intelligible and important for parliamentary purposes. So this bill is an omnibus bill. C-38 and C-45 were not appropriate omnibus bills, but C-48 is. Now, the common thread in this 1,000-page bill is that it updates a number of outstanding fiscal measures and coordinates them with the current system. Now, in terms of tax amendments, the application of these measures is quite unique. We've got a majority government, and as my colleague, the critic for finance for the official opposition, said in her speech, we will be supporting this bill at second reading, but the rules will be adopted, and in fact, they're practically in force if we look at the international financial reporting standards. And that they have been in force, practically speaking, since November 2012 for private corporations. So since about November 21st, we've been giving more stability to corporations and private companies based on international standards, which is something they've welcomed, and we did hear that on a number of occasions at the Finance Committee. For several years now, there have been attempts to harmonize standardized accounting rules and tax rules internationally, and that's another aspect which is somewhat problematic, something that warrants consideration by this government. And that's easy to understand because it helps fight tax evasion. The Honourable Member for Brassard-Lafrairie will be addressing that issue. The subject will be discussed, is being discussed by the Finance Committee. And because the world economy is increasingly integrated, standards are important. But there are a number of loopholes in the legislation for corporations, for example. With consistent tax legislation, we will be able to help companies to be competitive and to know what to expect, in fact, because they will have predictable rules in place, and that will minimize risks that our various industries will be facing. In passing, the OECD has played an important role in coordinating these attempts internationally to standardize fiscal issues. Now, in Canada, the Canadian Council of Accounting Standards has been behind these efforts, and the Canada Revenue Agency has said, in fact, that most of these initiatives are already in force for companies without public reporting requirements. And, as I said, most of these measures are already being used by accounting corporations. Most of the changes contained in C-48 are not only well known by the main stakeholders, but are already being put into place in their practices. So that's why there shouldn't be any big surprises in the debate surrounding this bill and its adoption. There are no new initiatives contained in C-48, with the exception of two mini technical bills contained therein. Now, as I mentioned earlier, and as the parliamentary secretary said, as our critic for finance said, the current act is over 3,000 pages long. It dates back to 1997, but at the time there were only 10 pages. Now there are over 3,000. A bill like this one will undoubtedly add a significant number of pages to the Income Tax Act, with a view to eliminating some loopholes. However, there are many opportunities for additional loopholes to be created because the system's so complex, and they could be created by people who can afford to deal with tax experts, and these loopholes can be used to reduce equity through certain maneuvers. And there's a very well-known tax expert in Quebec, Brigitte Alpin, who wrote a book last year which explained that the Canadian tax system is heading towards a dead end, that the government should take action before it's too late. In her book, and she explains, and I'll quote, that to ensure the longevity of the tax system, it must comply with three main principles. In fact, it must be simple, effective, and fair. But unfortunately, the Canadian system is moving dangerously in a different direction. And that's why it's important to review its fundamental principles.
And in her book, she also says that the tax system has to be economically neutral. That is, it shouldn't be more expensive to administer. And she quotes from a Fraser Institute report in 2007 that has to do with the compliance and administrative costs of taxation in Canada. According to that study, it costs the system between $19 and $31 billion, or $955 per Canadian, to administer the tax system. That's a huge cost. It shouldn't cost almost $1,000 per Canadian per year to administer the Income Tax Act. So we need to have a debate, and C-48 gives us this opportunity. We have to have this debate because it's about the simplicity of the system. It's important for every Canadian, including those that each one of us represents here in the House. The Supreme Court has already said that the Tax Act has to be certain, predictable, and stable so that people can plan their affairs. And the Auditor General, also in 2009 in her fall report, talked about the need for clarity and certainty. She said that taxpayers don't know how to respect their obligations if they can't understand the tax rules. If it's unclear, where there's confusion, taxpayers may have trouble establishing how much tax they owe. It might also encourage them to find ways to avoid paying tax. So ultimately, Mr. Speaker, this is an issue that's so fundamental, so important. It was one of the key topics of the Finance Committee's pre-budget consultations, which we conducted prior to the last budget, and we heard from a lot of witnesses who mentioned problems and the wall that the Canadian tax system was heading for if we don't do something about it. Denis Saint-Pierre, who's the head of an advisory group on tax policy from the Canadian Chartered Accountants Association, which the government says supported them. But he did say something that the government didn't refer to. He said that when the Finance Committee invited Canadians to share their concerns and priorities for Budget 2013, the committee asked potential witnesses 5 questions, and we gave one answer. Just our only priority was simplify the tax system. The Canadian tax system is unnecessarily complex. Business people will tell you this. My clients tell me this. The complexity of the system hinders Canadian competitivity, and it makes it difficult for businesses to invest, create jobs, and stimulate economic growth. The Canadian Chamber of Commerce indicates that the complexity of the Canadian tax system is one of the 10 main obstacles to competitiveness. Simplifying the tax system is the top priority of the Canadian Association of Chartered Accountants in the area of public policy. Mr. Robin Bobosel, who's Vice President of Public Affairs for the Edmonton Chamber of Commerce, said exactly the same thing. He said one of the most significant costs to business is compliance with tax legislation. The code is simply so complex, the Tax Act. It's so hard to produce tax returns. This is a hindrance to Canada's competitivity internationally, and it will only get worse if the Tax Act is not simplified. One last witness, Michael Conway, Director of the International Finance Leaders of Canada, he said that to the committee that we recommend that the Finance Minister create a task force to do a comprehensive study of the Income Tax Act in order to simplify it, because it's become impossible to meet all the provisions and requirements of the Tax Act, and the costs are simply too high. It's too costly to administer for government, and it puts an excessive burden on companies, particularly small business, who are one of the main drivers of the economy. The committee recommended unanimously in its final report that the federal government proceed with a comprehensive review of the tax system in order to ensure equity and neutrality and to close tax loopholes that allow some taxpayers to avoid paying their fair share of taxes. The complexity and the burden of the tax system aren't just expensive to taxpayers, but also to the entire economy. I think what's important to say here is that when we're talking about the tax system, this is somewhat technical for some, but it goes to one of the essential features of being Canadian, and that is the idea of contributing fairly to society, to this country that we live in. I think what's clear, and I said this, is that this government, so far, since 2011 at least, since we were the official opposition, and even before, has treated the tax system with such offhandedness. When we talk about amending the Tax Act, the government repeatedly talks about this boogeyman, this carbon tax, NDP carbon tax boogeyman. It's simply not true, but we can see the position they take when they say that the NDP wants to tax and spend, which is absolutely not true. If you look at the performance of all NDP governments in Canada, obviously we haven't governed nationally, but when you look at NDP governments provincially, they have the best performance in terms of balanced budgets of all parties who have governed in the provinces and territories, or including the federal government, since 1982, if you want to go that far back. So what we need now, what the NDP is prepared to do, I think it's probably also the intent of the other opposition parties, is we want to have a review of the tax system, an overhaul, not in a partisan way, not in a political way. When you consult ordinary Canadians, often they don't know what's simply government window dressing, what are the facts. So when we talk about the complexity of the tax system, we're not talking about the tax brackets. It's quite clear when you fill out your tax return, whether it's for ordinary Canadians or for businesses, for corporate taxation, the brackets are quite clear, but there are other things. The first thing is the issue of tax loopholes. This bill says it would close loopholes, and we hope that's true, that we're in favor of closing any loopholes. But the other thing has to do with tax expenditures and boutique tax credits, which are handed out left and right to various groups in society. A tax credit to help volunteer firefighters, for example, or to help train a child in sports or artistic activities. Those are non-refundable tax credits. So the people using them, if you don't pay tax, then you don't benefit from a tax credit. They're non-refundable, in other words. So that's not entirely fair. So these are things that we need to delve into. I think everyone has to concern themselves with greater tax equity. The Income Tax Act has been around for a long, long time, but we need to make sure that it is continuing to make us competitive. The current complexity and the added complexity with this bill of the Income Tax Act, these are fundamental issues that we're going to have to deal with. So once again, we're going to support this bill at second reading, Bill C-48. We hope we can have a good debate at the Finance Committee, and I'll be pleased to ask questions there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Député de Saint-Lambert.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert. I'd like to congratulate my colleague on his speech. We see that he's a real expert on these issues. He's done a thorough analysis of C-48. My colleague talked about complexity, the complexity of this bill, the technical aspects that it contains, but it's essential for us, too, to make sure that our tax system is fair. Could my colleague elaborate on the issue of tax fairness and tell us how to promote these changes through these technical amendments? The Honourable Member for Rimouski. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Saint-Lambert for her question. It's a good question. I mentioned that there were 400 measures or opinions from CRA that had been included in this bill, this technical amendments bill, but there are 200 more that were proposed or submitted by the Canada Revenue Agency or by other bodies, which were not included in this bill. So there's still a lot of work to be done. The question of integrity is central to this debate. We have to live in a society that's consistent. We need fairness. Everyone needs to be able to contribute and pay their fair share. There mustn't be left the impression that some groups or businesses are getting away without paying their fair share, without contributing their fair share to the Canadian mosaic, the society that we live in. So there are technical questions. There's a number of them. But there's also the question of equity. Everyone needs to be able to find their way through this. You have to, it's pretty tough to get through this bill and to find what you're looking for, to find what the benefits are. This is not necessarily available to all. So integrity and equity are central issues, and the government has to deal with those. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Rimouski, Neigette, Témiscouata-les-Basques for his speech. And I'd like to take this opportunity to salute him. I'm very anxious to be able to work together with him on the Finance Committee to try to help improve things because, Mr. Speaker, given my experience on the International Trade Committee, I was able to see close up and admire what you could call candor, if it was harmless. But really, it's more a question of naivete when it comes to Canada's competitiveness internationally. Sometimes the Conservatives are so naive and they dream in Technicolor. Unfortunately, with C-48, you can see this increasing complexity, which is going to further hamper competitiveness. So I'd like my colleague to elaborate on this problem of competitiveness, and more specifically, corporate Canadian businesses' ability to compete internationally. The Honourable Member for Rimouski. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's a whole range of possible responses to that question, possible answers, but my first reaction is that there's a whole bunch of things that companies have to do to comply with the tax legislation, and the money they spend on compliance, they can't spend elsewhere. They can't spend on R&D. They can't spend on market development. There's a lot of things that those resources could be used, they could be put to better use than on dealing with the complexity of complying with tax requirements. Another thing I would have to say is that, unfortunately, the fact is that there are countries that are reducing tax burdens. Sometimes they're even tax havens. They're attracting businesses and headquarters from other countries, and this makes it even harder to make sure that the company in question is paying its fair share of taxes here. A lot of industrialized countries have the OECD, for example, has done a lot to try to improve the situation, but we mustn't pit one country against another when it comes to tax havens.
Question et commentaire. La députée de Beauport.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take this second opportunity to ask my colleague, because he was the industry critic. You know, Mr. Speaker, a few days ago, I met with business people who were concerned about the lack of, or the low regard that business holds government in. We're talking about competition and fair play and so on. My colleague would agree with me that our business people need clear, straightforward aid from government, because the complexity and shortcomings of this legislation is not doing business any favors. The honourable member for Rimouski. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, indeed. Like my colleague, I've heard the same kind of things from business people. What you have to understand is that for ordinary Canadians, most businesses pay what they owe. They pay their fair share. They abide by the rules. We could talk about that another time, what share of taxes should be paid by personal income taxpayers and what share should be paid by corporate players. But the fact is that for both individuals and corporations, when there are a few black sheep that try to avoid paying their taxes, everyone else ends up having to pay more to make up for it. And so that's even less fair. So when we talk about this issue, look what's going on now in Quebec with the Construction Commission, the inquiry into the construction industry. It gives a bad image of entrepreneurs and business people, which isn't really reflective of the vast majority of them. So a lot of complaints are made. We hear them. There's a lot of things that could be done to help boost Canadian competitivity even more. The honourable member will have 2.5 minutes left when the House next deals with this topic.
Declaration de député, the honourable member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to invite members and all Canadians to my beautiful riding of Newmarket Aurora this February 2nd and 3rd for 2 days of adventure and outdoor fun at Newmarket Winterfest. There are crafts, games, pony rides, and face painting for the little ones, spaceball gyroscope, snowshoe races, and a treasure hunt, and snow painting for teens, and snow bowling, hockey, shot challenge, and snow golf for any age. You can start your day with a pancake breakfast, take a horse-drawn wagon ride, watch the chainsaw carving demonstrations, enjoy entertainment on the Riverwalk Commons outdoor stage, or go for a free family skate or swim. I, along with the organizing committee and the hundreds of volunteers working hard to make this the best Newmarket Winterfest yet, hope to see you there. Thank you.
The honourable member for Verchères-les-Patriotes. Mr. Speaker, yesterday across Canada we celebrated the Day of Family Literacy, an initiative for adults, allowing them to help their children initiate themselves to the pleasures of reading and writing. It's also an opportunity for parents to get involved in reading habits within their family. In my riding, but elsewhere across French Canada, literacy organizations and libraries help parents promote reading within the family. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the Canadian Literacy Federation, the Frontier College, the Roundtable of Adult Education Coordinators, and the Quebec Federation of Community Organizations, as well as the organizations that serve my riding, IOTA, Fabrique, and L'Ardoise. I would ask all my colleagues to do everything possible to support family literacy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for North Vancouver.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today on a sad occasion to mark the death of a great broadcaster, a great Canadian, and most importantly, a great friend. Donald M.E. Hamilton passed away peacefully on December the 2nd in Victoria with family by his side. He started out life in Ontario, then moved out west in the 60s, where he became a pioneer in FM radio. Recruited by the Moffat Broadcasting Group, he led fledgling CKLG Radio and CFOX FM to unprecedented success in Vancouver's competitive rock music market. From there, Don's enthusiasm and larger-than-life personality drew respect from his colleagues who elected him president of the BC Association of Broadcasters. He later served on the board of the CBC. A lifelong conservative, he served as BC campaign chair for Robert Stanfield, Joe Clark, and Brian Mulroney. He was also a great speechwriter, and although he will always be remembered for his commitment to community and national affairs, he will above all be cherished as a family man and a loyal friend. Don, as you once reminded me, be bold, old friend, be bold.
Honourable member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, last week was the one-year anniversary of the Crown First Nations gathering where the Prime Minister promised to reset the relationship with Aboriginal people through consultation and cooperation, close the gaps in educational outcomes, bring safe drinking water to every reserve community, and make progress on advancing claims resolution and treaty implementation. Unfortunately, there's been no substantive change or progress on these commitments, and in fact, many outcomes are getting worse. Further, this government still stubbornly refuses to fulfill its legal obligation to consult with Aboriginal peoples in Canada on matters that may impact their inherent and/or treaty rights. Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal people in Canada are frustrated with this government's litany of broken promises. Après 7 ans au pouvoir,
After 7 years in power, it is high time to act.
the trust of Aboriginal peoples in Canada on a foundation of cooperation and progress rather than empty promises.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Elgin Middlesex London.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, on January 9th, we're saddened by the passing of the Honourable John Wise. Well known for his community active life and his political accomplishments, but most loved for being John Wise the person, the friend, the mentor. John Clayton Wise was a dairy farmer, a local reeve, and the warden of Elgin County. He was a member of Parliament from 1972 to 1988 and was the Minister of Agriculture under 2 Prime Ministers' cabinets. Mr. Speaker, just being all that would have been an incredible accomplishment for most people, but John was much, much more. John was the husband to Anne for 54 years. He was a loving, devoted father to Susan and Elizabeth, and a loving grandfather to Jess and Grant. John was all of these things and more. John Wise was my friend, my mentor. I will miss his advice, but mostly our community and country will miss the man. Thank you, John.
The honourable member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Today, Canada, like many countries across the world, is celebrating Data Privacy Day. Our societies are more and more digital, and access to economy, education, and citizen involvement depends on the internet.
Business people to market their products faster, students to learn more, and activists to network and exercise their democracy more effectively. Cependant, il reste important maintenant.
However, there are major risks still threatening our citizens, as we saw recently with major data spills on the part of this government.
It's important to reflect on one crucial lesson. Government must be proactive in developing strong, transparent laws and policies to protect the personal information of Canadians in the public and private sector. Cleaning up spills after the fact is too little, too late. C'est pourquoi la NPD...
That's why the NDP continues to call for the implementation of better procedures to protect Canadians' personal information. It is time to act proactively to ensure that Canadians can have a proper personal data protection system that is worthy of trust and recognized across the world.
The honourable member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, it is with great excitement and a profound sense of duty that I stand today to thank the people of Durham for their confidence in me as their Member of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, in many ways, the small communities of Clarington, Scugog, and Uxbridge perfectly represent the small towns, villages, and people that built our country. In Newcastle, the visionary Massey family first built farm machinery to till our soil, and eventually Massey Ferguson tilled the fields of Canada. In Uxbridge, Lucy Maud Montgomery penned most of her Anne of Green Gable novels, telling one of the first quintessentially Canadian stories. And Port Perry grew up alongside the Mississaugas of Scugog Island First Nation. At the center of this community is the idyllic and popular Lake Scugog, which some say took its name from the Mississaugas word waves leap over a canoe. From the past to the present, Durham remains a proud and important part of Canada. I'm indebted to the people of Durham, and particularly to my wife Rebecca and children Molly and Jack, for providing me with the support and confidence to join this House of Commons.
The honourable member for Portage-Lisburn.
Mr. Speaker, as I traveled throughout my riding during this last 6 weeks, people indicated to me how pleased they are with our Prime Minister and with our government. Our government will continue to focus on what matters to Canadians: jobs, economic growth, and long-term prosperity for all. Since the height of the recession, Canada has created over 900,000 net new jobs. That, Mr. Speaker, is the best growth in the G7. It is a testament to the strong leadership of our government. That also stands in stark contrast to the Liberal Party, who has no economic plan, and the NDP, whose economic plan is a $21 billion job-killing carbon tax. Canadians can rest assured, Mr. Speaker, our government will continue to focus on jobs, economic growth, long-term prosperity, and we will continue to make Canada an island of stability in a troubled global economy. Thank you.
The honourable member for Churchill.
25 years ago today, in the landmark Morgentaler decision, the Supreme Court recognized a woman's right to choose. Today, New Democrats recognize and thank Dr. Henry Morgentaler for his commitment to protecting a woman's right to reproductive choice. Thanks to Dr. Morgentaler's fight, a generation of Canadian women have had access to choice. We acknowledge the healthcare professionals and service providers that still take risks to perform abortions. We stand in solidarity with advocates and women fighting to support women's reproductive rights. Today, 25 years later, a vast majority of Canadians support a woman's right to choose, and that is why the Conservative government has veiled its attempts to roll back women's reproductive rights. We must remain vigilant. Challenges to accessing abortion care in Canada still exist. Women's reproductive rights are fundamental to the struggle for the full equality of women here in Canada and abroad. Today, as we celebrate this important anniversary, we must commit ourselves to ensuring that future generations of Canadian women have the reproductive choice for all of us. Thank you.
The honourable member for Wetaskiwin.
Mr. Speaker, in a scene reminiscent of Custer's last stand, the NDP bravely stand in the way of strong economics and common sense in their continued insistence that Canada is suffering from Dutch disease. They have faced an unending barrage of attacks, starting with the Canadian building trades that said the NDP would be very bad for workers and the entire Canadian economy. They continued their hopeless defense when the Governor of the Bank of Canada said their argument was overly simplistic and, in the end, wrong. The Canadian manufacturers and exporters were clear, saying that the fact is that all Canadians stand to benefit in very real ways from the wealth created by these developments. Ontario's finance minister made it clear that Alberta's oil sands are a valuable resource that helps fuel the Canadian economy. And now finally we have the Macdonald-Laurier Institute, a highly respected think tank, that recently released a new report that the resource sector is a boon to Canadian manufacturers. Mr. Speaker, will the NDP continue their hopeless fight, or will they finally surrender and abandon their assault on common sense economics?
The honourable member for Gatineau. Mr. Speaker, I would like today to commend the work of an exceptional man, a pillar of journalism, who marked the Quebec Society forever. Michel Gano passed away on January 20th at the age of 82, taking with him his eloquence, his professionalism, and his passion for sport. A sports commentator for 23 years at the Hockey Night in Canada and for 23 Olympic Games. His long career that was spent largely with Radio Canada made him an ambassador of the French language. When Michel Gano introduced major Olympic athletes from Slovakia, Czechoslovakia, and elsewhere, with names that only he could pronounce correctly, it was not only the world that we discovered in all its diversity, but also the place held by Canada and Quebec within the concert of nations. The great marathoner of the French language is no more, and it is up to us to take up the torch of excellence that he has passed to us.
The honourable member for Cumberland, Colchester, Musqueam.
Mr. Speaker, the NDP have been busy during their 6-week break from Parliament, scheming to implement a job-killing $21 billion carbon tax upon the people of Canada. Now, the NDP's proposed carbon tax kills jobs, would raise the price on gas, groceries, electricity, and everything else. Now, while the NDP have been concentrating on implementing their carbon tax, our Conservative government is focused on jobs, economic growth, and long-term prosperity. In fact, Conservative MPs and cabinet ministers have conducted over 200 meetings across Canada during the 6 weeks, which will focus on jobs, economic growth, so that we can build a budget for all Canadians. It should come as no surprise that Canada has the lowest debt burden of any country in the G7 and also the top job creation, with over 900,000 net new jobs created since July of 2009. Mr. Speaker, you can always count on our government to stand up against the NDP's job-killing $21 billion carbon tax.
The honourable member for Random Buren St. George's.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Murdoch HoC, who at 70 years old is an avid cross-country runner and an inspiration in the sports community in Newfoundland and Labrador. Murdoch is from Fortune in my riding of Random Buren St. George's. In addition to maintaining his own active lifestyle, he has consistently championed the benefits of physical activity. In 2011, he helped form a group to motivate others to get active. Mr. Hiscock suffered a heart attack in late 2011, and with just 4 months, he was back running and winning. He began an impressive winning streak, placing first in 3 provincial races and 4th in a second race. A familiar face of the Telly 10 race in St. John's, this year Murdoch dedicated his race to his late daughter Juliette, who was training to run with her father but was tragically killed in a motorcycle accident. Murdoch was awarded the Dr. John Williams Award for his outstanding enthusiasm and vigorous encouragement of others to get involved. Mr. Speaker, I ask all members to join me in recognizing Murdoch Hiscock, who has consistently shown that perseverance and commitment can help deal with the most tragic of circumstances.
The honourable member for Don Valley West.
Mr. Speaker, on this first sitting day of 2013, I would like to wish you and all members of this House a Happy New Year. As Canadians look forward to 2013 with hope and optimism, a dark cloud looms on the horizon. A new $21 billion job-killing carbon tax is still on the table for the NDP. In fact, the NDP leader has been clear on his plans to impose this massive job-killing carbon tax. Only last year, he said that he has, and I quote, proposed a system of carbon pricing which will produce billions, end quote. This NDP job-killing carbon tax would raise the price of everything for Canadian families, including gas, groceries, and electricity. Mr. Speaker, my constituents do not want this new scheme that will take money from their pockets and put their jobs at risk. That is why I stand firmly with my Conservative colleagues against the NDP leader's job-killing carbon tax.
The honourable member for Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, holidays are a time for family and friends to spend valuable time together, but it's also a time for reflection, to take stock of the year that was. For Conservatives, 2012 was filled with lowlights. Environmental protection laws gutted, EI and government services cut, a generational reduction of old age security, the largest meat recall in Canadian history, the F-35 fiasco, selling off our resources to China, and minister after minister caught up in ethical scandals. And how the Conservatives started the new year? By breaking conflict of interest rules and stuffing even more of the Conservative cronies into the unelected and unaccountable Senate. In contrast, New Democrats elected a new leader in 2012 and assembled an opposition that is focused, energized, and united. While Conservatives start 2013 plagued by scandals and mismanagement, New Democrats will offer practical solutions and proposals to build a fairer, greener, and more prosperous Canada for all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, over the past 6 weeks, I have had the opportunity to speak and consult with hundreds of constituents and hard-working Canadians. And one thing is very clear. They do not want to see the NDP's $21 billion carbon tax. We all know that the NDP leader is planning to generate billions through a carbon tax that would increase the price of everything for Canadian families, including gas, groceries, and electricity. It's written in black and white in their election platform. And the NDP leader actually promised to go beyond the NDP's carbon tax scheme to win the party's leadership. Last March, he also clearly stated, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, Of course I have a cap-and-trade program that will produce billions. Mr. Speaker, Canadians can count on our government to lower taxes and keep more of their hard-earned dollars in their pockets. And, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to oppose the NDP leader's $21 billion tax scheme.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I want to start by wishing all of you and your team a parliamentary session that will be deemed for all of us in this parliamentary session.
Mr. Speaker, can the Prime Minister please update the House on Canada's involvement in the ongoing mission in Mali?
Can he confirm that his government will consult the House of Commons and parliamentary committees on this issue?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The answer to the question is yes.
Canadians will know the government has been very clear that we will not undertake a Canadian combat mission to Mali. At the same time, we are providing technical assistance to French and other military forces who are there. We have committed heavy lift aircraft to that engagement, which is being done under United Nations mandate. And, Mr. Speaker, of course, we will, through this chamber and through committees, we will be consulting with parliamentarians on any further steps that need to be taken.
Chef de l'Opposition.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, today in First Nations communities across the country, the unemployment rate is as high as 80%. Half of the housing units are in a pathetic state. Schools and First Nation children receive 30% less funding than others. Last year, during the Crown First Nations gathering, the Prime Minister promised to renew our nation-to-nation relationship with these people. He promised substantive consultations. He didn't listen. He promised to attack these problems, but instead he attacked the chiefs. Will the Prime Minister finally accept to take concrete action on this issue? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, this government has taken action on a number of concrete matters and for Aboriginal peoples in our country. We have built new housing units. We have built new schools. We have created new systems for drinking water and finalized land claim agreements. There is a great deal of work that remains to be done. However, we will continue our agenda in cooperation with our partners.
For the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister promised meaningful consultation. Gutting environmental protection for thousands of lakes and rivers on Aboriginal territory is not meaningful consultation. Cancelling thousands of environmental assessments over the objections of First Nations is not meaningful consultation. The Prime Minister promised respect on a nation-to-nation basis. Will the Prime Minister finally agree to consult and to listen on the environmental protection of First Nations lands and waters?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, protection of Aboriginal treaty rights and also consultations in these various processes are in fact enshrined in the very laws that this government has passed through the Parliament of Canada. We have made, on top of that, Mr. Speaker, unprecedented investments into things that will make a concrete difference in the lives of people, in skills training, in housing on reserves, in potable water, in schools, in treaty rights, in protection of the rights of women, and of course also as well in the resolution of many land claims. And Mr. Speaker, we will continue to work with those positive partners who seek to make progress.
The Honourable Member for Beijing's Nunavut EU. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the Conservatives were to respect treaties and the nation-to-nation negotiations and implemented legislation in accordance with Aboriginal people's needs, we wouldn't have the Idle No More movement. The Conservatives are no longer an option today. I have tabled a bill to ensure, or entitled a piece of legislation to ensure that these measures are taken into account. When will this become a reality, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are working in partnership with First Nations on the issues addressed in the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. We continue to work with willing partners on shared priorities, including education, economic development, and access to safe drinking water. Mr. Speaker, our government continues to take action because we believe that First Nations deserve the same opportunities as all other Canadians.
Honourable member for BTB Bay James and the Vic AU.
Mr. Speaker, why did the Conservatives endorse this declaration in 2010 and then ignore it? Conservatives in action is being criticized by First Nations and other Canadians from coast to coast to coast today. Well, the NDP is listening. The NDP values consultation. My bill ensures that our laws are consistent with the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Will the Prime Minister or the Minister agree to support this important initiative?
The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite knows we've been working in partnership with First Nations for 7 consecutive years, and since 2006, we've delivered on our promise to improve accountability and transparency. We've settled over 80 land claim settlements, and we've invested in over 700 projects that are linking Aboriginals in Canada with job training, counselling, and mentorship programs. We're proud of our record and will continue to support First Nations so they can achieve the prosperity they deserve. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, in November of last year, the National Chief wrote the Prime Minister a letter expressing profound concern that, in fact, progress was not being made. In fact, that Aboriginal people were not being appropriately consulted, and that, in fact, there was not a basis upon which he could say to the people that he represented that, in fact, substantial progress was being made. Can the Prime Minister tell us what further action is he going to take and what change is he going to introduce that will, in fact, end the sense that the Aboriginal population of Canada is being marginalised by the policies of the Government of Canada?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, in fact, Mr. Speaker, the government has put out a report card on the various actions it has undertaken recently to deal with a series of commitments. It is important that we make progress on these issues. As I've said many times before, Aboriginal people, based on the areas they live in the country, will have unprecedented opportunity in the generation to come. I notice that Aboriginal people have never been as strongly represented in the Government of Canada as they are in this caucus today, and we intend, Mr. Speaker, to move forward.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, can the Prime Minister tell us categorically that having signed obligations under the UN Declaration on Aboriginal Peoples, the government is accepting its responsibilities under the Declaration, and does the government accept that there are legal obligations in Canada resulting from Canada's signing of this international declaration, Mr. Speaker? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. We have stated clearly that we honour our legal obligations under the Constitution and our treaties, Mr. Speaker. We are also taking concrete steps in order to improve living conditions for Aboriginal peoples living in our communities in Canada. We will continue to work on those initiatives in conjunction with our partners who are looking for substantial gains in these areas.
Mr. Speaker, one of the commitments that the Conservative Party made in 2006 was to create an independent parliamentary budget authority to provide objective analysis directly to Parliament. Now, I'd like to ask the Prime Minister, how is that statement and the creation of the Office of the Parliamentary Budget Officer in any way, shape or form compatible with the kind of cheap partisan attacks that the Minister of Finance made against the Parliamentary Budget Officer and against his observation that the job of the Parliamentary Budget Officer was to be a sounding board for the government? Does the Prime Minister not realise it's independent and
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, of course, Mr. Speaker, I would not in any way accept that categorization. What I would state clearly is that it was this government that created the Parliamentary Budget Office, Mr. Speaker. We've done so in order to enhance a dialogue, to ensure that there is a partisan, nonpartisan, credible source of opinion on fiscal matters. And, Mr. Speaker, we will go forward in a way to ensure that we have an officer and an office that is nonpartisan and credible in its economic analysis.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Cowichan.
Mr. Speaker, on this global day of action and with growing Idle No More protest, we are reminded just how much Conservatives have turned their backs on their duty to consult the people affected by their omnibus bills, further tainting relationships with First Nations and even making resource development more complicated. We are committed to repairing this relationship because Canada is stronger when we work together. Why won't Conservatives agree to address the concerns of First Nations around their omnibus budget bills?
The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, our government respects our obligations on the duty to consult, and every year we carry out approximately 5,000 consultations with First Nations. As Minister, I've now visited over 50 First Nation communities since 2010. I've had hundreds of productive meetings with First Nation chiefs, councillors, and community members across the country. We will continue to work in partnership with First Nations to create the conditions for stronger, healthier communities.
The Honourable Deputy de Manicouagan.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are single-handedly responsible for the demonstrations organized by Idle No More by imposing omnibus bills like C-38 and C-45. Without consultation, the Conservatives show their arrogance to all Canadians who can see themselves in the battle being led by Aboriginal peoples. Moving towards reconciliation means respecting the nation-to-nation relationship. Will the Conservatives take, or in fact acknowledge what has happened, or will they continue to enact legislation that doesn't respect Aboriginals' fundamental rights and their treaties? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of the concrete actions that we have taken to improve the lives of Aboriginal people over the past years. Since 2010, I brought forward 6 pieces of legislation that will improve the living standards of Aboriginal men, women, and children across the country. Just this past month, I announced funding for clean drinking water projects and economic development initiatives and a national initiative to improve First Nation graduation rates. I remain committed to working with Aboriginal people to taking concrete steps to enable them to become full participants in the economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Concrete steps. The fact is they fail to consult with any Canadians before ramming through their budget bills.
That's right.
Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister claimed Conservative cuts would affect back operations and not frontline services. Now he's been proven wrong. The PBO reports that back office spending has gone up by 8%, whereas services Canadians rely on have been cut by 4%. So will the minister just come clean and admit that his reckless cuts have been a mistake?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Actually, Mr. Speaker, I must inform the House that the budget officer has his definitions wrong and is ill-informed on these issues. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we stand by our commitment to make sure that the focus of our reductions are on back-office operations. We are committed to delivering high-quality services to Canadians, as we've done in the past. That is how we get the economic fundamentals right in this country, and we will continue to do so.
Member for Parkdale High Park.
Well, once again, and we had the minister yesterday who had the gall to attack Kevin Page, claiming his reports are, quote, wanting. What's left wanting, Mr. Speaker, is this finance minister. He's been proven wrong on every major prediction. And just today, Moody's downgraded 6 Canadian banks. It's clear the Conservatives want to gut the office of the Parliamentary Budget Officer for one reason. Sometimes the truth hurts. Will the minister just admit his plan is to turn the office of the PBO into a Conservative echo chamber?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Speaker, nothing could be farther from the truth, as the Prime Minister indicated today. We created this office, Mr. Speaker. We are committed to the office continuing to exist, and we will ensure that Parliament has the opportunity to consider a credible replacement.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nugent-Témiscouat-Télépask. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives didn't hesitate to throw a monkey wrench into the work being done by the Parliamentary Budget Officer. Now the Minister of Finance is showing outright hostility towards him. And he's visibly vindictive because the PBO dared to disclose and shed light on some of the financial shortcomings of the Conservatives. Instead of fighting against this independent auditor, the Minister should watch what's happening in his own ranks to prevent fiascos like the F-35s from recurring. Will they stop their attacks against the PBO and this neutral institution to ensure its long-term viability? The Honourable Leader of the Treasury Board. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has already stated that we created the office, and we can state here that it is essential to maintain the office in the future. We can guarantee the House that there will be credible candidates considered for the future. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. The new EI rules have been enforced for 3 weeks, and it's clear that Canadians are paying for the irresponsible cuts made by the Conservatives. The NDP has been denouncing this reform since the start. We've held consultations on the field and have been doing so since the fall, and have heard from crowds of dissatisfied people. Withdrawing access to benefits for people who paid their contributions is an attack. Will the Minister stop ignoring what these workers are calling for? They've paid into the EI fund. The Honourable Minister of Human Resources. Mr. Speaker, since the start, the EI system required applicants to seek reasonable employment. They had to deploy reasonable efforts to look for a job. The changes that we made were to clarify these responsibilities, but also, Mr. Speaker, to help people find jobs. And that's why we enhanced the system as such.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
The Minister is ignoring the real problems with the EI in the same way that she ignored the single mum protesting right outside of her ministry's doors. Under this Minister's watch, Canadians are waiting longer and longer for their claims to be processed. They're being forced into lower-paying jobs that don't match their skills, or they get cut off from benefits entirely. Cuts to Service Canada have left provinces, businesses, and countless workers all sounding the alarm. Why is the Minister still refusing to fix the mess that she created?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
What we created is an opportunity for those who are collecting EI to have access to even more information about jobs that are in their skill range and in their geographic area. Mr. Speaker, our priority as a government is job creation, economic growth, and creation of long-term prosperity for all Canadians. And that means sometimes they need a hand up. So that's why we're providing more job alerts to let people know about what opportunities exist to improve their lot and that of their family and their communities.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, the truth is, this Minister's department is an absolute mess. The loss of personal information for over 500,000 Canadians has left people wondering if they can trust this government at all. And victims are now on the hook for over $100 million a year to buy back the protection the government so recklessly squandered. Mr. Speaker, when will the Conservatives take responsibility instead of re-victimizing innocent Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let's be clear. The loss of this data was simply unacceptable. That's why the Privacy Commissioner's Office was notified. An official investigation is being conducted. We've changed the rules, Mr. Speaker. I've instructed that the department toughen up the rules, toughen up the procedures to make sure that this sort of thing doesn't happen again. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm also pleased that HRSD is providing an opt-in system where those who were part of those lists can now opt in to Equifax protection for their credit.
The Honourable Member for Clearly, the minister doesn't understand the file. Her department is recommending that victims obtain service to oversee their files in order to protect them from identity threats. But she's ignoring the solution and putting forth a different one. Flagging the files is not enough. Victims will have to pay for this government's incompetency. After having lost information so many times, Canadians can no longer trust the government. Will the minister ensure that all costs incurred will be covered? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the loss of this data is unacceptable in the eyes of the government. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I have turned to the Privacy Office and also called on the RCMP to conduct an investigation to determine what occurred. Mr. Speaker, fortunately, there is no fraudulent activity underway at present. That is a good fact. We want to help Canadians, and that is why we signed a contract with Equifax in order to protect these people's credit safety.
Mr. Speaker, this government has absolutely no plan to boost Aboriginal participation in the economy. When asked about this today, the government House leader said it will be decades before we see any jobs. Today we learned that, unbelievably, the Conservatives have cut the Aboriginal Jobs Centre, which actually links Aboriginal job seekers with real jobs. This government cuts the programs that work and has no job strategy for the future. Why are Aboriginal people forced to pay the price for the financial incompetence and misguided priorities of this government?
The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, we are focused on creating jobs and economic opportunities for Aboriginal Canadians, and we are getting results. For example, over the past month, I announced 8 more First Nations will join the 61 First Nations who have chosen freedom from 34 sections of the Indian Act. Just last week, I also announced new regulations that will allow a natural gas project to move forward on the Haisla First Nation in northwest British Columbia, creating well-paying jobs and economic growth.
The Honourable Member for Cardigan.
Mr. Speaker, Marlene Gersdorf is a single mother from my riding who was recently kicked off of employment insurance by this Conservative government. She was told that since she could not drive over 60 kilometres to seek employment, she could go on welfare. The minister said she couldn't contact Marlene, when in fact she'd be protesting out in front of the Service Canada office on all kinds of weather every day. Why are vulnerable Canadians like Marlene being asked to pay the price for this Conservative government's incompetence and frontline cuts? It is a very serious matter, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the purpose of EI has always been, and will continue to be, to provide temporary income support to individuals while they're looking for another job. Now, Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. No one will lose their EI benefits for the sole reason that they don't own a car, or that nor will they be asked to move. But, Mr. Speaker, personal circumstances are always taken into consideration. Mr. Speaker, I would like to discuss more of the facts of this case, but without a waiver, which has not been granted from the individual in question. I can't tell you the rest of the story.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville. Mr. Speaker, the contrast is striking between a minister wasting public money and cruel cuts that the government is imposing to the most needy on frontline services. It's the PBO who disclosed that the government is cutting services to the public as opposed to cutting waste. Is that why the government is more determined than ever before to undermine the investigation into this? The Honourable Leader of the Treasury Board, President of the Treasury Board. No. As I said, the PBO took into account reductions in services only, which excludes a number of savings in administrative services. There are other reasons as well, Mr. Speaker, and as I've said in the past, it's important to point out that we support the office, a credible office in the future as well.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. In the Hall of Fame for conservative, unkept promises, their attitude toward the Senate deserves a prominent place. The Prime Minister, who used to refer to the institution as an elitist retirement club, has now appointed more senators than Brian Mulroney. Last Friday, 5 lucky newcomers won the conservative version of the Cash for Life lottery. $132,000 per year to obey the Prime Minister. When you look at the list, you'll see that the main feature that entitles people to a cushy job at taxpayer expense is having cut checks to the Conservative Party. Why have the Conservatives abandoned their principles and started acting like liberals? The Honourable Minister for Democratic Reform.
Our long-term commitment to reform the Senate. I am pleased to welcome the appointment of our government's 3rd elected senator who was selected democratically by the people of Alberta. All of our new appointed senators support our government's plan to have an elected Senate. Mr. Speaker, the NDP and the Liberals are opposed to Senate reform measures. They only have themselves to blame for stalling Senate reform.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Senate reform is as outdated as the Senate itself. There's only one thing to be done: get rid of it. It's simple. Mr. Speaker, the metamorphosis is complete. The Conservatives have become everything they condemned when they were in opposition. We're no longer counting the number of Conservatives who've been called to task by the Ethics Commissioner. The Finance Minister is the latest. He was caught in a conflict of interest. That is not allowed. There have to be consequences. What's the Prime Minister going to do to call his Minister of Finance to order? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Talks about abolishing the Senate. The only thing he's ever wanted to abolish is he gave money to a party that wanted to abolish Canada. But I'd like to welcome him back and wish him a happy New Year. Of course, it brought a lot of wonder. You know, New Yorkers brought in the New Year with Gangnam Style. The world realized that the Mayan apocalypse was a hoax. And let's top off the New Year wonder by having the member rise right now and make a new Federalist for a new year. Why won't he do that?
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Even when he does have his clown nose on, he still doesn't really make any sense. I'd like to ask, Mr. Speaker,
Order. I'll ask the honourable member to refrain from making those types of comments in his questions. I don't think it does anything to elevate the tone of debate. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Well, certainly, Mr. Speaker, you know we believe in elevating the tone here, which is why I'll actually refer to the Finance Minister, who used his cabinet position to try and influence the CRTC on a coveted radio license. So he either didn't understand the rules or he didn't care when he broke them. But he's not alone. The Parliamentary Secretary for Health also intervened with his own letter. So I'd like to ask either of those gentlemen a simple question. Did either Minister or Parliamentary Secretary receive any financial considerations from the people they wrote to support? Simple question. Yes or no?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Conflict of Interest Act actually permits members of Parliament to write in their capacity as members, and that was, of course, the intention of all the members in question with regard to this. I think all Canadians expect their members of Parliament to stand up for them in their community's interests. Of course, we also want them to respect those rules, and that's why the members reached out proactively to the Ethics Commissioner on this issue for clarity.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
I don't want to school my honourable colleague, but he missed out the important part, that ministers and parliamentary secretaries are not supposed to do that. That's the simple fact. And I'd like to also point out that the parliamentary secretary did receive financial contributions from the guy that they wrote the letter on behalf of. More broken promises. So this is what the PM's own rule book says. I'll just quote it for him. Ministers must not intervene or appear to intervene with tribunals. They breached the Act. They broke the rules. I'm asking the Prime Minister, is there any sense of accountability over there for ministers who flagrantly disregard the rules as they're trying to gut the conflict of interest?
The Honourable Government House Leader. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Ethics Commissioner offered a ruling on this, and the Minister accepted it. That being said, I should enlighten the member for Timmins James Bay. He should actually read the Act. The Section 64 of the Conflict of Interest Act states that, quote, "Nothing in this Act prohibits a member of the Senate or the House of Commons who is a public office holder, that's a minister, or a former public office holder, from engaging in those activities that he or she would normally carry out as a member of the Senate or the House of Commons." That's what it says. That's what members are relying on. It's important that we now have this clarity added to it, and we appreciate that from the Ethics Commissioner. Thank you.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is not immune to global economic challenges from beyond our borders. That's why, in 2013, we will continue our commitment to grow the economy and create jobs by keeping taxes low and through measures like major new investments in research and development. But while we're focused on helping the economy grow, the NDP wants a $21 billion carbon tax, which would cripple our economy and put Canadians out of work. Can the Finance Minister please update this House on our government's action to grow the economy and create jobs for hard-working Canadians?
Great question. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank the Honourable Member for the question. In 2013, our Conservative government will remain squarely focused on our priorities, those issues that matters to Canadians, jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity, with over 900,000 net new jobs created since July 2009, including nearly 40,000 in December, and over 90% of those are full-time. We are on the right track. Canada, of course, is not immune to global challenges from beyond our borders. That's why we're working hard now on Economic Action Plan 2013 to build on our government's pro-growth initiatives.
Honourable member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. Mr. Speaker, the KPMG report tabled in December highlighted Conservative mismanagement after condemnations by the Parliamentary Budget Officer, the Auditor General, and the official opposition. The costs of the F-35s have mushroomed. They chose a single supplier and broke the rules. Last week, they sent out a questionnaire to get information on other possible fighters. Why weren't those questionnaires sent out in the first place? The Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Mr. Speaker, as the member knows, the Auditor General made one recommendation, and that was for the Department of National Defence to refine their cost estimates and move to a full life cycle costing for the F-35. In December, as the member noted, they did exactly that, but we actually went one step further. We had an independent audit firm, KPMG, validate and verify those numbers, and they did exactly that. They not only found that the National Defence's full life cycle costing estimates for the F-35 were verified, they also found that D&D's original estimates for the F-35 were sound. So, Mr. Speaker, we have met the Auditor General's recommendation, and he says we're on the right track.
Member for Beaches East York.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the report that the Minister refers to actually showed overall costs 3 times higher and sustainment costs 6 times higher than anything the Conservative government had admitted to before. But somehow this is a validation of Conservative numbers, and somehow the member for Cambridge thinks that means the Conservatives had it, quote, dead right. They said they'd hit the reset button. Truth is they hit repeat. This is a repeat of the gross mismanagement and absurd math that has been the hallmark of this procurement all along. When will it end, Mr. Speaker? When will they put this contract out for open and transparent tender?
The Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Mr. Speaker, as I indicated and the member knows, the Auditor General asked that the Department of National Defence refine their cost estimates. They've done exactly that. He also asked that the Department of National Defence start to apply a full life cycle cost estimate. And they also have done that. And, Mr. Speaker, the member should know the KPMG report found no documentation for a full life cycle costing because the Department of National Defence has never applied this framework before. But the Auditor General thinks this is a good idea. We agree, and now the Department of National Defence is doing that. We're happy that we've met his recommendation.
Honourable member for St. John's East.
Speaking of planning, we now have learned that contrary to what the Prime Minister told Canadians, the Minister of Defence used a search and rescue helicopter to go to what was in fact an event planned very much in advance. But the Prime Minister said the Minister was called back from vacation. And an email released to the media called the event unexpected. Why is it that this government has a bottomless supply of denial and cover-up for this minister?
Honourable Minister,
National Defence.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I've said in this House many times, I was called back to work early. That's exactly what happened. I was called back from personal time off early. That's what happened. As always, government aircraft were used for government business, Mr. Speaker, and in fact, I note that our government has reduced use of government assets, government aircraft, by over 80% during the time of government.
The honourable member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have yet again misused government resources. A partisan letter attacking the NDP was posted on the CETA website. This violates Treasury Board guidelines. The minister's incompetence doesn't end there. The minister has frozen financial assistance to Haiti because he finds that there's too much filth and garbage there. And, ignoring diplomatic rules, he spoke to the media about this before speaking to Haitians and to our allies and partners. Mr. Speaker,
prendre la coopération internationale au sérieux.
when are the Conservatives going to treat international aid seriously?
Mr. Speaker, as the Minister has clearly stated, we are concerned for the people of Haiti. While the results of projects have largely met expectations, progress towards a self-sustaining Haiti has been limited. Projects to which we previously committed are making progress, and we stand ready to help should a humanitarian crisis arise. But future commitments will be dependent on greater leadership, accountability and transparency from the Government of Haiti.
The honourable member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are outraged at the single largest identity breach in the history of federal government. But these Conservatives are merely using smoke and mirrors to solve this incompetence on their part, offering credit and identity protection services that are already available free of charge to most Canadians. Now, they talk a lot about the victims of crime. Well, identity theft is a crime, Mr. Speaker, and all these victims are getting, they're getting a heads up and a good luck. Meanwhile, their bank accounts are being drained, their credit cards are being maxed out, and lives are being ruined. When will this minister do something real, take some real action to clean up yet another mess in her department?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Well, Mr. Speaker, very clearly the loss of this information is totally unacceptable. That's why we called in the Privacy Commissioner, we called in the RCMP for a full investigation. And, Mr. Speaker, that's why we're making available to those Canadians affected fraud alert protection through Equifax at no cost to them. Mr. Speaker, fortunately, there's been no fraudulent activity identified as a result of this loss, but we want to make sure that if anything does happen, we are protecting Canadians.
The honourable member for Random, Buren, St. George's.
Mr. Speaker, we learned this weekend that the Defence Minister's officials were against holding the July 10, 2010 photo op that he used to justify taking a search and rescue chopper from his fishing holiday on the Gander River. This new revelation comes on the anniversary of the tragic death of Burton Winters on the Iceland Labrador. The young man lost his life after search and rescue assets were needed back because they might be needed elsewhere. The question remains, Mr. Speaker, why was a chopper available for the minister, but not for an emergency in Makovic? Where is the public inquiry to ensure this never happens again?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I just answered the question with respect to government aircraft being used for government business and my leaving time off early to return to work. But with respect to young Burton Winters, this was indeed a tragedy. We send our condolences again to his family and those of the community. I note that in response to this issue, the military has taken procedures that were updated. In fact, we're now working better with all provinces to coordinate ground search and rescue. And in addition, specific to Labrador, the member would know that we've added a Griffin helicopter to the fleet at Goose Bay. We've provided additional operational flexibility by increasing the use of these serviceable aircraft, as well as giving them a secondary.
And the honourable member for Churchill.
Mr. Speaker, 25 years ago today, the Supreme Court of Canada issued the Morgentaler decision, striking down laws restricting access to abortion. For 25 years, women in Canada have had the fundamental right to choose. In the years since, Canadians have said time and time again that they do not want the abortion debate reopened. Our question is, why does the Minister of Status of Women want that debate to happen in this House?
The Honourable Minister for Status of Women.
Let me be clear. Stealing a quote from someone I admire very much, Hillary Clinton, I believe abortion should be safe, legal, and rare. I would encourage the member to work with me on the Status of Women Committee on issues that women want to debate. This is an issue that women are not interested in debating.
Honourable member for Gatineau.
It comes from a government that keeps reattacking, reopening, putting in doubt the whole question of abortion.
But today I'd like to ask members opposite to remember why the Morgentaler decision was so important and to think of the horrors women faced before abortion was legalized. On this side of the House, we believe that abortion is a medical decision between a woman and her doctor. That decision should be respected. The minister responsible for the status of women, does she agree with this? And if so, will she stop supporting motions to reopen the debate? The Honourable Minister of Justice.
No lessons whatsoever from the NDP when it comes to standing up for women's rights or anybody else's rights in this country, Mr. Speaker. That being said, Mr. Speaker, the government has been very clear, the Prime Minister has been very clear on this, that the government will not reopen this issue, Mr. Speaker. The government will continue to create jobs and stand up for victims' rights, Mr. Speaker, make sure our communities and streets are safe.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, the natural resource sector is creating jobs, growth and revenue for essential social services across Canada. Last week, I was pleased to help host a group of oil sands companies who went to southwestern Ontario to establish links with manufacturing companies. This development is expected to create $63 billion in revenue for the Ontario economy over the next 25 years. Could the Parliamentary Secretary comment on the NDP's insistence that our resources are hurting Canada's economy?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, the NDP will always insist that ideology trump good economics. The NDP leader is no exception to this rule, with his constant attack on Canada's resources as an economic disease. His favourite notion has been debunked by economists and leaders across Canada. Just recently, the Macdonald-Laurier Institute again demonstrated that resources are a tremendous asset to Canada's economy. Mr. Speaker, the question is, when will the leader of the NDP finally change his position, surprise Canadians, and support the hundreds of thousands of Canadians employed in resource development?
The Honourable Member for Sydney Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, it's with great shock and surprise that Enterprise Cape Breton is going to put the wrecking ball to our historic building, the Royal Cape Breton Yacht Club, with no consultation or plan. Meanwhile, their Conservative-appointed CEO is funneling our precious development dollars into another marina where he's going to park his own boat. While this abuse is happening, nobody's coming clean to Cape Bretoners or Canadian taxpayers about this brazen patronage. Will the Minister Ochoa stand in his house and explain this fiasco?
The Honourable Minister for Ochoa.
Mr. Speaker, as an arm's-length Crown Corporation, ECBC...
Order. Order. The Honourable Minister has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, as an arm's-length corporation, ECBC is responsible for their business decisions, and of course, we expect ECBC to make its decision in the best interest of Canadian taxpayers.
The Honourable Member for Sudbury.
Mr. Speaker, the cost to merchants every time someone uses a credit card continues to skyrocket. Traveling the country and speaking to small businesses, I heard two major complaints loud and clear. Credit card processing fees are too high and hurting small businesses, and the voluntary code of conduct is full of loopholes and just isn't working. New Democrats understand that small businesses drive our economy, but Conservatives are happy to let Visa and MasterCard gouge merchants daily. Mr. Speaker, when will Conservatives acknowledge their voluntary code is failing small businesses and finally enact legislation that protects them?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
In fact, Mr. Speaker, the code was developed with the support of small business in Canada, with the support of the Retail Council, and it has been welcomed by consumer groups across the country, and it is working. Now, there was a group in Canada who voted against the code, and that was the official opposition, the New Democratic Party of Canada.
The Honourable Member for Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, Canadian farmers appreciate our Conservative government's hard work
to create jobs and economic growth for our agricultural industry. They understand our government's commitment to bolstering trade and opening markets for our top quality products. Since forming government, we have consistently made representations to Japan, seeking expanded access for Canadian beef derived from animals under 30 months of age. Can our Minister of Agriculture please update the House on the status of these negotiations?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member from Crowfoot for his dedication on this file. I'm pleased to announce today that Japan has expanded access and is now accepting Canadian beef from animals under 30 months of age. This access is expected to double the value of Canadian exports to some $150 million annually, Mr. Speaker. Unlike the anti-trade NDP, our government continues to open up markets and provide opportunities for our producers.
The honourable member for Acadie Bathurst. Mr. Speaker, in the Atlantic, people are mad as hell over the Conservative EI reform. In New Brunswick on the weekend, thousands of people came out to tell the minister to stop making decisions with money that doesn't belong to her without consulting workers. Workers and their families say no to the minister's plan to destroy regional economies. If the Conservatives don't change this reform, which was hastily put together, workers will pay the price for it. When are they going to start consulting communities that depend on seasonal work in Atlantic Canada and Quebec? The Honourable Minister of Human Resources. What's important for EI is that claimants look for work. That's the requirement that's placed on them. We've been helping these people much more than in the past to look for work, especially if they're seasonal workers. But, Mr. Speaker, if there's no work for people in their area, in their region, the EI system will be there for them as it always has been.
Mr. Speaker, it's great to be back in this House after oral surgery for cancer. Over the break... Mr. Speaker, over the break I traveled to Kitimat and the route for the Northern Gateway Pipeline. Mr. Speaker, it's unthinkable to put BC's gorgeous North Coast at risk. Will the minister finally admit that instead it is time to build an oil pipeline to the east to bring employment and energy security to all of Canada? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Northern Gateway Pipeline is being reviewed by an independent panel that will base its determination on science, not on partisanship. The review is an open process where interested parties, including Aboriginal groups, can express their views. And, Mr. Speaker, the member across is a former NDPer. They seem to be insistent on injecting partisan politics into a regulatory process. We don't want that to happen. And, Mr. Speaker, it's been clear from the discussion over the Keystone Pipeline that we need to diversify our exports as much as possible as soon as we can while protecting the economy and the environment.
That concludes question period for today. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to advise the House that Thursday, January 31st, shall be the first allotted date.
Here. Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. It is my duty, pursuant to Section 21 of the Electoral Boundaries Readjustment Act, to lay upon the table a certified copy of the reports of the Federal Electoral Boundaries Commissions for the provinces of New Brunswick, Saskatchewan, and British Columbia. Ces rapports sont renvoyés en permanence au comité permanent de la
Procedure and House Affairs.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 32 Sub 2, I have the honour to table in both official languages the treaty entitled Agreement between the Government of Canada and the Government of Hong Kong Special Administrative Region of the People's Republic of China for the avoidance of double taxation and the prevention of fiscal evasion with respect to taxes on income, done at Hong Kong on the 11th of November 2012. An explanatory memorandum is included with the treaty. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 365 petitions.
Introduction of government bills. Declaration.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committee, the Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Standing order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 104 and 114, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 35th report of the Standing Committee on Procedures and House Affairs regarding membership of the committees of this House. And if the House gives its consent, I intend to move concurrence in the 35th report later today.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Saganash, seconded by Ms. Crowder, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Ensure that the Laws of Canada are consistent with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Abitibi Bay James Nunavik, AU.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, it is with great honour and pride that I rise in this honourable House to submit this private member's bill, whose title you have just read. You know that the declaration was negotiated over a period of 23 years with the participation of numerous representatives of Indigenous peoples across the world who represent the 370 million Indigenous people on this planet. There are 46 provisions that protect their social, economic, cultural, spiritual, and environmental rights, as well as their political rights. So these are minimum standards established by the UN, and I am calling on this House to respect these standards henceforth to ensure the survival, dignity, and well-being of all Indigenous peoples, including Canada's Indigenous peoples. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr.
Saganash, seconded by Ms. Crowder, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
So the bill be read a second time at the next sitting of the House. Mr. Scott, seconded by Mr. Obey, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Democratic Constitutional Change. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today, seconded by my colleague, the member for Trois-Rivières, to introduce the NDP bill entitled An Act Respecting Democratic Constitutional Change. This replaces the bill called the Clarity Act, which consists in a very restricted interpretation of the Supreme Court's ruling on secession. On the contrary, our bill is based more faithfully on the principles set out by the court. This bill also reflects the recognition by this House that the Québécois form a nation within a united Canada. With this bill, the NDP is looking to the future. We are working to build a stronger Canada that recognizes and includes Quebec as an essential part of our federation. We believe that a stronger Canada cannot be imposed or accomplished through wedge politics. That, Mr. Speaker, is our vision of democratic federalism. Thank you. Mr. Scott, seconded by Mr. Aubin, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Motions. Motion. The Honourable Chief Government Whip.
Mr. Speaker, there have been consultations, and I think that if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the following motion: that the membership of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs be amended as follows. Mr. Mackenzie, Oxford, for Mr. Albrecht, Kitchener-Conestoga. Mr. Menegakis, Richmond Hill, for Mr. Williamson, New New Brunswick Southwest, and Mr. Scott, Toronto Danforth, for Mr. Toon, Gaspé, Île-de-Madeleine.
Does the Honourable Government Whip have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Motions. Motion. The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
You're going to stand up. Mr. Speaker, if the House gives its consent, I move that the 35th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs presented to the House earlier today be concurred in. Oh, yeah.
Does the Honourable Member have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Presenting petitions, Présentation des pétitions, the Honourable Member for New Westminster, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a petition signed calling on the Government of Canada to immediately legislate a ban on the importation of shark fin to Canada. Apex predators such as sharks play a critical role in maintaining healthy, balanced ecosystems. The continuing practice of shark finning, which is the practice of removing the fins and discarding the remainder of the shark back into the sea, is having a devastating effect on shark species around the world. The practice of shark finning results in an estimated 73 million sharks a year being killed for their fins alone, and that over 1/3 of all shark species are threatened with the extinction as a result of shark finning. Measures must be taken to stop the global practice of shark finning and ensure responsible conservation and management of sharks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've got the honour to present a petition from a number of Canadians today that urges the Canadian government to condemn the Chinese Communist regime's systematic murder of Falun Gong practitioners through forced live organ harvesting. These Falun Gong practitioners have largely and most severely persecuted group in China since July 1999 for their spiritual belief in truth, compassion, and forbearance. And in 2006, allegations emerged of large-scale murder of Falun Gong practitioners for their organs. There's a lot of evidence that's been accumulated. I won't go through it. The democratic nations have a responsibility to condemn such atrocities. Therefore, we, the undersigned, request the Canadian government to condemn the Chinese Communist Party's crime of systematically murdering Falun Gong practitioners for their organs and call for the end to the persecution of the Falun Gong in China.
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a petition from my constituents of Kingston and the Islands, particularly young residents of Kingston and the Islands, who are very much concerned about the changes to the interim federal health program and the effects on pregnant women and their babies. And so they ask the government to reconsider those changes so that extended health coverage is provided to pregnant women. They're very worried that the lack of primary maternal care could result in putting the health of expecting mothers and their unborn children at risk. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, I would like to introduce in this House a petition bearing witness to the importance of adopting a national policy for housing.
The Honourable Member for Langley.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honoured to present a petition here from constituents in beautiful Langley, British Columbia. It says that CBC revealed that ultrasounds are being used to tell the sex of the unborn child so that expecting parents can choose to terminate the pregnancy if it's a girl. Sex selection was condemned by all the national parties in this House. 92% of Canadians believe that sex selection and pregnancy termination should be illegal. Also, the Society of Obstetricians and Gynecologists vehemently oppose sex selection. They're calling on this House Member of Parliament to condemn sex selection.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
I'm pleased to present this petition regarding access to healthy food, which is critically important for a child's development, but is often limited for Canadian children who live in poverty. Child and youth nutrition programs are a cost-effective way to encourage the development of lifelong healthy eating habits, support Canadian farmers and food producers in the development of local markets, and reduce future health care costs. The petitioners call upon Parliament to develop a national child and youth nutrition strategy in consultation with stakeholders across the country and develop partnerships with farmers, food producers to stimulate economic development.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. L'honorable député de Châteauguay.
Honourable member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present today a petition signed by dozens of Canadians calling on the House of Commons to support a national strategy for affordable housing. It should also be pointed out the fact that Canada is the only G8 country does not have such a national strategy. Thank you.
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Mr. Speaker, this petition is calling on Parliament to condemn discrimination against girls through sex-selective abortion. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Drummond.
Honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am also very proud to table a petition concerning a national strategy on affordable housing, as introduced by my honourable colleague for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. This strategy seeks to reduce poverty in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Laval-les-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am also pleased today to submit a petition calling on the Government of Canada to put in place a national housing strategy.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my honour to present the first petitions from the Green Party for 2013. The first one relates to the call that I heard from certainly my constituents in 8 different town halls that I held throughout Saanich Gulf Islands. But these petitions are also signed by residents from farther and wider, all the way Vancouver and Maple Ridge, calling for a tanker ban against super oil tankers along the coast of BC. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, relates as well to a petition we heard earlier from the honourable member for Yorkton-Melville, pointing out the human rights issues in China. This petition calls on the House to do everything possible to avert the ratification of the Canada-China Investment Treaty, which has to date had no debate nor vote in this House, and which puts at risk Canada's sovereignty, our environmental, human rights, and labour protections. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the following questions will be answered today. Q 1039, 1040, 1042, 1043, 1044, 1048, 1052, 1053, 1055, 1057, 1060, 1061, 1066, 1071, 1079, 1097, 1101, and 1106. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if a supplementary response to question number Q 939, originally tabled on November 12, 2012, on November 19, 2012, as well as questions Q 1035, 1037, 1038, 1041, 1045 to 1047, 1049 to 1051, 1054, 1056, 1058, 1059, 1062 to 1065, 1067 to 1070, 1072 to 1078, 1080 to 1096, 1098 to 1100, 1102 to 1105, and 1107 could be made orders for returns. These returns would be tabled immediately.
Can I just confirm with the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, when he said 1098 to 1100, did he mean 1110?
1110, yes, Mr. Speaker,
okay.
Thank you.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Applications for emergency debate. The Chair has notice of a request for an emergency debate from the Honourable Member for Nanaimo-Cowichan, and I'll hear her now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the NDP has proposed an emergency debate on the breakdown of First Nations and Crown relationships, as evidenced by the continuing peaceful protests across the country. In fact, today on Parliament Hill, Idle No More is gathered to continue to raise these issues. In particular, concerns are being raised that Omnibus Bill C-38 and C-45, which affect inherent Aboriginal rights, were passed into law without constitutionally required consultation and accommodation. Now, the Mikisew Cree First Nation and the Frog Lake First Nation have filed a notice of application for a judicial review on the conduct of the responsible ministers in developing environmental policies and the proposed implementations of those policies through the omnibus statutes, Bill C-38 and Bill C-45. This is the first time since nationwide rallies began on December 10th that the House has had the opportunity to consider this matter. In that time, the rallies have grown both in size and number of locations across the country. international attention has been brought to these matters with support for protests from 6 continents. The continued disregard for the concerns being expressed at the grassroots level put at risk Canada's economic security and constitutional rights of its citizens. Therefore, the NDP is requesting this emergency debate, and I thank the Speaker for his careful consideration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the honourable member for raising this issue, and while I have no doubt that it is an important issue to her and many people, I'm not inclined to grant it at this time. However, I do note that there is an allotted day having just been announced today on this Thursday, so perhaps she can avail herself of that opportunity. Now, we'll have to revert to questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Government Bills Commons, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-48, Technical Tax Amendments Act 2012.
Il y a 2 minutes et 30 secondes pour les questions.
There are 2.5 minutes remaining in questions and comments for the Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to have this opportunity to put a question to the member for Rimouski, Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques. We've talked a lot about the issues of competitiveness in Canada, and my colleague spoke to those issues. In addition, we could also talk about accessibility to the tax system for individuals in Canada. One of the very worrisome statistics is that many Canadians, more than half in fact, don't do their income tax, file their income tax return themselves. So I'd like the Honourable Member to comment on that, if he would.
Excusez pour une minute. Honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for Beauport-Limoilou for his very pertinent question. More than half now of Canadian men and women need some kind of assistance in order to fill out their income tax forms. And that's worrisome because in Canada, Canadians can't use ignorance of the law to defend themselves. But if we look at the Income Tax Act, it's very difficult to understand all of the meandering interpretations and aspects of it. So it's problematic because it's so complex. We can't expect Canadians to understand it. Even specialists can't really fully grasp the ins and outs of the Income Tax Act in its entirety. Canadians must rely on software packages that are perhaps incomplete, and if it can be very costly. So we're facing a fundamental problem here. Individuals and some corporations can accidentally violate the act because it's so complex. So that's another reason why we must undertake a serious consideration with respect to just how complex the Canadian tax system is, and with a view to simplifying it.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I must say it's really delightful to be back on the Hill. But I have to say that I've had an amazing time while I've been in the riding of Newton North Delta, meeting with my constituents, going to events and listening to their concerns. And now it's good to be back here so I can bring their concerns right into this House. And I want to thank them for the amazing, let's say, busyness they provided for me while I was in the riding, and it certainly was delightful. Well, you know, Mr. Speaker, once again, we've got another omnibus bill that is close to 1,000 pages, and as I've said before, thicker than most of our community's phone books. But, you know, this omnibus bill is a little bit different than a lot different than the Trojan horse budget bill, in which, of course, as we know, The government buried everything in there, everything they did not want Canadians to know about, whether it was the degradation of environmental protection, whether it was changes to the refugees issues, and a huge number of other protections, whether it was changes to some EI and others. All of those were bedded into the Trojan horse budget bill, which made it very, very unpalatable. As was the bill we debated just before the House rose. That was also so much stuff in there that was not related, but under the guise of the budget, the Conservatives were trying to carry out their agenda so that we as parliamentarians could not debate. However, this bill is a little bit different. And I have to say, and I know this is going to come as a shock, that I'm rising today actually to support this bill, because this piece of legislation has been a long time coming. You know, when I look at the history of when the last changes were made, the last technical tax bill was passed in 2001. 2001. And when I think about that, I keep thinking, so much has changed. And yet, we have not had the clarity there for either investors, for the business community, and for Canadians who actually want to try to understand their tax system. And something does disturb me, though. You know, changes that should have been happening under the Liberal government, too. So, by the way, I'm not just saying that this has been a delay from the Conservative side. I think my colleagues in the Liberal caucus, while they were in government, were very, very remiss in not providing the kind of clarity that we all need when we're dealing with taxes and we're dealing with people's money. And they avoided doing that too. So we're pleased to see this here. And before we go any further, let me make it perfectly clear that New Democrats absolutely believe in cracking down on both tax avoidance and tax evasion, while ensuring the integrity of our tax system. So, we're pleased that this government, even though very late, is trying to close or clarify some areas and close some loopholes to avoid getting into difficulties where people can maneuver the system, and also that thus avoid paying legitimate taxes which help to provide Canadians with services they so cherish. So we do support the changes being made in the bill, especially those that are there to tackle tax avoidance. However, Mr. Speaker, I have to say that when you had the Auditor General, who said in 2009, the Auditor General raised concerns that there were at least 400, not 5, not 10, 400 outstanding technical amendments that had not yet been put into legislation. That's a lot of technical issues within our income tax that was there, just not made legal through the legislative process. And I have to say that I am concerned, and I'm hoping that the Conservatives will look at addressing the 200 amendments that they have not included in this legislation. And, you know, we really have to take a look and pay attention to the Auditor General. And, you know, one of the things I have to say, Mr. Speaker, is one of the things that my constituents in Newton North Delta and Canadians, whether I'm in Edmonton or in Saskatoon or Montreal or any other of our great cities or some of our communities across this country, when I visit them, they expect something from our government. They, one, expect us to do the work in this House with a fair and open debate, not closure after closure after closure to shut down debate, because it's only when we debate that they get to have a look at what is happening. But there is something else they expect, and that is transparency. And I believe that this piece of legislation will give greater clarity and more transparency that will have been legislated that people can get to know. But, you know, I was getting a headache just thinking about all those tax. I don't often feel sorry for accountants and tax consultants and all those people who do a job I could not possibly do. And I kept thinking, you know, here they have hundreds and hundreds of amendments. And if they're going to do their job well, and we want them to do their job well, and we want our Canadian citizens and Canadian residents also to know what the rules are, that there is a lot being dumped on them at the same time. At the same time, at least it will give them some clarity. But what I hear from my citizens and people in Canada I talk to, from the diverse communities, it doesn't matter where I go, whether it's rural or urban, is this: they want transparency. And I think they're looking for transparency from our Conservative government. You know, sometimes I'm amazed that we sit in here, and I'm glad we're sort of dealing with these amendments, and my previous colleagues have got into a lot of the technical side, but then I think, why do we have these amendments? To give clarity and transparency. And yet we have a government that does not believe in that when it comes to their own actions. After all, the Parliamentary Budget Officer had to threaten to go to court and actually had to take steps to get the government side to put on the table information that should have been available to him so he could look at it and examine it. And that should cause us a great deal of concern. And, Mr. Speaker, it's one thing to say, clarity for others, but I think it's time that our government, my colleagues across the aisle, started to take a look at their own actions and how they are running government, whether it's shutting down debate in this House, moving time closures, rushing, burying legislation in omnibus budget bills that have really got very little to do with the budget, but more or less they're trying to cover and trying to hide things from Canadians. Well, we've really, really got to urge this government to think about how they portray themselves out to the greater public. And when I was in my riding, you know, I kept hearing concerns. You know, people are concerned about the taxes they pay. But the taxes they pay, they expect some services out of that. And one of the questions that I kept being asked was service centres are being shut down. And people who need to go on EI keep phoning these 1-800 numbers where they have to wait for hours and hours and hours. And even then they don't get any great satisfaction. And that's even before they've filled out their forms. So there is a lot of questions about why the government is cutting so much of that front-line service, whether it's cutting down our Canada Service Centres, where people get all kinds of assistance, or whether it's cutting down our CIC centres around the country so that people are left without any services in those areas as well. They're also concerned, and I heard this, and it's all related to transparency, which is what this bill is all about. They're concerned, and I heard this from community after community about the long waits for citizenship. You know, Mr. Speaker, you may not know this, but I found out that a family of 4, if they have 2 children, in order to get a Canadian citizenship, this is after they've met all the requirements, they have to pay a fee of $200 per adult and $100 for each child. So in order to get their Canadian citizenship, they save, because many families have to do 2 or 3 jobs to make ends meet. They save that money, and with a great deal of pride, they apply for their Canadian citizenship, thinking I'm going to get it within 6 months, 9 months, 12 months. You know, Mr. Speaker, I saw a room full of files where a citizenship judge told me I'm not going to get to those for 2.5 years. And so we have frontline services being cut, and residents in Canada who would qualify to vote and have other rights as citizens, those rights are denied to them because we are cutting so many frontline workers who are absolutely critical to the well-being. Not a day goes by, I would like to say an hour, not an hour goes by that I don't get either an email in my writing or directly to me a phone call or a message on Facebook or through the Twitter world, a message saying, how come we're having to wait so long? So people who work here, pay their EI dues, they're wondering why they're waiting. We've got people who live here, meet all the criteria, and now wondering why no action and why they're having to wait so long for their citizenship. And the other thing that came up, and once again to do with transparency and priorities, and obviously the debacle this government has made of procurement is a well-known story to men, women and children across this country. It's become a bit of a kind of a joke at the kitchen table. You know, it's going to be a few billion, it's going to be that many billion, now it's 17 billion, and now it's that billion. Oh, now we don't have a contract, so let's start again, because it's a plane that won't meet our needs. Anyway, all of that, and what they're saying is, where is the transparency? Where is this government's priorities? We hear the government talking, about, this is all about the creation of jobs, this is about the economy. What my constituents tell me is, their reality is that the gap between the rich and the poor is getting wider and wider. And I have many citizens and residents in my riding of Newton North Delta who are working 2 or 3 jobs, minimum paying jobs or barely above minimum, in order to make ends meet. And they're having to pay more user fees for different things. They look at our priorities and the transparency around the hospital in Surrey, which I must say, for one of the fastest growing cities, our hospital is in dire straits. Nothing against the staff, they do an amazing job. But I had the misfortune to go with someone into the emergency room, and I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, priorities is what we should be looking at. We need to address the key healthcare issues across this country. We need to address the idea of doctors. Once again, it's about where we put our resources. I talk to taxi drivers, I talk to people who are working on building sites. When I went door to door, I talked to people there. I talked to people at these big events in big halls with thousands of people there. And you know what? Over and over I hear, yes, the government has said they're going to do something about credentialing, but what is it? Where are the actions? Words don't cut it anymore. So I have constituents who are looking for clarity from this government, and really, Mr. Speaker, it is time we started to look at our priorities, or the government needs to look at its priorities and start addressing the dire needs of many of our citizens. I don't know about you, Mr. Speaker, but in my riding, the food bank does an incredible job. And I'm so grateful to the community of Surrey and to Delta, because they donate so generously, both the businesses and individual. And it breaks your heart when the very families that receive from the food bank, the children still come in because they still want to donate, because they know what it's like to be hungry and what it's like to be stretched. So those are the kind of priorities we should be investing our resources into, because we know that if we address the issues of poverty, it actually has a huge impact on healthcare costs. If we invest in education, it has a huge impact on saving us on healthcare costs. So when I look at all of those things, and, you know, Mr. Speaker, this very technical bill, which I know mine's greater than mine, the consultants and the lawyers and the accountants and the business community will spend days perusing over because there's a lot of stuff in here. And our committee will tackle all of those issues at committee. And as I said, we are supporting this piece of legislation. And at the same time, we're questioning where are this government's priorities when it comes to the utilization of taxes paid by the Canadian public. And where are, you know, I had the pleasure, and I want to thank my colleague who visited my riding, and we did canvassing of the business community on Scott Road. And if any of you know the Scott Road Punjabi market, I have to tell you that the first time my granddaughter went there, her teacher asked her, so where were you this weekend? And she told her, she said, well, I went to India. And my daughter lives on Vancouver Island. And because it's a very diverse community with a very strong South Asian community there with lots of businesses. And a businessman pulled out his bill from the credit card company. And even though he had a negotiated rate of 1-point-something%, because of the kind of credit cards that are being used, his bill was actually 3.64. And he was actually saying that he struggles on a daily basis keeping his business going because that eats into his profit margin. Because the small businessman lives in a very, very competitive world. And it's a business community we need to support because those jobs stay in our riding and that money gets spent in our ridings, in our communities, and right here in Canada. And he went through that. And, you know, it almost broke my heart listening to him and the kind of struggles he was having. And, of course, when we told him that come April the 1st, there's going to be a further increase, he was saying, I'll just have to tell people I don't take credit cards anymore. And that, he said, will lose me a lot of business because a lot of us, I know I don't, carry cash anymore. We use our cards for all kinds of things. So that is really, really critical. You know, young people, I met with young people from different schools in my riding office as well. And I asked them, what are your priorities? What is important to you? And you know what? The number one issue, they said, was the environment. And the second thing they said was affordable housing and addressing the gap between the rich and poor and addressing the poverty issues. The third thing they said, and I was so delighted, is they said we have to address the issues when it comes to our Aboriginal communities. And I know that they were sensitized because of Idle No More, but that movement has done a lot to raise the average person's awareness of these issues. And then they went on to sort of decent paying jobs right here in Canada so that when we extract our resources, we extract them in an environmentally safe way, and then we develop the decent paying jobs right here in Canada so that they can have a future where they're not looking forward to having to work 2 or 3 jobs at minimum wage and wondering whether they can afford to ever have a family. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Peterborough.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I was listening to the member's speech, and you know, it's almost as though she hasn't been here for the last number of years, but I know that she has been. She asked a number of times where are the government's priorities. I'd just like to remind her on a few of the government's priorities. For example, the government has said its number one priority are jobs in the economy. We've created more jobs than any other industrialized economy, comparable industrialized economy in the world, now over 900,000. And Of course, we know that Statistics Canada has came out and said the bulk of those jobs are full-time and good-paying jobs. We've also made a priority in that healthcare and education. We fund them more than any government in history, and we've protected transfers to the provinces. We've also made it a priority to stand with our partners in NATO, and I know the Minister of Foreign Affairs is here, and he's spoken out on behalf of those less fortunate in the world, those that need somebody to speak up on their behalf. That's the priorities of this government. Where has this member been, Mr. Speaker?
The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to remind my honourable colleague that the member has been exactly here debating on many of these issues. We have a disagreement, and the disagreement is when he says, talks about our commitments internationally, I would say that a concern I hear over and over again in my community and other communities I've entered to is the loss of status that Canada has internationally, that we've lost our standing. We no longer have a seat on the Security Council. And in some ways, we're seen as being more belligerent, in some cases, than even our friends to the south of us. And when he talks about investing in jobs, well, I want to take him to the real world, and that's the world I go back home to every weekend. And it's the world where people are. People who were once making $18 to $22 an hour because of actions of government are now there, because a lot of these jobs are now contracted out, are now working at $12, $13 an hour. And I would challenge this member to see if he could support a family in Canada today, in the suburbs of Surrey, on $13 an hour, and see how he would think how great his economic plan is going. And when we look at the environmental issues, and he says they've protected the environment. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? You just have to listen to even the students in high schools and elementary schools get it, that this government has absolutely degraded our environmental protections, and they cannot say that they are economic boosters. As a matter of fact, I would say they are doing more harm in the short term and in the long term.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to pick up on the point of the issue of priorities, because I think that is an important point that we shouldn't lose sight of. We need to recognize that there are numerous technical amendments to the taxation legislation through Bill C-48, and there's nothing new there in the sense that we've been waiting for amendments for many years now. Now, ultimately, government could argue, well, you wait 2 or 3 years, you allow them to accumulate, and then you bring in a more modest bill, maybe of 100 pages or 150 pages. What is obviously wrong with this legislation, Mr. Speaker, even though we will be supporting it, is that the government took so much time in order to put into place the technical amendments that are necessary in order to comply our legislation to what has been deemed as important amendments that if you take a look at tax documents, you will find that they'll asterisk it or they'll color code it to show that there are so many amendments that were necessary. My question to the member is, and it's keeping with the issue of priorities, does she not believe that if, in fact, it was a priority of government, this particular type of legislation, that it could have been and should have been dealt 2 years ago, maybe even 3 years ago, in smaller portions of bills? You don't have to respond immediately to a vast majority of the technical amendments that are necessary, but it is reasonable for us to expect that every 3-4 years that there should be some sort of legislation brought in to make the changes. Would she not agree?
The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
I want to thank my honourable colleague for raising that question, and I want to remind him that his own government, while in power, and they had a majority, the last time they made any technical changes and brought them to the House was in 2001. So they didn't even follow. So they did not even follow the kind of roadmap he puts out right now. So I would say, absolutely, if we've got technical changes, that they should be done on a cyclical basis. And as we all said, because they are so technical, that makes sense. But to me, it all goes on about priorities. And to me, it's priorities of what Canadians expect us to be doing right here in this Parliament and the issues they need us to address.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Rimouski.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata Basque. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to correct what the minister just said in the previous question when he said that transfers to the provinces for health would remain the same, that there'd be no change. On the contrary, the government has announced its intention to reduce transfers to the provinces by 6%. So that shows that the government's priority is to reduce those transfers. The other thing that we can see in C-48 is the issue, the intent to close tax loopholes. And this reflects the complexity of the Income Tax Act. This is the first time we have a technical bill to amend the Income Tax Act in over 10 years. The Liberals had the chance in the last years of their term, and they didn't do it. The Conservatives, since 2006, have allowed these changes to accumulate, and they didn't introduce any legislation like this. So now we have some 900 pages of changes. And this neglect has left Canadian companies and Canadian individuals in great uncertainty because the rules have been unclear, the government's intentions have been unclear, and until they tabled an omnibus bill of this size, everything's been unclear. So this reflects the government's priorities. How can they treat the tax code so offhandedly, such an important issue as the tax system? How can they do this? The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
As my colleague has said, it's all about priorities. But if you have a government that does not practice accountability and transparency in its own actions or the actions of its ministers, then I think it's very easy for them to put off these kind of technical changes. And I absolutely agree when you're looking at closing loopholes for tax avoiders, that should be a priority, because every penny we collect then should be used to provide services. But I will go back to that, how can we expect a government that itself does not want to be held accountable at any level, then to be preaching all about accountability?
Comments, questions et commentaires? Honorable député de Drummond. On a seulement...
The honourable member for Drummond. There's less than 2 minutes left for questions. It'll be very brief, Mr. Speaker. I'd first like to congratulate my colleague on her excellent speech. And then I just wanted to ask her this question about what the Auditor General had already raised about concerns about how slow the government was proceeding with technical amendments. As has been said already, this is a 900-page bill, so it's huge. It could be called an omnibus bill. It's different from C-38 and C-45, which were horrible, terrible omnibus bills that dealt with a whole bunch of disparate subjects, but this is more of a technical omnibus bill. So the Auditor General advised the government to hurry up and produce a bill like this, but this is so huge. In order to better deal with concerns, the process should perhaps be more efficient. The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
My colleague, and what's very clear is that this government finds it very difficult to act on the recommendations of an Auditor General, and as a matter of fact seem to flagrantly disregard. But at least in this legislation, they brought in about 50% of the amendments that are necessary and that are waiting to be implemented. But this government seems to show very little regard for the Parliamentary Budget Officer, the Auditor General, and for the recommendations that come out, because they have this arrogance that they know it all.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Honorable député de Beauport.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I'm very pleased to be able to speak in the House to Bill C-48. This is a major bill, and I'd like to begin my speech by recognizing, by giving the government credit for coming forward with this massive piece of legislation, which makes it possible to make up for a huge delay when it comes to tax amendments. We have to recognize that, so it'll be a pleasure for me to be able to support this bill in order to do justice to taxpayers, be they individuals or business people. We've said it and said it again. The government has made countless decisions. Some were necessary, some perhaps less so. Tax decisions. And the real problem, it's not just this government, but also previous governments, previous liberal governments. Unfortunately, those decisions brought uncertainty to the tax system. We were in a pretty dense fog, and ultimately, all the experts, all the tax specialists had to try to fly without the aid of guidance systems. They didn't have the tools they needed to find their way through this tax fog. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind everyone that one of the biggest problems we're dealing with now, one of the biggest challenges to the economy, is the amount of capital that's not being put to use. It's over $500 billion that the private sector is sitting on, and this is a very clear symptom that there's a sense of insecurity that I've been reminded of just days ago when I had the pleasure of meeting business people in the Quebec City area in my riding of Beauport-Limoilou. Business people are very worried that there's no recognition of entrepreneurship. I'm talking about people who have ideas. They're willing to take risks to really contribute to society, to put their talents and their skills to the benefit of the economy. And there's a problem, too, of new entrepreneurs. There's a real shortage of new people, new blood being drawn to entrepreneurship. This government talks a lot, but the results aren't so impressive. And in fact, they even go against the common good in many cases. It's been at least already 7 years that this government has been at the helm, and companies are still nervous about investing, nervous about developing, about growing. So what's the problem? The problem comes from this government.
So you'll understand, Mr. Speaker, that I've left my period of compliments behind. I was happy to compliment them on the bill that they tabled, but now it's time for some brickbats. It's time to say that, you know, there are some bad points too. I'm going to take advantage of the fact that HoC is back on schedule, and I'm going to use a few metaphors. You know that C-48, Mr. Speaker, is a gesture made by this government in the middle of the third period to try and make up for a score where they are 10 goals behind. Now, the government can hope to pull off a win, but in reality, they have an enormous deficit in terms of planning, in terms of vision, and in terms of responsibility. with regard to all the players on Team Canada and also the people in the up in the audience. Now, I'm using these images because, well, it's better late than never, but you can only go so far with that proverb. And the other problem, as underscored by my colleague from Rimouski-Témiscouata-les-Basques, a comment that was that was right on the mark, is that it doesn't correct things. It simply amplifies the vagueness of the tax system due to its excessive complexity. And that was fueled, among other things, by the government's negligence and also by its will to pander to its clients. Now, Mr. Speaker, I started being active in politics in 2005, and 2011 was my third election campaign. And I saw the tiny blue wave in the Quebec City area and in Quebec, and I saw the government's illusions about its competence and capabilities. Now, unfortunately, the government's pretensions are completely counteracted by the facts. Now, to come back to complexity, I'll start with a very simple fact. Mr. Speaker, I was surprised to learn last week that, unfortunately, the Canada Revenue Agency is going to abolish the abridged tax return kit because most of our citizens need that simplified tax kit because most citizens produce or file a tax return for one single income source. So that does not require a detailed tax return kit that covers a vast number of fields, unlike what I had to do in a few past years because I had various income sources and I was, in fact, a self-employed worker just a few years ago. You know, Mr. Speaker, this is a major and even insurmountable obstacle for a large part of the Canadian public. My colleague from Rimouski-Témiscouata-les-Basques reminded us of that. The majority of the population, over 60% of Canadian taxpayers, must file a tax return, and they do not do it by themselves. They turn to a professional to do so, and that is for obvious reasons. I'll use an example from the province of Quebec. I'm going to refer to the Civil Code, where it talks about legislative measures that apply to the lease household renting, rather. You know that in addition to our separate Civil Code, we also have a separate housing board that offers both a type of assistance to owners and tenants in Quebec in the area of rental housing. The residential type of rental housing is what I'm referring to here. And one of the main instruments that has existed for about a decade is a standard lease that is available everywhere. It is already formatted, it is very accessible, and it sets out the rules concerning the rental of a housing unit and the contract that is agreed upon between an owner and a tenant. Now, within my political commitment, but also within my volunteer activities as a citizen, I was called upon to combat many myths linked to the basic rules for rental housing. Because you know that in Quebec, another specific feature that is specific to Quebec is that owners send notices of modification to their tenants. These are governed by very strict rules. The tenants must give specific responses, but many tenants, despite the existence of this standard lease as a formatted document that is easily accessible, well, despite this, many tenants unfortunately believe that if they refuse the proposed amendment, then they will have to move. Now, that is really something quite terrible because, first, people do not avail themselves of their fundamental rights to be able to negotiate in good faith. And in addition, unfortunately, it indirectly fuels a certain amount of speculation. So imagine, Mr. Speaker, so I didn't bring an example of this standard lease with me in paper form, but considering that such a simple instrument is difficult to understand for a great number of people, well, imagine then when we talk about the general tax return kit, that, because right now I'm on the CRA website, in addition to the general tax return kit, which I think has a few dozen pages, probably something like at least 50 pages, perhaps more. In addition, you have the basic tax return file, the calculation of income form, and in addition to 13 additional schedules. Now, this is the kit for Quebec residents, so schedules regarding federal income tax calculated in Quebec, another schedule for federal amounts that are transferred to the spouse, capital losses or gains, the status of investment income. There are many schedules also that apply to independent workers, self-employed workers, who do not pay into, who do not have their income collected as payment into the Régie des Rentes, for example. So if you simply look at the number of sheets of paper that are included in the basic tax return that will be the only one available for people, well, I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that it is completely nebulous for the vast majority of the Canadian public, and we can't fault them for that because it was not the public who asked for a tax return kit that is so complex. And I received indignant letters from the citizens in my riding about this because they liked the previous simplified form because it made things easier for them. So imagine the problems this is creating for seniors, for people who are not as literate as everyone else, for people who have difficulty reading and understanding written documents. And that's over and above people who have trouble doing basic math. So the government is directly saying to its citizens, well, the tax system is reserved for a certain elite, for people who either have the education or the abilities, or the financial abilities, that is, to have their tax returns completed by someone else, by a professional. And unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, my basic principle is that the tax system must be accessible enough to people that they do not have to spend any money. It should be something comparable to the exercise of the right to vote in our democratic system. So the government has failed upon this, and unfortunately, C-48 is not going to make things any better. Now, within the regulatory framework, though, there will be measures that have been adopted, that were adopted 10 years ago. So at least that's one thing. These will now be enacted. But the other thing I wanted to address, and this is something that is particularly dear to me, and it was something that I spoke out on before Christmas, and that is the question of tax evasion. Unfortunately, well, I did pay a compliment to the government. That is something that happens very seldom, but now I have to criticize them harshly because the government is talking out of both sides of its mouth here. Now, it is a good thing that certain measures that will be enacted in C-48 will counter tax evasion. That's a very good thing, Mr. Speaker. We can agree upon that, but as I already said, at the Justice and Human Rights Committees, and I have said this elsewhere as well, what use is it to have a written law if it is not enforced, or we are not given the means to enforce it, because those are two very important aspects of this. The Act, it gives us an instrument. Now, but we have to use it. We have to pay the price to enforce it. Otherwise, it is simply an empty shell. And you know, Mr. Speaker, that before Christmas, we had a debate on the adoption of free trade agreements with the Republic of Panama, which is a tax haven, or yes, a tax kingdom, we could even say. It's one of the 5 most attractive tax havens in the world, and I denounce this because the government could not close its eyes to that, despite the claims of the Republic of Panama, because I think that Panama might have good intentions of improving its situation. But before going any further, Mr. Speaker, we need to see results, because good intentions are all very well. We've heard many things with regard to human relations, relationships, in a couple relationships, you can see that some people talk and talk, but most people can see through these words. But, Mr. Speaker, C-48, if this bill is adopted, then the government is contradicting or is practically ridiculizing the application of these measures if it concludes an agreement with Panama. And in this House, during my speech, I showed outright that Panama is still a very attractive tax haven. On the internet, there are many European sites that are recently updated, and they say, well, Panama is the place. If you want to avoid taxes, that's where you should put your money. So what is the government's interest in having these pretensions, these good intentions, if it is just going to contradict them by establishing a relationship with the Republic of Panama, when it realizes that this government, the Republic of Panama, does not deserve it? And another thing, Mr. Speaker, is that with the unbridled cuts that we have seen, and as the PBO pointed out, these are cuts that affect direct service to the population, basic services. That is the means that the Canadian government has to fulfill its different missions and mandates. Well, I'm very sorry, but the measures in C-48, when we talk about tax evasion, will remain simply good intentions that will have no concrete results, or with fewer and fewer results, because if we do not have a trained, motivated, and numerous public service in order to counter tax evasion, then we'll just be a laughingstock. I mean, we already are a laughingstock. We mustn't hide that. We can't hide that. And I have heard enough comments, Mr. Speaker, some very harsh comments. Some of my constituents have even used very colorful language about this government, and I cannot repeat those terms here in this House. It's true. It's true. I see I only have a minute left. My goodness, time flies. I could have used another 20 or even 40 minutes to talk to you about Bill C-48. Thank you very much for having rewarded me, Mr. Speaker. So in closing, I would like to underline this inconsistency. Now, this will not prevent my colleagues and I in the official opposition from voting in favor of Bill C-48, because, as I said, it is important, and I did express my concerns concerning the fact that we're only caught up halfway, and there will be hope once again once we form the government. But as always, we have a lot of work, but we're not afraid of hard work. We're happy to rise to these challenges and to be able to provide justice to all citizens of this country. Thank you. Questions and comments?
Député.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like first to congratulate my colleague on his speech. He spoke about complexity with regard to the regulations around taxation. I would like him to tell us, in his opinion, well, there is a limit concerning this bill that affects the transposing that must be done of all the technical elements based on changes in the legislative measures themselves. What does my colleague think of this difficulty? Could he comment on that?
Député de Beauport.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, listen, it is clear that with regard to these limits, and considering the sheer volume of this bill, we will obviously have to implement measures that will have to be corrected later, and very unfortunately. You know, the government's way of doing things is practically it's like someone who suffers from procrastination. They try to put something in place that they hastily cobble something together. They hastily write a paper, for example, and hand it in to the teacher, but it's full of flaws. So that's a major source of concern for us, because it means that some concerns it can be of the taxpayers and experts can be addressed, but given that we are unable to find all the errors, well, we're going to have to do our work over again, and that's a real shame.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to commend my honourable colleague from Beauport-Limoilou on his excellent speech, where he showcased a number of the flaws of this government in terms of the tax system, the economy, for example, and I found it very interesting. And, for example, Drummond, my riding, is a place where there are many small and medium-sized businesses, and those businesses need a tax system that is simple, efficient, and fair. And right now, those three criteria are not really in place. The Conservative government has unfortunately failed in that regard. And the other problem is this bill, as my honourable colleague clearly showed, is this thick. It has over, or rather almost 1,000 pages, which is enormous. It's very difficult to analyze that. This is something that should have been done long ago. As we said, the most recent amendments date from 2001, so the Liberals dragged their feet on this, but so have the Conservatives since they came to power. They've really dragged their feet on this matter, and I would simply like to remind people that the Auditor General raised concerns, very serious concerns, with regard to how slow the government was with putting into place technical amendments. And what that means is that when you have a file or a document of 1,000 pages, how can we possibly properly study it and understand all the amendments that have been brought and do our work seriously, as we should as members of Parliament, and then make appropriate reports to our fellow citizens. But with this kind of document, it's very difficult. So that is why we should have documents like that every year in order that we can be up to date, instead of waiting for years and years and then have to take all this time to properly understand the details of this act. So I would like to know what my honourable colleague thinks of what I just said.
Limoilou.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for Drummond. He raised a number of issues. Now, I'd like to use an image to explain just how lost the government is. Now, the government has been doing a great deal of marketing to try to hide the reality, in fact, from Canadians. At the end of the day, it's like a wolf that's got its leg stuck in a trap and it chews its leg right off to get away. The government says, well, our wolf got away, but now it's only got 3 legs, it's handicapped. So it's a huge problem. I'd like to give you a very simple example of what I'm getting at with respect to EI. Now, one of my constituents is a skilled worker in Quebec, in Beauport-Limoilou in the Quebec City region. And unfortunately, he's a seasonal worker. Unfortunately, he is now trying to meet the requirements, the new rules put in place by the government. And he's looking for a job in his field, but he's being offered jobs at a salary that's considerably lower. He said, look, I don't work all year, but I earn over the course of a year $50,000 or $60,000. Am I going to accept to work for $35,000? Just so what we're seeing is a situation where we're spiraling downward. We're promoting mediocrity for most people. It's shameful to see the government doing this, and the honourable member for Drummond has just addressed some of these issues as well. We need to address them. It's our job.
Questions, comments? L'honorable député de Rimouski, Neigette, Timasquat.
The honourable member for Rimouski, Neigette, Timasquat, Les Basques. Now, there doesn't seem to be very many members opposite who are here to explain Bill C-48, apart from the remarks made by the Parliamentary Secretary. So I'd like to ask my colleague a question, the following question. Since the bill already contains some 400 notices that were integrated, that came from the CRA, etc., there are another 200 that haven't been incorporated. So are we going to be expecting then another bill that might be almost as thick? Why didn't they include those technical aspects? Since this has been dragging on for 10 years, these accumulations have been building up. I'd like to know what the member for Beauport-Limoilou thinks about the fact that the government accumulating and putting these together once every 10 years instead of proceeding with the bills that amend tax-related legislation like the income tax asked on a yearly basis. So I'd like to know why the government is doing this and how my colleague reacts to these comments. The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Well, I'd like to thank the member for Rimouski, Neigette, Timasquat, Les Basques for his question, because it's a very important one. I think the government's showing its contempt. I'll use another example from my riding at White Birch, where, unfortunately, workers lost part of their pension following to the employer's non-contribution, and in fact it was a problem. And as a result, over a number of years, they didn't do their job and make the contributions. In this case, they didn't enact legislation or put forth legislation. And over a period of 10 or 15 years, it's huge. It turns in or results in a great deal of work that needs to be done. And I'd like to give you another example. Imagine this. I like to use images. If someone doesn't make their mortgage payments over 10 years, well, Mr. Speaker, they'd have a huge amount that they'd have to pay back if the bank were to say, whoa, 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 no, that's enough, pay it back immediately, the amounts owed over the past 10 years. So that shows just how this government isn't fulfilling its obligations and responsibilities for all taxpayers.
Resuming debate.
Resuming debate.
Honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with pleasure I actually stand to rise to speak to Bill C-48 this afternoon. And right at the beginning, I would like to indicate, that the Liberal Party does support the bill. We ultimately would like to see the bill go to committee. I don't think it comes as any surprise to members, because at the end of the day, we would argue that many, if not virtually all, these amendments that we're talking about should have been and could have been passed years ago. And there is a cost, Mr. Speaker, to Canadians as a whole, because the government has been so lax in wanting to pass this necessary legislation. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I think the viewers would likely recall just last year, the government had these massive two huge budget bills. And in those budget bills, they threw in all sorts of other pieces of legislation. For some peculiar reason, they felt it was necessary to bundle in so many pieces of legislation and pass them through the back door of the budget debate. And having said that, when I reflect on it, and I've had the opportunity to discuss the issue with many of my constituents, I think that the general feeling is that that was just wrong, anti-democratic, and so many things that one could be said about why it is the government and what it did last year was inappropriate, undemocratic, and just not worthy of passage through this House. Now, on the other hand, we have this massive bill. And it's important to make note of it, Mr. Speaker. This is a bill that's in excess of 900 pages. Now, sometimes when you overhaul legislation, there is a need to bring in substantial changes that will dictate that you have to have literally hundreds of pages of paper or of words, thousands of words, in order to be able to get all the amendments that are necessary through in order to change that legislation. Well, this particular bill, that does not apply, Mr. Speaker. If you stop and think about it, over the years, we have seen numerous need for change in our taxation laws, and the number has dramatically increased over the last few years, Mr. Speaker. This matter was before our Auditor General. It was before our Public Accounts Committee. In fact, Mr. Speaker, our Public Accounts Committee a couple of years back suggested that the government act on this issue, that the government bring in smaller pieces of legislation in order to enact the many technical changes that are required for our tax laws, Mr. Speaker. And that was years ago when they made those recommendations. There is no doubt whatsoever, Mr. Speaker, that the government has sat idly by as they allowed the list to grow considerably to the point in which today we have a document that is excessive in terms of the number of amendments that have to be made in order to modernize or update our taxation laws, Mr. Speaker. Now, many of those amendments are very, well, they're all technical, but many of them are very small in nature, but some of them are, in fact, quite significant. And in reading through and being provided some information on it, I just want to highlight two or possibly three of them, Mr. Speaker, just to provide example. Like, do you know, for example, when we did the employment insurance, now that self-employed individuals can contribute to EI, C-48 ensures that those contributions are deducted from the annual income for taxation purposes in the same manner that an employee's contributions are deducted. Very important change, Mr. Speaker. Then we can go down to the labor-sponsored venture funds. These funds, Mr. Speaker, in 2010, Ontario had had an experience where they were phasing out its tax credit. There's been other issues surrounding labour venture capital funds. I could talk at great length in terms of some of the problems that we had in the province of Manitoba while I was in the MLA back then, Mr. Speaker. But at the end of the day, that there are changes that are going to be made to our laws, our taxation laws, that is going to help deal with some of those funds. When you talk about the airlines, provinces and taxes, this clarifies the allocation of miles flown over certain territorial waters for the purpose of provincial taxation. There's one here regarding our First Nations with respect to GST, so that our First Nations can now choose to levy a sales tax on a reserve by allowing Canada Revenue Agency to collect and administer the tax. All money collected is returned to the Band Council. C-48 will allow Revenue Quebec to fulfill that same function. Mr. Speaker, even though we talk about the hundreds of changes that are very technical in nature, Mr. Speaker, it's important that we recognize that those changes are absolutely critical. In fact, what you'll find, Mr. Speaker, quite often when you look at taxation books which try to provide advice to consumers, you'll see many of it coded, whether it's asterisks, whether it's different colors or faded colors. And wherever you see that, generally speaking, it's in reference to the fact that there was a need to change the legislation, but the legislation hasn't been changed. It's still pending. And because it's still pending, they have to kind of make a note of that. And we have an industry out there, Mr. Speaker, of lawyers, taxation lawyers, accountants, all sorts of advocate groups, and others that assist individuals in preparing their taxes, Mr. Speaker, that have to take a note of the many different changes that we're expecting, because at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, until it passes, it is not the law. So it is an issue. It is a very important issue. And I stand my place, and I question why it is that it took the government so long. If you take a look at the importance of taxation, taxation is of critical importance to our nation. Over the years, and I've been had the privilege of being an elected member, whether it's here or in the province of Manitoba as an MLA for 20-plus years. And I can tell you, people are concerned about taxes and taxations and the many forms of taxation. They believe that there's a need for changes. They would like to see more progressive changes in the way in which government collects its taxes, Mr. Speaker. And we need to have that debate. We need to encourage not only these minor technical changes and, in some cases, major technical changes, Mr. Speaker. We need to encourage reforming the system where we can. And I think that there's a lot more that we can actually do, Mr. Speaker. So I'm surprised that the government has taken as long as it has. I would have felt that the government was in a good position 2, 3, 4 years ago to have put together legislation that would have, in fact, made many of the changes that were proposed many years ago, Mr. Speaker, as opposed to allowing them to accumulate. I say this now, Mr. Speaker, because we know that as time continues to go forward, that there will be future changes. So we would anticipate that, and we're not suggesting that it has to be done on an annual basis or even every second year. It depends in terms of the type of technical changes that are required, the number of changes, and in fact, to a good part, the government's agenda. Could be a budget implementation that's coming forward, which would cause additional changes. There could be a wide variety of reasons in which one could ultimately justify holding off 3 or 4 years. But, Mr. Speaker, to wait for 10 years, to allow it to go that long, I think has done a disservice in terms of all Canadians, because we want certainty in our tax laws. And I think at the end of the day, we better serve all forms, whether it's business or individual taxes. we serve them better by ensuring that our laws are fair and they're updated on a regular basis. So I would encourage the government not to wait as long, and ultimately, even when we go into committee, to look and be open to the possibility of having other changes. So in that sense, you know, we within the Liberal Party support the bill to go to committee. We're not here to hold up the debate on the bill. We would like to, in fact, see it go to committee. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to speak on this bill, just to expand on a couple of ideas or thoughts that I have had. You know, yesterday I had a special event in Winnipeg North. It's kind of like an annual pierogi lunch that I host. We had about 140, 150, 60 people that showed up, and afforded me the opportunity to really have some good, healthy discussions with many of them and address the group. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that there are some real concerns that need to be addressed, and some of those concerns deal with taxation and the potential of providing, for example, tax deductions. Talk to one individual as an example, where the individual said, well, she is on a very limited, and this applies to Canadians from coast to coast to coast, Mr. Speaker. We have many seniors that are on a very limited income. They own their home because they maybe lived in it for 25, 30 years, but they have they're on a fixed income. They have a relatively small income, and at times you need to improve or fix up the house. So quite often what they are looking for is maybe a tax deduction or something that would allow them the opportunity maybe to improve the structure of their home, or to make an improvement in their home, Mr. Speaker, which would improve ultimately our housing stock if we allowed more and more seniors to be able to do that. They have the equity, and at the end of the day, using tax incentives or using tax deductions, you're able to at times assist a senior, possibly stimulate the economy. When you have renovations being done, or you encourage and promote home renovations, as the Liberal Party has done over the last year plus, Mr. Speaker, talking about the benefits of having home renovation programs. It assists because that money is spent locally, which causes more employment, because you have homes being built. And if you can take a tax dollar and have that grow by $6, $7, $8, $9, $10, because the individual will use some of their own money, it all helps out, Mr. Speaker. And these are the type of things that I would like to think that we should be talking more about inside the House, not only during budget debates, but also to be talking at it when the Public Accounts Committee meets, or when we have bills of this nature and we're talking about the technicalities of taxation laws. We should be talking also about the importance of how taxation laws allow us to facilitate government programs. And government programs through deductions, through tax credits. Imagine the impact that we have on charitable organizations, Mr. Speaker. Every province and territory has numerous charitable organizations that are very much dependent on those charitable tax numbers, Mr. Speaker. And with progressive government policies and providing good tax programs or incentives, allows those charitable organizations to prosper, to be able to help Canadians from coast to coast to coast. And again, it gets rooted right back into Revenue Canada, our taxation laws, priorities for the government, and that's why I'm suggesting to you, Mr. Speaker, that this is very, very important for us to add it to the debate. I'm very much concerned about our middle class. The middle class in Canada, I believe, Mr. Speaker, could be doing so much better. To what degree are our taxation policies allowing the middle class to grow? I believe that you'll find most economists telling you that the middle class is actually shrinking in Canada, even though, Mr. Speaker, if you ask the vast majority of Canadians, 90% plus will tell you that they are a part of the middle class. At the end of the day, we know that the richer in Canada are getting richer and the poorer are getting poorer, relatively speaking, Mr. Speaker. And we know that the middle class is not growing, that there's this growing inequity that is taking place. And taxation laws are one of the tools that we can use in order to be able to deal with that issue, Mr. Speaker. So when we talk about taxation laws, I believe that's a very important subject in which members should, in fact, participate in and share their ideas in terms of how it is they think that we could be a better society by, in fact, dealing with it. I made reference to different forms of taxes. As I say, over the years, your income tax, or what Revenue Canada does, is just one component of taxes. I can tell you the sales tax, or your consumption tax, property tax, those are likely your big three, your income, property, and consumption taxes. These are issues in which the public have a great deal of concern. There's this feeling that the government is not doing enough in order to be able to justify doing or collecting the type of taxes that we're collecting. And at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, I think that it's important that we recognize all forms of taxes when we look at our income tax, or we start talking about our income tax, because that's what the average consumer does. That's what the average Canadian does. When you talk about income tax, and in particular this Bill C-48, I would pose the question, as I did to the Parliamentary Secretary, what within the bill, at the end of the day, makes this bill, or makes taxation that much simpler for the average Canadian to understand and to appreciate? How does the middle class benefit by it? What about being consumer friendly, Mr. Speaker? Today, I understand, I had a discussion with an individual indicating to me that you cannot get a printed version. One time you could go to the post office and you can get your income tax file or booklet, which had all your basic tax laws and so forth, or the tax information that you would require in order to complete your forms. Well, my understanding that no longer is available, at the very least to the same degree in which it was in the past. And people will say, well, you can go on to the internet. Well, I think it's a mistake for us to be so dependent on individuals having to go to the internet in order to file, or go to a computer and purchase a program in order to file their income tax. Are there ways in which we can make the system simpler? What about, Mr. Speaker, the idea of those individuals that have a difficult time being able to even file the very basic income tax forms, Mr. Speaker, and that happens a great deal. You do get some nonprofit groups that will surface. They get a fairly decent understanding of our taxation laws, and they're there to offer services to a lot of these low-income, fixed-income individuals. To what degree are the changes that we're making, or we're proposing to be able to make today, are going to make it more simpler for those individuals to get their taxes done on an annual basis? Mr. Speaker, I've had the opportunity over the years to go through my own income tax, and I've had assistance in dealing with my income tax, primarily because of time and time allocation and so forth. But the bottom line is, Mr. Speaker, I do believe that it is becoming more and more complicated in many different ways. There's issues related to why one group would get a tax break over another group. The issue of tax fairness is, in essence, what I'm referring to there, Mr. Speaker. Tax avoidance. I've heard many members of the Chamber talk about the importance of dealing with tax avoidance. There are many individuals across the country that not only get away with having to pay their fair share of federal tax, the same principle applies at the provincial taxes also, where you get many that escape paying their fair share of taxes, Mr. Speaker. Taxation is an important policy issue. It's through taxation that allows us to be able to do the things that we need to do to provide the types of services that we do to Canadians, that Canadians want, Mr. Speaker, whether it's our health care services, whether it's providing Canadian forces or the many other services throughout the land that we provide. It's all based on our ability to be able to collect taxes and have good, solid tax laws, and the government has a responsibility to maintain the integrity of our taxation laws, Mr. Speaker, and that's the reason why I believe it's important that the government not only that we're having this debate now, but that we take it to the next step and allow it to go to the committee so that ultimately it could be passed and Canadians would see better tax laws. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Calgary Centre North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it gives me great pleasure to speak again in the House today after our time in our constituencies. To my colleague opposite, the goal of this legislation, as we've mentioned earlier today, is to provide clarity to certain components of the Tax Act. We've consulted with professionals across the country. This is, there's a lot of things in here that we believe will help improve providing service with regard to the Tax Act, and many professionals have provided input over a long period of time for this bill. So my question, given that his speech was kind of all over the place, was does he acknowledge that these measures need to come into force, and will he support the bill?
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and that's what I did indicate to the member. And apparently, obviously, she wasn't listening, that the Liberal Party does support the bill. We do want to see the bill go to committee. But along, it's interesting, she talks about the stakeholders, and the stakeholders have been lobbying, and the government's been working with the stakeholders and so forth. Well, Mr. Speaker, the government has been working with those stakeholders for years now. The government has attempted, Mr. Speaker, to try to give the impression that they're acting on reforming and making it a priority our taxation laws, when in fact reality is the opposite is the truth. The government has been negligent. The government has dropped the ball. They have not put taxation reform and bringing in the legislation in a timely fashion a priority. That is the reality of it, Mr. Speaker, that many, if not most of the clauses that we're going to be debating once it goes into committee should have been passed years ago, Mr. Speaker. And the government has to take take responsibility for its negligence and, in fact, not doing its job in a timely fashion. And that takes away from what I indicated earlier is a very important point, that being that Canadians are very much deserve to have a taxation system that is fair and that is up-to-date, modern, and completely legal, not just sitting on the book saying, well, we're going to make this change whenever we pass the legislation. And we have far, far too many pieces of tax law that are in place unofficially, and that's because the government's been so negligent.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Rimouski, Neigette, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a quick question. I realize the member wasn't here in the previous parliament and those that preceded this parliament, but he mentions the fact that, and I agree, that you can't produce such a major bill and vote without consultation and in-depth analysis because it's so large and so complex. We're going to be voting in favor of this bill, but the problem is that you have to wait another 10, 12 years before these technical amendments are brought together in a bill. Can the member confirm that under his party it would be desirable to see more regular updates to the income tax legislation? If so, I'd like to know why his party, which formed the government before 2006, didn't manage in the 4 or 5 last years of its term of office to do this type of update. This is problematic to me, just as problematic as the Conservative inaction in this arena. things have just been allowed to stagnate and get worse. Why didn't the Liberals do anything at the tail end of their term? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the question, albeit somewhat misguided. At the end of the day, you have to realize that you have to put, it's not just 1 or 2 years. You also have to have amendments that are being proposed. You have to take it and put it in the context of what kind of technical amendments have to be made. The last time the Liberal government did it would have been, I believe, in 2000, 2001, right around that period of time. So it would have been 3 or 4 years. We don't, unless the member can stand in his place and say exactly how many amendments, technical amendments, were there. There is a need for us to be able to consult and to work with and so forth. And at the end of the day, if there was a need, I suspect that need would have been met. It doesn't have to happen every year, and that's what I had indicated in my comments. A lot depends in terms of what are the technical amendments. What I'm suggesting to you is that these technical amendments, what we have before us today, the 900 pages plus, is far, far too excessive. That was acknowledged back in 2009 from our public accounts. We've had the Auditor General of Canada make that announcement. You didn't have, for example, the Auditor General of Canada, from what I understand, back in 2003, saying, bring in the legislation right now. There was, the demand wouldn't have been there. I suspect Jack Layton might have even said something had that been the case, but it likely wasn't the case. So we have to put it in the perspective of time. Today is far too long. 10 years is too long, not only because it's 10 years, but because there are so many technical amendments. And most of those technical amendments could have taken place back in 2009. So that's the reason why the government is wrong in terms of bringing in such a huge 900-plus page document today. If the government was onto it, it should have done maybe a 400-page document back in 2009. Then today we'd only be dealing with maybe a 300, 400-page document. It should have been broken down into other bills. Some of those bills could have been brought in at an earlier time. That's what we would have ultimately argued. But at the end of the day, at least we have it here today. Let's get the bill passed into committee. Canadians have been waiting far too long to see the type of technical changes that should have been put into place 5, 6, 7 years ago. Thank you for the question.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague from Winnipeg North for his remarks. Mr. Speaker, he spoke of fairness. One of the things I found in a lot of the government's omnibus budgets are tax credits that are available only to people who actually have income. Mr. Speaker, you know that in order to enjoy a tax deduction, you have to have income to deduct it from. But a lot of these tax credits should be available to those who don't have income. In fact, those who need it the most are those who don't have income. I'm wondering if the member could talk about the lack of fairness in tax deductions or tax credits when they are not designated as refundable tax credits.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the question. It's a good question, and it's something in which one could cite the example of our firefighters. Volunteer firefighters and others, that at the end of the day, many of them were not eligible to be able to receive any of the benefit because it was a deduction as opposed to a credit. And at the end of the day, if we're trying to be able to send a message through government taxation policy, the government missed the mark back then. There are so many opportunities for government to be able to really have an impact if, in fact, the desire is there to assist and to make a difference. And you can do that through all sorts of different tax incentives, tax credits, tax deductions, and so forth. And when we talked about the budget bill yesterday, there was a huge fundamental flaw in that legislation that did not allow for individuals that didn't have the income to receive the tax benefit as those that were more well-off would have received, Mr. Speaker. And that's why there was a valid argument, and Liberals made that argument, that there should have been a tax rebate, tax credit for those individuals that would be refundable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to add to the comments from my colleague one thing that's very important is tax avoidance and tax havens. It's very important to say that some effort has been made here to combat tax evasion of all kinds, but it's just a first step. A lot more has to be done to combat this type of tax avoidance, which can be very subtle. When we talk about social programs, for example, it's not good that we have to cut old age security or push back the age to 67 when we've got all this tax evasion going on. So I'd like to hear my colleagues' comments on the fact that a lot more could have been done around tax evasion.
North, you have about 30 seconds.
Very quickly, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the question. At the end of the day, I think that there are measures that could be done in order to get individuals paying a fair share of tax. And that's, I think, what the member is trying to highlight, is the importance that Canadians as a whole don't mind paying taxes as long as they believe that they're paying a fair share and that everyone is contributing to it. The government has to make a decision on whether or not they support that concept. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Conformément à l'article 38.
It's my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. First, the Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles, employment insurance.
Second one, the Honourable Member for Malpeque on food safety. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor for me to take the floor today to speak to Bill C-48, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, the Excise Tax Act, the Federal Provincial Fiscal Arrangements Act, the First Nations Goods and Services Tax Act, and related legislation. From the outset, I'd like to mention I'll be sharing my time with my colleague from Manicouagan. For this bill, as I was saying before, and I've listened to a lot of my colleagues today in the House of Commons, this is a very voluminous bill, almost 1,000 pages. It's huge. It's about that thick, about this thick. This bill has been kicking around since 2001. There's been no amendments of this scope since 2001. Previous governments dragged their heels. They didn't do their homework. They took far too long before producing this bill and tabling it. Since they've wasted time, since they didn't do their job, they didn't do their work, we're stuck with a huge bill. You could even call it an omnibus bill. It's not like C-38 and C-45. Those were terrible omnibus bills because they dealt with all kinds of disparate fields, the environment, the economy, old age security. That was really a pernicious type of omnibus bill. It was like a Trojan horse bill. It was monstrous, a monster bill. But this omnibus bill is acceptable in the sense that it only has to do with tax legislation. But the problem is that it's so thick that it's almost impossible to study it, to give it the time it deserves and needs. And that's why the Conservative government should be much more active and efficient. They should be much more on time. They should table this type of thing more regularly at more frequent intervals so that we can study them properly. In connection with this, the Auditor General, the former AG, Sheila Fraser, in her report of autumn 2009, said that no such legislation had been passed since 2001. The government indicated that it was desirable to have this type of bill tabled annually to make changes to the Income Tax Act. But this didn't happen. The Finance Department had accumulated at least 400 changes, and this implements 200 of them, but 200 of them remain pending. So this has been long awaited, and the legislative changes were never made. If this doesn't happen regularly, it creates a lot of uncertainty, a lot of confusion in the minds of taxpayers, tax experts, and even MPs. It's very hard for us to figure out what the situation is. And so the Conservatives wasted a lot of time since taking office, and as a result, we're stuck with an omnibus bill. It's like a brick, 1,000 pages long. I'm not a tax expert, but as a member of Parliament, it's important to study legislation as in-depth and seriously as possible, as carefully with a reasonable amount of time. But unfortunately here, we don't have the opportunity to do that with this bill.
Another point that I want to talk about, Mr. Speaker, is tax evasion or avoidance. Now, in this bill, C-48, there is a first step forward with regard to fighting tax evasion. However, the Conservative government is talking a little bit out of both sides of its mouth. On the one hand, it's making a small step forward to deal with tax evasion, and on the other hand, it's signing agreements, bilateral agreements, with countries that do not respect the basic rules concerning taxation, and some are even tax havens. So we have a government that is not doing serious work in this regard. On the Finance Committee, which a number of my colleagues here in the House of Commons, NDP colleagues, sit, and we heard from very interesting testimony from Ms. Brigitte Alpin, who is a tax expert, a well-known, very well-known tax expert, in fact, who wrote 2 books that are real references for anyone who is interested in tax evasion and tax havens, and the fight, of course, against tax havens. And so there's a first book called Ces riches qui ne paient pas l'impôt, the rich or the wealthy who don't pay taxes, which appeared, if I believe, in 2003. It's a wonderful, excellent book, and I would recommend it to all the people here in the House to read it, especially the Conservatives, because the C-48 doesn't do the proper work with regard to tax evasion, and they talk about all the pernicious means that are used on a regular basis in order to avoid paying taxes, be it with regard to constantly deferring paying one's taxes, or be it invented means such as finding a way to avoid taxes through inventions. So there are some foundations that are quite well-known, respected, and others that are not. And we're talking here about different things again. These are choices that we're making with regard to C-48, and the climate, the environment is extremely important. On the one hand, they're shamefully subsidizing to the tune of billions of dollars oil and gas companies, and even coal, Mr. Speaker, is being subsidized. I'm not talking here about tax evasion, I'm talking about subsidies that mean that the tax roll is not fair, it's not equitable. Ms. Alpin also mentions 3 basic principles that are extremely important when it comes to good taxation. It has to be simple taxation, effective taxation, and fair taxation, and this is extremely important, and currently the Conservatives are not doing their jobs with regard to ensuring simple taxation, effective taxation, and so on, and I talked a little bit about that. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to read a brief summary from the most recent book that Ms. Alpin has written. It's extremely interesting. It's called La crise fiscale qui vient, the coming fiscal crisis. If you haven't read it in the House, to all of the MPs in this House, I would recommend this brilliant book, particularly to my Conservative colleagues who do not do the job that they should have done with regard to dealing with tax evasion. And the summary goes like this. The author talks about the coming fiscal crisis that has already begun in most Western economies. She talks in a simple and enlightening way of the new conditions that are making this condition worse, the multiplication of charity, electronic commerce, e-commerce, competition between major companies, and so on. Even if current governments seem to have not undertaken their responsibilities, such as this Conservative government. Ms. Alpin is talking about ways to deal with it. She talks about how tax measures could help to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and that is why, Mr. Speaker, I was talking about tax measures and the environment or the climate. My colleagues also said that we could ensure that there are tax measures to favor renovation. There was the eco-energy program, the home eco-energy program for home renovation. These are programs that are very good tax measures that are simple, and they ensure that our economy continues to work. And we have a government here who is standing, who should stand up like we want to do, to invest in the right areas and to ensure that we benefit our economy, our planet, and make sure that we have a country, an economy that's good for us. We can make much better choices, much fairer choices. So I will summarize. I just want to mention that Brigitte Alpin is really an expert in taxation, and she has written other books, as I mentioned earlier, Les riches qui ne paient pas d'impôts, and the other one, La crise fiscale qui vient, the wealthy who don't pay taxes, and the coming fiscal crisis. I would invite people to read it and reread it and to hear what she said in the Committee on Finance, because she has a lot of interesting things to say. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say that it's extremely important for us to ensure such reforms, to do so quickly, to ensure that we don't have an impossible job to do, and above all, to make enlightened choices that will be good for future generations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech, and I have a specific question with regard to the observation with regard to maintaining the integrity of our taxation system. And what does my colleague think about the fact that this government has not ensured that people can comply with the technical modifications that are being made here? Furthermore, what does he believe will be necessary, because this observation could have an impact on tax evasion? The Honourable Member for Drummond. I want to thank my honourable colleague from Saint-Lambert for that excellent question and her great comment. In fact, well, we might not be in the situation that is facing a 1,000-page brick bill, where it's almost impossible for the Finance Committee to look at all the amendments in a reasonable and rigorous way. We are here, we are elected to do serious work, and it's extremely important for us to have the tools we need to do that job. When you have omnibus bills that are hundreds of pages long, like C-45, it's very difficult, impossible, in fact, for us to do our jobs, and our jobs need to be done with rigor. And I want to thank my colleague for mentioning the fact that the work, unfortunately, has not been done with regard to tax evasion by the other side. It's just a small step. It's not serious, and we have to work much harder and to make choices when you talk about tax reform to show our priorities. And it's not changing old age security to 67. That shouldn't be a priority, but rather we should increase the guaranteed income supplement. We should put the priority on the environment, ensure that we leave a better future for our future generations. Questions and comments?
Comments?
The Honourable Member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In his presentation, my colleague above all condemned tax avoidance. I would like to know what measure he is suggesting to resolve that problem, him and his party. The Honourable Member for Drummond. I want to thank my honourable colleague for her question. In fact, there are many measures that can be taken, and I hope that the Standing Committee on Finance, and I'm not a specialist myself, but I hope that the Standing Committee on Finance can look at the issue. I have a lot of colleagues who have organized conferences on the issue recently. The leader of the official opposition was in attendance, the member for Outremont. He gave a speech to support the fight against tax evasion. This is work that needs to be done seriously. It has to be looked at from different angles. There are concrete measures that can be achieved. I mentioned some earlier with regard to what Ms. Alpin is proposing. It is a choice. It is a choice of a political party and of a government. We, the future NDP government, our choice will be to ensure that seniors are respected and to ensure that we can leave a healthier environment for future generations. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Very brief. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my colleague from Drummond is quite right to emphasize the problem of tax evasion measures that the federal government is adopting often have repercussions on the provinces because in order to harmonize the measures, unfortunately the provincial governments must often adopt similar measures that can unfortunately favor tax evasion. So I would like my colleague to talk about the problems that the provinces are facing. The Honourable Member for Drummond, 30 seconds, please. Quickly, I want to thank my honourable colleague from Beauport-Limoilou for that comment. It's extremely important, and we have seen recently, I'd like to give an example, in fact, that the Prime Minister, the Conservative Prime Minister, refused to take part in an individual province with the provincial premiers, and this is not the way to do things if you want to ensure good cooperation and learn the needs of the provinces. On the contrary, an NDP Prime Minister will be present when there are interprovincial conferences, will be present to work in cooperation with the provinces in order to ensure that we have a tax regime that will work for everyone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, I will start this new year by talking about some unfortunate ideas associated with the Canadian tax regime. We are in a chamber where everybody has different opinions, and I want to talk about the ethnic diversity of this country in terms of how I will approach Bill C-45 and talk about white-collar crime, as well as tax evasion and corporate tax evasion on Aboriginal territories. Now, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to repeat myself, but I was a teacher for a session at a CEGEP, and I talked about, or taught rather, legal notions, and so I had an experience in the subject matter that I was teaching. And in the course, Mr. Speaker, there was a block that dealt with white-collar crime, as well as with the ways in which organized crime had found to get involved in the economy on reserves. And I'd be pleased to share this information with the rest of Canadians. The Conservatives think that they've already dealt with this with C-27, but I think we've not been on the right track to date because the people behind these economic wrongdoings, these economic crimes, and who work in the periphery of these reserves are often outside people. They're lobbyists. They represent specific organizations, and they work on the outsides, on the outskirts of the reserves. And this in the area of taxation and fiscal regimes. And now there are corporate vehicles that are being put forward that are phony, that are facades that are being used. Some complacent Indians on the reserves are being used, and there is some monies being put forward, and then they have a different tax regime that is being applied. And this is the kind of situation we're talking about in 2013 with regard to tax evasion on the reserves, Mr. Speaker. Now, if we look at this kind of interference with regard to the economic development of our countries, it goes hand in hand with the successive announcements on the development of natural resources on reserve, and also with regard to economic development. As I've already said in the past, Mr. Speaker, those who live on the Aboriginal reserves in the last 150 years have developed a parallel economy, not parallel in the negative sense, but rather parallel because it responds to the specific needs and lifestyle of these communities. These communities have been abandoned for a long time when it comes to the development of economic measures that are being put forward up to 2013 by the different governments. These communities have been abandoned, and there are many reserves rather that have in fact gone hungry. And now if we look at what has happened over the past 50 years, we see that there's been some expansion. There has been some development of particular schemes and alternative measures, and today there is a real expansion. There are some good economic situations in some reserves, not all, of course, not the majority, but some reserves have done well. And we see some interference from criminal elements, if I may say so, Mr. Speaker. And these elements have gotten even further involved in these reserves. There are efforts being made by the police forces and other investigations underway which have highlighted these crimes that have occurred in these areas in relation to these reserves. So when I was saying, Mr. Speaker, that there are some taxation regimes that are unique to the reserves, it has taken some years for independent and external developers to find people who are willing to go along with these schemes within the Aboriginal communities, because in order to put in place these corporate vehicles, these shady, if you will, corporate vehicles, it took somebody, a member of the community, in fact, to put it forward. Often these are people who are well respected within their communities, who are in good position, but there also has to be some complacency from the provincial and federal authorities, Mr. Speaker. And I would say that when I myself was working for my band council at one point, when I put this problem to the representative of Indian Affairs, and we had I was told that it was not part of the mandate, and I should address this concern to other people. And deaf ear was turned, and I came to the following conclusion, and that there was complacency, and that people had blinders on in specific regards, both at the federal and provincial level. So it seemed to be known. When I was teaching the course, I was using information compiled by information officers here in the country. So this was a problem that was well documented. When we talk about tax havens, we're talking often about vacation destinations in foreign countries, but this kind of scheme is occurring, is happening here in Canada. We can't ignore that problem. Now, when I say that there is complacency, the different governments have done some cherry picking, Mr. Speaker. There are some communities that are more docile and more favorable to a specific government, and they look differently at the operations.
Whereas other communities were treated differently. Some representatives, or rather these communities which were in favor of government policies, they're not investigated as much. They don't get as many visits, and it's as if the authorities wash their hands off of what's happening in the communities which are more docile, if you will, and which follow the party line, the government line. The New Democrats believe that we must fight against tax avoidance and evasion while preserving the integrity of our tax system. We support the changes contained in the bill, especially those which aim at fighting tax evasion. When I said, Mr. Speaker, that there are already measures in place, such as Bill C-27, which were going after community leaders as being the only ones responsible for tax avoidance and economic wrongdoing. Well, in fact, in most cases, this is wrong-headed because it has been demonstrated through studies and investigations by infiltrators and government agents who come into the communities from the outside. They are investigating the activity of biker gangs and other criminal organizations. In most cases, native reserves are isolated, they're up north, and when financial investigators come in to try to shed light on this kind of economic wrongdoing, well, in fact, these investigators really don't care about the living conditions of people who live north of the 52nd parallel. And this explains why this economic wrongdoing is not being extinguished. There are legal advisors, economic, financial advisors who have come up with these schemes and who have divided the property of corporate vehicles so that voting shares only end up in the hands of a single group or individual. Everything has been worked out in advance, I studied corporate law, and so I was able to see how these schemes actually work on native reserves. So a company might be Aboriginal in name only. A company may, on paper, be owned by Aboriginals, but when you dig a little deeper, you can see that the money really flows elsewhere and that the power flows towards people who do not live on the native reserves. Humbly submitted, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The honourable member. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Looking at this bill, you see a bill which is huge. It's almost 1,000 pages long. So it's fairly difficult to have an informed discussion and to see what is lacking in the bill. My colleagues spoke about First Nations, and I think it's very important because today on Parliament Hill there was a demonstration by Native people who were not consulted, who were not accommodated with regard to certain other bills. So, faced with this type of bill, given the size of the bill, before it is even introduced, it is the responsibility of the government to see what impact it would have on First Nations, and there should be accommodation and consultation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Manicouagan. I would like to thank my colleague for her question, Mr. Speaker. I quickly went through the bill, and the only reference to Aboriginals has to do with the harmonization of tax on reserves. As for consultation, please understand, Mr. Speaker, that this obligation behooves the federal government under the fiduciary relationship it has. That is, this relationship between the Crown and First Nations. So any legislative initiatives which may affect negatively the traditional way of life and the modern way of life of Aboriginals in 2013, any type of provision which would affect native reserves must
be the object of consultations, in-depth consultations by the federal government with First Nations, and in most cases this did not happen. In fact, the consultation should be even wider with regard to a bill this size. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague from Manicouagan for his presentation, which helped us to enter a very rich world, but also a controversial one, and one which is very unique. Which brings me to an issue which was raised earlier today, that is the aspirations of certain business people living in Quebec City. Now, of course, everybody aspires to having a normal life, but this does not mean to live a life that is mainstream or a life that is in accordance with rules laid out by the federal government. Unfortunately, it is sad to see band councils and Native peoples, to see them crushed under rules and obligations which nobody else in Canada would agree to. So I would like to address the weakness in this bill and the lack of dignity which exist in certain Native communities. I would like to thank my colleague for his question. During the holidays, I was asked to write, or rather to comment on bills C-27, C-38, and C-45. And under C-27, I studied certain notions, concepts with regard to accountability, including the financial information which would be made readily accessible to all Canadians. So any Canadian under Bill C-27 would have access to certain financial statements of companies on reserve. So certain private companies will have to produce their financial statements, will have to make them public to everyone, will have to post these financial statements online going back 10 years. So I would say there are great chances that this bill represents cherry picking because it will affect certain Native communities more than others. The federal government is going to come down hard on some communities and go easy on others. So it seems that the government wants to maintain control over certain Native communities.
The débat. The honourable member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be splitting my time with my honourable colleague from Scarborough Rouge River. Mr. Speaker, before I begin, I want to congratulate or wish everyone a Happy New Year because we are back from our constituencies after a break over the holidays. And let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, I've talked to hundreds of my constituents, and the priorities of this government are not the priorities of people in North Surrey. People are very concerned about a number of bills that were introduced last year, Bill C-38, Bill C-45. Clearly, those are not the priorities of my constituents from Surrey North. They're concerned about the degradation that's taking place to our environment. They're concerned about the service cuts that are being put in place. So those are some of the things I've heard, and I am hoping that this government will go in a direction that the Canadians want, the Canadians' priorities, which is getting jobs and providing service to Canadians. And clearly, this government has not done that. Mr. Speaker, it's an honour to rise today on behalf of my constituents from Surrey North to speak to Bill C-48. Which is an act to amend Income Tax Act, the Excise Act, the Federal Provincial Fiscal Arrangement Act, the First Nations Goods and Services Act, and related legislation. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-48 is a massive, a monster bill with over 1,000 pages to it. And we've seen this before. We've seen this before from this government. We've seen legislation, an omnibus bill, two of them introduced by this government in the last year. We had Bill C-38 and Bill C-45, and we all know what was in those bills. And those bills dealt with hundreds of different bills. They were amending different bills that had made no sense whatsoever to discuss. Those bills should have been split into various different areas, which we could have debated in this House. But what the Conservatives did was ram them through without proper oversight of our Parliament, the parliamentary committees. And we've seen the Conservatives not even listening to one amendment. You know, there were thousands of amendments we saw introduced in the committee, and we heard in this House, but the Conservatives failed to take any of those amendments into consideration, and they rammed those bills through, and we're seeing the consequences of ramming those bills through this House. We've seen a protest outside this House today, this morning, where the Idle No More demonstrations took place. In fact, they took place across this country. And some of those concerns, their concerns, was that lack of consultation by this government with the First Nations. Not only with First Nations, they failed to consult Canadians of the legislation they were bringing in, failed to consult the very people that should be consulted, the very people that this Bill C-38, Bill C-45 was going to impact. So again, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-48 is a large omnibus bill, but there's one little difference from Bill C-45 and Bill C-38. This bill actually relates to income tax issues. So to put this together in a large bill is still an issue with the opposition, because it basically what it does is a huge bill. It's a huge burden trying to understand what's included in the bill and what's not included in the bill. And on top of that, you know, this bill should have been, you know, we haven't had this sort of bill for the last 11 years. And we've heard it from the Auditor General, one of the recommendations of the impact that doing this legislation every 11 years could have on our economy, could have on the services we deliver, and could have on the types of things we are trying to prevent from happening, which is tax evasion and all sorts of those things, Mr. Speaker. I want to look at the concern that the Auditor General previously raised concerns about the slow pace of government in legislating technical changes found in the Department of Finance. Comfort letters. Certainly the size of this bill, which is again close to 1,000 pages, and the long lapse of time between Bill C-48 and the last technical bill, tax bill, indicates that this process still needs improvement. So, Mr. Speaker, it took 11 years to improve some of the technical income tax issues that we need to address this on a yearly basis, so we can't close those loopholes that individuals, corporations are taking advantage of. We shouldn't be waiting 11 years to update our tax code and update our legislation and cracking down on both tax avoidance and tax evasion. We as the New Democrats believe in cracking down on tax evaders and tax avoidance, people that avoid tax, while ensuring the integrity of our tax system. We support the changes being made in this bill, especially those aimed to reduce tax avoidance. Mr. Speaker, you know, again, this bill is so massive. Trying to decipher it, trying to look at what is included, what is not included. In fact, there are 400 recommendations that were offered by the Auditor General. However, only about 200 are covered in this particular bill. So there's still not only a slow pace, the government still hasn't addressed some of the loopholes that have been pointed out by the Auditor General. So again, Mr. Speaker, this is a good bill. It needs to be, you know, we shouldn't be waiting 11 years to bring it in to address some of the concerns that are not only pointed by the Auditor General, but other Canadians, other organizations that deal with tax evasion, tax issues on a daily basis. CGA is one of the associations that have come strongly criticizing the government about the need to have this sort of code update on a regular basis, yearly basis, so they are up to date. So our businesses do have certainty, do have a clarity as to what needs to be changed and what they're dealing with from the government side. Mr. Speaker, there are many parts to this bill. I'm not going to go through all of them because I know I don't have a lot of time, but certainly Part 1 of the bill deals with the offshore investment fund property and non-resident trust and includes proposals from budget 2010 and includes also some of the changes in C-48 are largely designed to ensure that integrity of tax system remains in place and then discourages avoidance. They incorporate feedback on proposals in some of the previous bill as Bill C-10. Part 2 deals with the taxation of foreign affiliates, Canadian multinationals, and again, some of these changes reflect proposals from way back in 2007, 2006. There are a number of different bills, different areas it deals with, Mr. Speaker, and I know I've only got a couple of minutes here, but the fact of the matter is this government is failing to update our tax codes, so we can catch those avoiders. We can provide certainty to businesses. And I'm going to quote from Sheila Fraser, our Auditor General, a report that was put in place in 2009, and I quote this: "No income tax technical bill has been passed since 2011, although the government has said that an annual technical bill of routine housekeeping amendments to the Act is desirable. This has not happened. As a result, the Department of Finance has a backlog of at least 400 technical amendments that have not been enacted, including 250 comfort letters dating back to 1998, recommending changes that have not been legislated." Again, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are failing to update some of the changes that are required to our bill. They're slow. Their priorities are not right. As I started with my speech, the priorities of Canadians are not the priorities of what the government is doing. We've seen that with Bill C-38, and we've seen it with Bill C-45, where they have brought in these omnibus bills, and they've rammed it through this House, and not even consulting the very people that it's going to have impact. And I'll quote another letter from the Certified General Accountants Association of Canada, their pre-budget submission for 2012. The CGA Canada strongly believes that the key to sustained economic recovery and enhanced economic growth lies in government's commitment to tax reform and red tape reduction. Therefore, CGA Canada makes the following two key recommendations: modernize Canada's tax system, make it simple, transparent, and more efficient, introduce and pass technical tax bill to deal with unlegislated tax proposals, and implement a sunset provision to prevent legislative backlog. Mr. Speaker, again, I want to summarize this. The Conservatives have been slow to get these technical changes legislated, and they go far as back as 1998. C-48 aims to deal with more than 200 of these changes, but there still leaves a large number of technical codes needs to be changed, and then Conservatives have failed in that sense, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Bournois-Salaberry.
The honourable member for Bournois-Salaberry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, which was very enlightening. I would like to ask him why there are so many rules which will be amended under this bill, which counts over 1,000 pages. How will companies see through the complexity of this bill? How can they be competitive if they're spending most of their time trying to understand these changes when in fact they should be focusing their efforts on growing their business?
I want to thank my honourable colleague for her excellent question. And we've seen this in the last, the last year in Bill C-38, Bill C-45. They brought in this large bill without any consultation with the communities, and they rammed it through this House. And now we see this another omnibus bill, which is, it deals with similar acts. I have to give that to the Conservatives. It's not the hundreds of acts that Bill C-38 changed or Bill C-45 changed. This changes a number of acts. And the Auditor General has been asking for technical changes on a yearly basis so that the businesses can get to know these on a regular basis. There is certainty provided to businesses, to accountants, to Canadians, so they can deal with these on an ongoing basis. But the Conservatives basically waited 11 years, 7.5 of their government, 6.5, and then brought in this bill now, Mr. Speaker, and we're happy with that. But again, the issue still remains. They've only dealt with half of the technical amendments that need to be changed, and the businesses need certainty, and the Conservatives are clearly not providing that, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Honorable député de Saint-Lambert.
The honourable member for Saint-Lambert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for his speech. He mentioned that this was a massive bill, and in fact it proves that a great deal of work needs to be done regarding transposing some of the different techniques from a legislative standpoint. And these difficulties penalize business circles. What does my colleague think of this?
North.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague for her excellent question. She's absolutely right. We've had a number of businesses. I'll just read you this here. The CGA Association of Canada, which is the Certified General Accountants of Canada, and basically, they strongly believe that the key to sustained recovery and enhanced economic growth lies in government's commitment to tax reform and red tape reduction. And, Mr. Speaker, this government has not brought in this sort of a technical bill, tax bill that deals with taxes for the last 11 years. They've failed to provide that leadership. They've failed to provide a certainty for our businesses. And my colleagues is absolutely right. Uncertainty in business environment is not good, and any Canadian can tell you that, but the Conservatives have failed to see that, and they've certainly failed to address some of the loopholes that we need to close so people, businesses or companies or individuals are not taking advantage of those loopholes, and the hardworking Canadians that pay taxes into our system to have our services available, they're not being cheated, so that everybody pays their share. And certainly the Conservatives have not, their priorities are wrong. I've clearly heard that from my constituents from Surrey North over the last holidays as to what the priorities of this government are.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Scarborough, Rouge River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I wish you and all of my colleagues and everyone here on the Hill a very happy New Year, and I'm very happy to be back after a good few weeks in my community, in my constituency of Scarborough Rouge River. And Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to rise today to speak on Bill C-48, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, the Excise Tax Act, the Federal Provincial Fiscal Arrangements Acts, and the First Nations Goods and Service Act and related legislations. Bill C-48, let's be straight, Mr. Speaker, is a massive piece of legislation that contains numerous technical changes. It's at close to about 1,000 pages. This is most definitely an omnibus bill, yet another omnibus bill from this government. However, it is a stark contrast to the Conservatives' Trojan horse budget bills that they've presented for us, C-38 and C-45, which made sweeping changes to everything from environmental protection and government accountability to immigration and employment insurance, everything but the kitchen sink, or everything and the kitchen sink. But C-48, Mr. Speaker, at least makes technical changes to a few closely related pieces of legislation. That is a big difference. The changes in C-48 are largely designed to ensure the integrity of the tax system and discourage tax avoidance. New Democrats believe in cracking down on both tax avoidance and tax evasion while ensuring the integrity of our tax system. We support the changes being made in this bill, especially those that aim to reduce tax avoidance. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, the majority of these measures in Bill C-48 have been in practice for several years, since it is standard practice for tax measures to take effect upon their proposal. Once they've been announced, people accept them as adopted. It is for these reasons that we are supporting this bill. However, as I will reiterate later on, this government needs to be more diligent in legislating these technical changes in a more timely manner rather than once every decade or so to avoid these massive pieces of legislation. Bill C-48 includes outstanding legislative proposals dating as far back as 1998. Consultations with tax specialists and lawyers have indicated that the measures in C-48 are overwhelmingly positive and that the changes in this bill are necessary technical changes. We believe that these changes will, in total, be revenue positive, and they generally move toward discouraging tax avoidance. Given the size of the bill, it certainly covers a great deal, and many of these changes make sense. Bill C-48 deals with offshore investment fund property and non-resident trusts and includes proposals from Budget 2010 and August 2010 that are aimed at taxing the worldwide income of Canadian residents. It also deals with the taxation of the foreign affiliates of Canadian multinational corporations. The amendments also ensure that provisions that use certain private law concepts, for example, real and personal property, joint and several liability, reflect both the common law and civil law in both linguistic versions. Industry feedback that we've received since July 2010 is entirely in favor of these changes. This bill also includes anti-avoidance measures for specific leasing property. It includes ensuring income trusts and partnerships are subject to the same loss utilization restrictions between corporations, limits the use of foreign tax credit generators for international tax avoidance, clarifying rules on taxable Canadian property for non-residents and migrants, and it provides an information regime for tax avoidance. All avoidance transactions, for example, any transaction where the purpose is to get a tax benefit, must now be reported, even if the transaction is not abusive. Additional reporting will be required in cases where the transaction raises red flags for abuse, of course. The bill clarifies the minister's authority to amend schedules and annexes to tax administration agreements if doing so does not fundamentally change the terms of the agreement, which is already the practice. It also now allows tax administration agreements for the First Nations goods and service tax between the federal government and Aboriginal governments to be administered through a provincial administration system if the province also administers the federal GST. This will have the effect of simplifying the administration of the First Nations Goods and Service Tax Act. However, Mr. Speaker, these are all good things, but I do have a few concerns that I'd like to point out. First and foremost is the timeliness and predictability. Given the complexities of this bill and its vast and massive scale, we believe that this government needs to be more diligent and responsible when handling tax code. This bill seems way overdue. The government must ensure that tax proposals are legislated on a regular basis, as failure to do so can create uncertainty in the business community as well as among tax practitioners. The chair of the Tax and Fiscal Policy Advisory Group, in a pre-budget consultation meeting on October 15th, argued that implementing a sunset provision would ensure that tax amendments are legislated and eliminate the growing backlog of unlegislated tax measures. He stated, and I quote, "A sunset provision would bring greater clarity and certainty to tax legislation, reduces the compliance and paperwork burden, and perhaps, most importantly, prevents any future legislative backlogs," end quote. He also added, Mr. Speaker, these steps would go some distance in improving and strengthening Canada's tax system. Canada needs a 21st century tax system that is simple, fair, efficient, and transparent with low, internationally competitive tax rates, end quote. We agree. Efficiency, transparency, and predictability in our tax code are important for Canadian businesses, fiscal planning, and a healthy economy. The Auditor General also agrees and raised concerns a few years ago about the slow pace of the government in legislating these technical changes found in the Department of Finance comfort letters. In 2009, it was raised at that time that there were at least 400 outstanding technical amendments that had not yet been put into legislation. Now, going on 4 years later, 200 of these outstanding amendments are finally being addressed in C-48. In the 2009 fall report, the Auditor General wrote, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, "No income tax technical bill has been passed since 2001. Although the government has said that an annual technical bill of routine housekeeping amendments to the Act is desirable, this has not happened. As a result, the Department of Finance Canada has a backlog of at least 400 technical amendments that have not been enacted, including 250 comfort letters dating back to 1998, recommending changes that have not been legislated." End quote. While C-48 aims to deal with more than 200 of these changes, it still leaves a good deal remaining, and one has to wonder how long we, the business community, and tax practitioners will have to wait for the next update. The second concern is, of course, with respect to transparency. Certainly the size of this bill, close to 1,000 pages, and the long lapse of time between C-48 and the last technical tax bill indicate that this process clearly still needs improvement. This government must work harder to ensure the integrity of our tax system. The size of this bill also says something about this government's concern for transparency. I hope that this bill of approximately 1,000 pages receives thorough scrutiny by parliamentarians and full debate here in the House and proper examination and consideration at all stages. The large nature of this bill due to the infrequency of technical income tax bills, has negative impacts on the business community and certainly makes it difficult for proper evaluation by Parliament. As the Auditor General wrote, and I quote again, "If proposed technical changes are not tabled regularly, the volume of amendments becomes difficult for taxpayers, tax practitioners, and parliamentarians to absorb when they are grouped into a large package." End quote. We need to do better and ensure that we are doing the necessary due diligence when we are responsible for the affairs of Canadians. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the third concern is compliance. In addition, while the measures in this bill are much needed and important, we also need to focus on compliance. While the vast majority of these measures in Bill C-48 have already been in practice for several years, as it is standard practice for tax measures to take effect upon their proposal, the aspects that have not yet taken effect typically involve direct reporting or compliance. Compliance is extremely important to ensure the integrity of our tax system, as well as the need to close unexpected loopholes in a timely manner. And while we agree that these changes are necessary, I wonder, and one wonders, what efforts is this government going to take to make sure that people are complying with the ongoing technical changes? And finally, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, ensuring the integrity of our tax system is essential. The last technical bill was passed in 2001, and the long lapse of time between C-48 and the last technical bill indicate that this process still needs improvement. The responsible management of tax code means that changes must be made on a regular and ongoing basis so those impacted are not left in a state of uncertainty. The Conservatives must ensure to further improve the process for getting these technical changes into legislation on a regular basis to create greater certainty, predictability, and transparency in our tax systems. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Should get one of those up here, but then I guess from there one wouldn't really need that. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Saint-Lambert.
The honourable member for Saint-Lambert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate my colleague for her speech. She talked about the need to have technical changes and have them predictable and done every year to avoid a backlog. Of course, the size of this bill shows, in and of itself, that in order to simplify the regulations under the Tax Act, it is necessary to have smaller bills on a human scale, if I can put it that way. What is my colleague's comment on that? The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Saint-Lambert for her question. And I agree with her when she says that it makes it much more of a palpable process, a more easier process for everybody, whether that's parliamentarians, our clerks, and our people who work in the Parliament, and business professionals, tax practitioners, whomever it may be. It makes it much easier when these practices are brought into law on a regular basis in smaller bills, in bite-sized bills, let's call it, rather than big telephone book-sized bills. And I want to, if I may, quote the former senior chief of the Sales Tax Division, Tax Policy Branch, Department of Finance, when Marlene Legar, I'm not sure how to say her name, but when she appeared before the Senate Banking Committee in September of 2000, she said that, I think that the main problem that has resulted in an especially long delay in this case is a timing decision. Once a particular set of measures has gone through that process and is ready to be put forward, should it then be put into a smaller bill, meaning Parliament will deal with more bills in a particular session, or should it be held aside to be included in a larger bill? We're developing a technical bill on an ongoing basis. Until now, the choice has probably been more in favor of combining measures so as to put forward fewer bills. I think the lesson that we learned from this experience is that it may be preferable to change the balance somewhat, that may mean putting forward smaller bills which would contain measures that would be enacted on a more timely basis. And so even the former senior chief of the Department of Finance's Sales Tax Division and Tax Policy Branch agrees that it should be brought forward in smaller bills in a more timely manner so that our laws and legislations are actually, in effect, reflecting the practices in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I greatly appreciate all of the feedback that we're getting on this side of the House with respect to this particular bill. So, in particular, I'd like to touch base on Part 7, which talks about the First Nations goods and services tax between the federal government and Aboriginal governments to be administered through a provincial administration system if the province also administers the federal GST. So when we think back as to how that issue was bungled when the HST was rolled out in Ontario, it will certainly help us avoid a similar scenario in the future. So on that note, I just want to advise that I had been speaking with some First Nations youth from Whitefish River First Nations this weekend, and they're still wondering why this government doesn't meaningfully consult and accommodate First Nations when it comes to legislation such as this one as well. Because, as you know, it was a big issue with respect to the GST and the HST discussions, and even the bill itself, and we wouldn't have seen ourselves in that situation. So again, maybe I'd like to ask my colleague on the importance of this government to meaningfully consult and accommodate and get free and prior informed consent before tabling legislation that affects First Nations.
The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge River. A short response, please.
Absolutely, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, and I thank my honourable colleague for the extremely hard work that she does. And I've learned the terrain of her constituency is so vast, and how she's able to actually meet with constituents of all parts of her terrain is absolutely mind-blowing. And the work that she does is absolutely laudable. Back to the question at hand. She's absolutely correct. It's imperative that this government is consulting with the people who are going to be affected and impacted by the legislation that the government is proposing, especially the First Nations communities who have that right to know what is coming up the pipe. And I agree 100% with my colleague that the government has the fiduciary responsibility to consult with the people who are going to be affected by the changes that they are proposing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for London, Fanshawe.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I will be sharing my time this afternoon. I'm most pleased to join the debate on Bill C-48. a bill to amend the Income Tax Act, the Federal Provincial Fiscal Arrangements Act, the First Nations Goods and Services Act, and related legislation. Now, this bill makes important and long overdue changes to tax laws. And this, Mr. Speaker, is the issue. While New Democrats support the bill, we do take issue with the omnibus nature of it. At close to 1,000 pages, it leaves little opportunity for study and debate. The very point of Parliament and our democratic system is to not only introduce laws, but to scrutinize those laws and ensure that they're accurate and they work in the best interests of the country. That's the very reason that we're all here, to work towards the betterment of this great country. We put at risk our very democracy, and we shun the very core of Parliament by introducing huge pieces of legislation that leave little time for such scrutiny. I notice that the members across have chosen to only put up one speaker on the bill, leaving the official opposition with the task of carrying out that important scrutiny of Bill C-48. This should be the role of all parliamentarians, but it seems that upholding the functions, checks and balances that Parliament is supposed to provide is not a priority with this government. In fact, Mr. Speaker, as you will recall, Conservatives take partisan rhetoric to the extreme and continue to introduce mammoth bills with as little debate as possible. In fact, with closure motions so that there is as little debate as possible. Again, I want to add that it is not the changes that the bill undertakes, Bill C-48, that New Democrats are concerned about. It's the fact that the bill is so very large that the ability to scrutinize it is almost impossible, and the changes outlined in C-48 should have been introduced over the years, not grouped into one unwieldy bill. There's no need for this massive piece of legislation. It should have been introduced in smaller pieces as routine housekeeping bills over the years. In fact, Bill C-48 includes outstanding legislative proposals dating back as far as 1998. I mean, many of us in this chamber were children then. Good heavens, Mr. Speaker, what a long time to postpone and procrastinate. Even if the Prime Minister was not aware of these much-needed updates to taxes, in 2009, the Auditor General raised concerns about the fact that there were at least 400 outstanding technical amendments that had not yet been put into legislation. There's no excuse. There were several years and plenty of time after this report was released to introduce the smaller bills that would have addressed the backlog of tax changes that needed to be addressed. Of the outstanding changes outlined by the Auditor General, over 200 of these are now in C-48. Most tax practitioners have been relatively happy with the practice of the comfort letter process. However, as I've indicated already, the Auditor General's 2009 report noted, and I will quote from that report, an expressed need for the legislative changes that the comfort letters identified and should be enacted. I want to quote a little further from the Auditor General, Mr. Speaker, this again from the fall report of 2009. No income tax technical bill has been passed since 2001, although the government has said that an annual technical bill of routine housekeeping amendments to the Act is desirable. This has not happened. As a result, the Department of Finance Canada has a backlog of 400 technical amendments that haven't been enacted, including 250 comfort letters dating back to 1998. So the Auditor General is very clear here. The need for updates to the legislation is important, perhaps even critical. And we had plenty of opportunities to pass bills related to tax legislation long before now. Sadly, this is not the first time that the Auditor General has complained about this issue. She expressed concerns over and over again. And in response to the Department of Finance Canada, the statement, the government intends to release a package of income tax technical amendments on an annual basis so that taxpayers will not be subject to more lengthy waiting periods as in the past before amendments are released to the public. While comfort letters have since been regularly released to the public, very few technical bills have been introduced or passed in recent years. In the last 18 years, 18 years, Mr. Speaker, only 4 such income tax bills have been enacted. The promise of annual income tax technical amendments promised, but neither Liberals nor Conservatives have bothered to do this basic annual housekeeping. How on earth can they continue to misrepresent themselves as good managers when their ability to manage is so obviously bad? I'd like to reiterate, Mr. Speaker, that there's absolutely no need to create these massive bills. 1,000 pages, most definitely an omnibus bill. In contrast to the government's Trojan horse budget bills, C-48 does make some technical changes and does have a purpose. Instead of the callous lumping together of conservative legislation into 2 omnibus bills in the spring and fall sessions. And in those bills, we saw the dismantling of environmental reviews, the rewriting of the Fisheries Act, the elimination of wildlife habitat protection, the repeal of the Kyoto Protocol Implementation Act, the reduction of the powers of the Auditor General, and the dissolving of public appointments commissions, these commissions that were meant to fight patronage. We also saw the gutting of food safety inspection. It was a one-stop shop of conservative slicing and dicing through services Canadians rely on, while making changes to a slew of laws that they never once mentioned in their budget. By forcing omnibus bills like the Trojan horse bill through, the Conservatives demonstrated mastery of the art of circumventing the democratic process and ignoring the concerns of Canadians and the concerns of First Nations. Now, Mr. Speaker, we do see a massive bill in C-48, and that tells me that there's still work to be done among Conservatives if we are to see important changes done in a timely fashion. Failing to do so hurts the business community. It makes it difficult for proper evaluation by Parliament. And it's not just difficult for parliamentarians. This government claims its goal is to boost the economy. But by introducing overly complex bills, it doesn't allow small business people to invest time and resources that they need in order to understand. They're in the business of business. They're not in the business of circumventing all this red tape. The Auditor General was also clear about this and said if proposed technical changes are not tabled regularly, the volume of amendments becomes difficult for taxpayers and tax practitioners. It's not just the Auditor General. We heard from Certified General Accountants of Canada in their pre-budget submission that the CGA strongly believes that the key to sustained economic recovery and enhanced economic growth lies in the government's commitment to tax reform and red tape reduction, the need to modernize our system. Smaller bills would do that. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I would like to address the very important issue of tax avoidance. Part of that has been addressed in C-48, and that's very, very important because it is essential, Mr. Speaker, that this government and New Democrats believe absolutely in cracking down on both tax avoidance and tax evasion while ensuring the integrity of the tax system. As you know, Mr. Speaker, there are many honest and hard-working Canadians out there who believe in the systems that our taxes support, health care, social assistance, various environmental policies, although they have been dismantled and disrupted. And those Canadians need to know that everyone is paying his or her fair share. Every business, every individual is making the contribution to this country that we need. So it's important to focus on compliance in order to ensure the integrity of our tax system. It's important to get rid of the loopholes in a timely manner because in an ever-growing complexity of tax codes, we need now simplification, clarity, and changes that will make it progressive and effective. Thank you, Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires?
Questions and comments.
L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her speech. Well, Mr. Speaker, we continue to talk to the government about its primary responsibility to respect the citizens by being predictable, by being clear, and also disciplined in the way it is accountable, but also with regard to the adoption of tax measures to help all Canadians deal with the challenges of our economy. And I'm thinking, obviously, first of all, of entrepreneurs with whom I was once again able to talk after we came back from the holidays just a few days ago. And they want some recognition and respect from the government. I would like to hear from my colleague because, in fact, my colleague has also had to deal with significant challenges, as I do in Beauport-Limoilou, with regard to major companies that have conducted massive layoffs. And, of course, this could have an impact on small entrepreneurs who are perhaps subcontractors or who might benefit from certain types of conditions or measures. And the extent to which the people in her riding don't have a confidence because of the government's negligent attitude.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. And he is absolutely right about the difficulties facing people in all of Canada, but particularly in ridings where multinational corporations have taken and taken and taken, whether it's tax benefits, whether it's resources, whether it's consuming infrastructure, whether it's utilizing the expertise of the workers who made them wealthy and competitive industries, and simply walking away, leaving the country, as we saw with the community of London Fanshawe when the offshoot of Caterpillar left us high and dry. The future for this country, very clearly, small and medium business. They are part of the community. In fact, last week I had the profound pleasure to speak to members of the Rotary Club, and they are the small and medium-sized businesses that employ people, that are contributors to the community. They're not just there to take. They're there to give back and make for strong neighborhoods. So we need a tax system that suits their needs, and we need to stop these huge and ridiculous tax breaks to multinational corporations, the polluters, the banks, who are giving back very, very little, if anything at all. And we need to look very closely at small and medium business. And in that process, Mr. Speaker, make it as easy, as expedient for them to do their jobs as we would like.
Question commentaire?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to know if my colleague can clarify for us whether there is a means that the government could take in order to make this taxation much more simple, easy for the average person to understand, I myself, including all my colleagues here, as well as companies, instead of introducing once every 10 or 11 years reforms of tax legislation in such a massive way. We're talking here about 1,000 pages each time. So how does my colleague think we could make this more simple?
Or London Fanshawe?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. I think it's really quite clear to us on this side of the House that smaller, more manageable bills would be the way to go. The promise to have an annual legislative process in place, I think, is the intelligent way to go. And that way people could digest the small chunks at a time, and instead of this 10-year process where 1,000 pages comes at you and you're trying to sift and sort and understand. One of the things, and this is not exactly in regard to the taxation, but very recently I received a number of concerned complaints from seniors who are being told that their income tax will now have to be done over the internet. And they're absolutely apoplectic. This is just another example of a government who isn't looking at the needs of Canadians and is steamrolling over those Canadians.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin-Kapuskasing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And since this is my first time in the House, up in the House in 2013, I'd like to take a minute to wish my constituents a happy and prosperous new year. I'm also glad to be able to speak to C-48 today. It's a bill that has been a long time coming, and we hope that it isn't another decade before we undergo this exercise again. As we have heard, this is a huge bill. It addresses the changes to the Income Tax Act, the Excise Tax Act, the Federal Provincial Fiscal Arrangements Act, the First Nations Goods and Services Tax Act, and related legislation. It's actually almost 1,000 pages. What sets this large piece of legislation apart from the Omnibus Budget Implementation Acts that we have debated this year or last year is that it makes changes to a few closely related pieces of legislation. So it perplexes me as to how come they just didn't throw it all in with the other stuff. As we have heard today, these changes are mostly old news and have been in practice for a number of years. That said, the bill is needed as it has been more than 10 years since we have updated tax code legislation. It is not that there haven't been changes. This bill will include hundreds of tax measures that are already in place and have been enacted by comfort letters. In that respect, a lot of C-48 amounts to technical housekeeping. As you know, Mr. Speaker, New Democrats are supporting this bill, but that does not amount to acceptance of this government's direction in terms of taxation or the belief that this entire process shouldn't be improved. Certainly, the long period between updates to the tax code lead us to the situation we have now, where the legislation gets to be so large. If we were to go through this process a little more regularly, we could avoid this scenario where MPs are forced to vote on bills that defy thorough study. Tax lawyer Thomas McDonnell stated as much in a blog that touches on C-48 as he discusses the legislative process with respect to taxation in both the United States and Canada. He wrote, and I quote, "This bill will also be passed without much in the way of informed debate in the House. Most parliamentarians voting on it will admit that they have not read it, let alone tried to fully understand the consequences of voting for or against it. This is not how Parliament is supposed to deal with one of its essential functions, the raising of revenue." Unquote. With that in mind, it seems fairly straightforward to suggest that this government would do well to set a more regular occurrence for this type of legislation going forward. I can't imagine that such a move would be anything but positive, especially for those people whose business it is to work with the tax code. We know that there is a broad support to do the work set out in this bill to get these measures into the tax code proper. The Auditor General has told us that it is long overdue. She told Parliament in 2009 that there were at least 400 outstanding technical amendments that had not yet been put into legislation. Over 200 of those outstanding changes are addressed in C-48. While the Auditor General acknowledged that most tax practitioners were relatively happy with the comfort letter process, she expressed a need for the legislative changes that the comfort letters identified to be enacted. Why it took 4 years to act on that advice is a question that the government will have to answer to. With the support they are receiving for C-48 today, it is obvious that this could have been done some time ago. Mr. Speaker, when we are speaking about taxes, especially in the technical manner that we are today, most Canadians will not be sitting on the edge of their seats right now. This is not a bill that is likely to be newsworthy, since most of it is old news. What this bill does a lot of is to bring existing measures into the tax code that are designed to curb tax avoidance, which is actually good news for the vast majority of Canadians. While the political discourse on taxation is often stuck in one gear, namely how to cut taxes, what is usually lost in the debate is the role that taxes play. Despite the universal desire to pay less, most people recognize the necessity of taxes. They allow us to operate as a country and can help us do a lot of good. Let's not forget about all the infrastructure dollars that go into our communities. That's part of the taxes. It is also a simple fact that countries require revenue, and that revenue largely comes from taxation. What people absolutely want to see is a tax system that is fair, a system that guards against tax avoidance, and doesn't reward those people who are in a position to hide their money from their country. No one wants to feel they are paying to subsidize someone else who has managed to use loopholes in order to minimize their contribution. That won't sit well with hard-working Canadians, and it shouldn't sit well with parliamentarians either. Mr. Speaker, New Democrats understand this. We believe in cracking down on both tax avoidance and tax evasion while ensuring the integrity of our tax system. We support the changes being made in this bill, especially those that aim to reduce tax avoidance. Certainly, Mr. Speaker, the work being done in C-48 is long overdue. Among the beneficiaries of the bill will be small businesses. These are the cornerstone of our communities, and it is important for us to do everything we can to create an environment that makes it easier to do business, Mr. Speaker. Those business people have enough to worry about without having to consider things like comfort letters. In that respect, what we are debating here is good. We are streamlining the workload that business will have to comply with, and based on what I hear from businesses in the constituency I represent, Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing, that is a good and welcome thing. As we have heard today, it would be impossible for any one of us to give a detailed account of such a large bill in the limited time we have to speak on the bill, so I will touch on one last item that I believe is timely. Mr. Speaker, what I am talking about is Part 7 of Bill C-48. Part 7 clarifies the Minister's authority to amend schedules and annexes to tax administration agreements if doing so does not fundamentally change the terms of the agreement. It also allows tax administration agreements for the First Nations goods and services tax between the federal government and Aboriginal governments to be administered through a provincial administration system if the province also administers the federal GST. If we think back to how that issue was bungled when the HST was rolled out in Ontario, it will certainly help us avoid a similar scenario in the future, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure you remember the discussion on the HST in Ontario, Mr. Speaker. When the HST was brought in, how it would affect First Nations was an afterthought by this government. Only some 11th hour negotiating at the insistence of Ontario chiefs like Chief Shining Turtle of Whitefish River First Nation, and who's also the chair of the United Chiefs and Councils of Mindo-Minising on Manitoulin Island, and Anishinaabe National Grand Council Chief Patrick Madawby avoided a showdown over the issue. In the end, the solution was there all along. This government and the Government of Ontario chose to ignore it until they had no choice. It is fitting, Mr. Speaker, that the Idle No More National Day of Protest was held in front of Parliament today. This is a similar issue, Mr. Speaker. Some of us took the opportunity to meet with those people who have traveled a long way to bring their message of dissatisfaction to Parliament, as did the leader of the NDP. Much of the frustration they are expressing comes from exactly the type of oversight that was on display when the HST turned First Nations tax-exempt status into an exercise in red tape. What was forgotten at that time was the constitutional obligation of the federal government to meaningfully consult and accommodate First Nations in decisions that directly affect them. Think about that, Mr. Speaker, because it seems that people have forgotten those words. Meaningfully consulting, meaningfully accommodating First Nations in decisions that directly affect them. This has been a sticking point for this government, and I hope that they now recognize that First Nations are not going to merely roll over and accept top-down directives. Had the government consulted, they would have heard that messing with tax-exempt status was a non-starter, and they could have moved immediately to the solution. Had the government remembered about the HST fiasco, they wouldn't have went ahead with the type of legislation that they threw into Bill C-45, Mr. Speaker. I just want to take a minute to talk about the fact that I met with some First Nations young people in Whitefish River First Nation. And I tell you, they don't understand how come this government is not respecting its treaty rights, the accords that they've signed, and other agreements. They are beyond themselves with respect to the fact that the government is trying to often not respect its ability or its ability to basically do the meaningful consultation. It's their right to do that. So, Mr. Speaker, New Democrats are hopeful that this government will now show signs of understanding this and will proceed accordingly. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I will reiterate that although New Democrats are supporting this bill, it is by no means an endorsement of this government's tax policies that put too much of the burden on the little guy while allowing an increasingly freer ride for the top earners in this country. We remain unconvinced that such a model is the best way to create wealth or jobs, but that is not the goal of this legislation either. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Rimouski.
The honourable member. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I greatly enjoyed my colleague's speech, and especially the conclusion, because she made an interesting comparison between what is the current situation of Native people and the bill. So this was a really interesting connection, because in the bill it seems that the government waited for the last minute to make changes which are necessary. This is the last minute. We have to do so now. We're at 950 pages. There are items or rather notices have been issued by the CRA and other authorities, and these were dragged out for 10 years, and now the Idle No More movement is the same thing, because these protests are happening since their problems have been going on for so long, and all this shows how this government is governing. It waits to the last minute, that is, until there is a crisis, whether it is with the Native people or our tax measures, which include, and the bill contains measures which could have been passed years ago.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and je remercie mon collègue pour sa question.
I would like to thank my colleague for his question. And yet it's clear that it is the responsibility of the government to consult and to accommodate First Nations. The government should, as soon as it tables a bill, or rather before it tables a bill, the government should ask itself whether the bill affects First Nations, and does it have a responsibility to consult and accommodate First Nations. Once a bill has been tabled, further consultations should be held to see whether the bill could be further amended. Once First Nations have given their support to a bill affecting them, either on reserve or affecting their rights, only then should the government go ahead. This is very important to us, and we've waited a very long time for this kind of bill to update our tax laws. It is unfortunate that the government has chosen to table a 1,000-page bill to do this. With them, you never know whether they've included something in the bill which we haven't discovered, because there's so much in it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Saint-Lambert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To begin, I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. We have a very complex tax system, and this government is introducing a bill which does not simplify the system. The bill numbers more than 950 pages. Perhaps I could ask my colleague whether the bill increases the transparency and improves the integrity of our tax system. My colleague, of course, is right. This bill is over 1,000 pages long. It incorporates 200 changes, but the Auditor General had said that over 400 changes needed to be made. Yet they are not all included in this bill, so there's still work to be done. It is also unfortunate that this government takes so long before it acts. It wants to take action with regard to things which affect people negatively.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, in accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. La députée de Charlebourg.
The honourable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To begin, I would like to wish you a Happy New Year, and Happy New Year to every MP in this House. Before the holidays, I spoke several times, as did many of my colleagues, to try to get the Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development to understand that her reform is a real insult to workers who had lost their jobs. We've heard all kinds of horror stories of entire families falling into poverty or having to work at a job which paid much less than their previous job. One of the negative aspects of the Working While on Claim pilot project is the way benefits are calculated. It's been proven several times in this House that the way that the math used by the Conservatives is disadvantageous for many low-income claimants. Mr. Speaker, the reality is that only some claimants will be affected by this method of calculating benefits, that is those who have worked between August 2011 and August 2012. Everybody else feels they've been taken hostage with the new program. Experts and workers are confused. On top of having to choose the program which works best for them, they will have to choose a system for the next 2 years. And it is precisely on this issue that I put a question to the minister last November. I asked her why the government was creating a two-tier math system, a temporary system, which would only benefit some claimants. So I would like to take this opportunity to ask the minister about her false about-face when she knows very well that the new measure will penalize thousands of claimants, if she knows that her new way of calculating benefits will greatly affect the quality of life of many workers. Since she agreed to partially correct the situation, why doesn't she maintain the old way of calculating benefits and apply it to everyone? Will the minister not admit that there is a problem with the system she has proposing, despite all of the proof that has come in? She would rather penalize future EI claimants. The Working While on Claim program has created many victims, but the government has claimed that there would be no effect on them whatsoever. And yet we have social services to help people who lose their jobs. People who are choosing to fall back under the old system are experiencing long delays because any change has to be made manually rather than electronically. At the end of the day, the minister is not offering claimants any choice in this new way of calculating benefits. All she's offered is to go back to the old system, but throughout this transition period, claimants will lose their benefits. Who can live without an income for a month? This is actually the situation of many workers today. Will the minister admit that a new pilot project has to be completely are reviewed to help our families in need and economic sectors which employ people on a part-time or seasonal basis. The Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development.
Pleased to be here again at the beginning of the year. I'm pleased to respond to the members' comments on the subject of employment insurance. Between July 2009 and March 2012, more than 920,000 net new jobs have been created here in Canada, resulting in the strongest employment growth among G7 countries. Nous savons que les Canadiens veulent travailler, mais ils sont confrontés à des défis.
The government is always looking for solutions to help workers.
Find jobs. We're investing significant funds over the next 2 years to connect unemployed Canadians with available jobs. We're making it easier for Canadians who are out of work to identify new opportunities in their local communities. One way we're doing this is by sending out enhanced job alerts to Canadians receiving employment insurance regular benefits. These alerts are providing information about job opportunities within the claimant's local area that are within their occupation and related occupations. The second part of our plan is to link the Temporary Foreign Workers Program with the EI program, helping ensure Canadian workers are always considered before foreign workers. We also define what is meant by suitable employment and what constitutes a reasonable job search. Nous créons de la définition.
We believe our proposed definition is fair, taking into account personal circumstances, working conditions, hours of work, and commuting time, which would apply as long as benefits are received.
Adjusted the Working Well on Claim pilot to better encourage Canadians to accept all available work. We will do this by cutting the current clawback rate in half and applying it to all earnings made well on claim. We'll invest significant funds over 2 years to implement a new permanent national approach to better align the calculation of EI benefits amounts with local labour conditions, making sure the program is fair for everyone. It is important to remember that despite all of the opposition's claims, that EI will continue to be there for those who need it, as it always has been. EI is an important program in Canada and will continue to be. These improvements will introduce new, needed, common-sense efforts to help better connect unemployed Canadians with available jobs. Thank you. Merci.
Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the negative impacts that the NDP has denounced from the beginning are starting to become concrete. The blind ideology of the Conservatives serves no one. The figures are starting to speak for themselves, and the government stubbornly continues on the same path despite the discontent of workers that has spread across Canada. Can the minister commit to reviewing the provisions of her reform and remedy this in the next budget? She should remember that her team governs on behalf of all Canadians in all provinces and communities with various types of economies. Canadians expect better from their government, and I strongly urge the minister to listen when the public speaks. This reform has been denounced from all sides. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to respond to the Member of Parliament from Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Job creation, economic growth, and long-term prosperity remain the focus of this government. Notre prospérité économique.
Our economic prosperity, however, depends on our ability to meet emerging and growing labour market challenges. It depends on our competitiveness and on our flexibility.
And work incentives so Canadians are better served by working. Connecting Canadians to available jobs in their local area is a vital support our long-term economic growth and prosperity will support, as well as the quality of life for all Canadians. These changes are about empowering unemployed workers, helping them get back into the workforce and focusing resources where they need it most. That's why Canadians elected us to do, and what the NDP has voted against time and time again. We're here to support Canadian workers and make sure they're better connected to Canadian jobs. Thank you. Merci.
The Honourable, resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the adjournment debate relates to a question that I raised last October 2nd. And I want to put the question into context and hope for a detailed answer from the Parliamentary Secretary. But beyond that, Mr. Speaker, I want to raise some concerns going forward with respect to the same agency, the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, and proposed regulatory changes. My question of October 2nd was about the most recent crisis in the food sector, which concerned XL Foods in Alberta. This government and this minister deliberately misled Canadians on the crisis by constantly attempting to minimize the crisis, when in reality more than 1,500 meat products were recalled in all Canadian provinces and territories and in 41 U.S. states. The record of this minister is he has presided over the largest meat recall in Canadian history, after previously being in trouble over a food safety issue which cost the death of quite a number of Canadians. What have Canadians heard from this government on the issue of food safety? Basically, what they've heard is meaningless talking points about how much the government claims to care about the safety of Canadians. The fact is, this government has failed Canadians for 4 years ago to implement the recommendations of the Weatherall Report, and this government has continued this legacy of failure. Why has this government not taken the action promised? And if they had, why the failure? I would say to the Parliamentary Secretary, it is not enough to say that we have more inspectors. We need to know what they do. Do they inspect actual products and not just paper? But, Mr. Speaker, as I said a moment ago, if I could, an approach of being proactive going forward, just note for the government a couple of serious concerns related to the CFIA proposed changes in regulatory framework that governs potato movement. One, the proposed elimination of standard containers and ministerial exemptions. This, Mr. Speaker, is a serious matter. Imports and interprovincial trade already regularly occur without damaging the stability of supply and price in the marketplace that could be in jeopardy with the deregulation of container sizes. Standard containers allow for predictable, standard inventory of packaging material with minimal waste and allow retailers to efficiently utilize shelf space by stocking a limited number of standard sizes. Standard containers allow consumers to more easily make price comparisons between equally sized products, and negotiations on standard containers and ministerial exemptions with the United States took 3 years to achieve. An elimination of this policy without a reciprocal elimination or a change in marketing orders in the United States puts Canada at a severe trade disadvantage. And secondly, Mr. Speaker, changes to the seed potato quality management program are a huge concern to the PEI seed potato industry. The primary concern relates to that amending these regulations without acceptance or harmonization with the 17 state seed certification agendas in the United States will put at risk our ability to export seed to the United States for recertification. And there's also the issue of cost. So, Mr. Speaker, there is the issue of past practice, but in fairness to the government, I lay out those concerns going forward in a proactive way to give them a heads up that we're concerned about them and allow the consultations and discussions to meet the needs of Canadian farmers rather than just the desires of deregulating on the part of CFIA.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, to the Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yes, I am the member from Simcoe Grey. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to food safety, our government's top priority is the health and safety of Canadians. That is why the Food Inspection Agency directs its available resources to specific priority areas such as food safety and frontline inspection. Since March of 2006, the agency's field inspection staff has increased by more than 700, an increase of approximately 25%. The opposition conveniently ignored this stat repeatedly. I would like to stress that how inspection is done is just as important as how many inspectors are doing the work. That is why in Budget 2011, the budget that the Liberal Party voted against, our government provided the CFIA with over $100 million over 5 years to modernize food safety inspection in Canada. The agency is using the investment to do a number of things. Update its inspection approach based on common inspection activities and standard procedures. Deliver better training to inspectors. Expand the use of science to help refocus resources on high-risk areas. Implement Health Canada's revised listeria policy. Build a secure electronic interface so that CFAA can share information more effectively with stakeholders and provide better, more modern tools for frontline inspectors. As the CFIA continues to modernize its inspection approaches, it will ensure that there continues to be enough inspection staff to protect the health and safety of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, in the last 4 federal budgets, our Conservative government has invested significantly in our food safety system. The opposition always votes against these investments. In addition, in Budget 2011 and in Budget 2012, we provided $51 million over 2 years to CFIA, the Public Health Agency of Canada and Health Canada, to continue key food safety activities. The recent budget is strengthening, not weakening, our government's commitment to the health and safety of Canadians. The CFIA has not and will not reduce staff or cut programs that would put the health and safety of Canadians at risk. Indeed, our government is supporting the CFIA's drive towards modernization and will allow the agency to focus its resources where they're needed the most. If the Liberal Party really cares about food safety for Canadians, they would have supported the millions of dollars this government has invested in budget after budget after budget to make sure that Canadians have safe food on their tables. They continue to vote against these initiatives to make sure CFIA has the strength and the focus to make sure that we have the health and safety of Canadians put first.
Honourable Member for Malpeque.
I get such a great kick out of the parliamentary secretary and government ministers, Mr. Speaker, talking about how we may or may not have voted against something. The fact of the matter is it's an omnibus budget bill. There's many things that we now know are hurting Canadians, like the EI program we just talked about, and the words that the parliamentary secretary brought forward in answer to that adjournment debate certainly didn't bring any comfort to those that work in the seasonal industries. And yes, Mr. Speaker, we have voted against the budgets, not against the investments. And the problem is with the government, when they talk money, they talk about they're investing more money, but really it's mostly all smoke and mirrors. On the CFIA issue, the fact of the matter is they cut CFIA in a number of areas and then added a little more money back in. And the problem, Mr. Speaker, 700 inspectors, the parliamentary secretary has not stood here today and told us what they do. What we want is inspectors on the line inspecting products, not just shuffling paper around. We want to see inspectors that are actually dealing with the food products, and we're not getting any answers on that from this government.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So let's be very clear. The facts speak for themselves. The Liberals voted against these initiatives. And I encourage him to review my last response that answers his questions with respect to what inspectors do and what we're doing to support them in their jobs. Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government has made a number of important investments in the past few years to make sure that CFIA has the resources it needs to keep Canada's food supply safe. In addition to increasing funding, our government has fulfilled all of the Weatherall recommendations to enhance Canada's food safety system, including the Safe Food for Canadians Act just before Christmas. Today, organizations responsible for food safety and public health are better equipped to work together to prevent, detect, and respond to food safety risks, and Canadians are better informed about the steps they can take to protect themselves. Canada's food safety system is one of the best in the world, and our government is committed to ensuring that Canada's food safety system continues to provide consumers the protection they expect and deserve, unlike the Liberals that like to vote against every initiative we take to support CFIA.
Alors, la motion.
Please. A motion to adjourn the House is now deemed adopted. The House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.
you.